this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High in light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes over
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. Found my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Reality. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Reality. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I
Put the line down when I run, and I'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a down, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. Yeah, we got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I gotta shut down. We got no cry. We burn it 5 as 1, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
down.
pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. Yeah, we got honor.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. And let go. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. Highlight. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. sweat and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts to lie. We don't gotta fear the sweat and tears. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink. Going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor. My name is King. My name is Champion. My name is Strength.
Welcome back. It is time for KPL Summer Season 2025. We are heading into the lower bracket finals. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me today is none other than Holler. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited about this lower bracket finals. My first time in the KPL, and we have a bit of a banger. Talent Gaming, of course, going up against Weibo Gaming. Both of these teams, who's going to rise up to go up against All Gamers in that finals?
Yes, it's a tough decision to make. At the same time, it's also a very hard journey because whoever loses today will be knocked out. That's the end of the journey for them.
Yeah, I mean, it would be unfortunate for either of these squads. I think that there's a lot of, hopes and dreams, everything kind of on the line in terms of the KPL Summer League for 2025. And really, all of these teams really want to step up because this is a golden moment. I mean, it's great to be top 3, but to really take it to All Gamers who have been kind of running away with things in terms of the championship, it would be a huge statement for either of these teams.
That's right. Both teams actually want to vie for that champion, that big trophy, because they have not been able to touch it for a while. We've already seen Talent Gaming come into KWC 2025. They had a decent performance against All Gamers, and I think once again they've been thwarted in their attempts to reach the top. So this one's very important to them today.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think every one of these teams is going to be kind of under the microscope, right? Like, who can really step up? Who can kind of take away the throne, dare I say, and step up to be the new kings in the KPL? Because, again, like, All Gamers, we saw this even in the KWC. Talent Gaming had a great time. I mean, they did go to that final best of 7 series. And going into this one, I think that there's a little bit of revenge on that, script that they really want to kind of take it to All Gamers here.
I think that's what's so interesting, right? End of the day, Talent Gaming, I think they are a very young team. They have grown quite a bit. Has the growth been enough? And their first challenger for today is definitely Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming, of course, very impressive performance yesterday. They took the entire series 4-1 against Wolves Esports, and in a very convincing manner, if I have to say.
Oh, for sure. It didn't seem like Wolves was really on the same page. I don't know what it was in terms of like draft, but it seemed like, Weibo Gaming had their number throughout. They were in most of those games, they were in control and they were able to be just kind of dominant and to kind of close it out. I did not expect that series to go into a 5-game, series. And I did think that they were going a little bit more to the extension of like a game 6 or 7. Unfortunately, not the case for that one because Weibo Gaming was just too strong yesterday.
That was what's so scary, because there was a lot of control on the side of Weibo Gaming, right? It is a little bit concerning, but against Talent Gaming, I think it's really tough because Talent Gaming, they are well versed in almost every single vertical in Honor of Kings, right? Jungle camps, taking the neutral objectives, team fights as well. They are all up there. So let's see if Weibo Gaming can come up with a new strategy or maybe even enforce what they did yesterday to make it a stronger stance against Talent Gaming today.
Yeah, and actually, if we're looking at this matchup between these two squads, I don't really see a true weakness more than anything else. And this is why it's going to be like that ultimate chess match when it comes to the draft. Who can outdraft the other team? Who gives themselves a bit of an edge going in? Because all of these players so mechanically sound and very strong and understanding what they need to do. And the way that the team plays in terms of that synergy, they're really next level. So very dominant performances thus far. I mean, they're top 3 for a reason in the KPL.
Okay, so let's dial back a little bit because let's take it step by step, right? So we always start the games with the band pick phase, and we're talking about the Battle of the Minds, which is Coach Lin for the side of Weibo Gaming against Coach Choozer on the side of Talent Gaming. And Choozer has a very impressive history. I hope that Weibo Gaming really ups the game today.
Yeah, and it's always got that little bit of an edge. We've seen time and time again, he has that history of being able to be that coach and being able to pull, out some of those crazy strategies and to pull away wins more than anything else. The history speaks, the data is there, right? This is a very strong coach, and this is why this team is in a prime position. Not to say to undersell any of those players, because mechanically, again, very strong on this side.
Yeah, I think end of the day, let's see what kind of strategy do they want to come in with, because I think Weibo Gaming yesterday, they started the series off very strong with a lot of control coming up from all the different lanes as well. And I think that has worked out for them thus far. I want to see if Talent Gaming is going to, oblige and say we will play the same game, or will they try to force mistakes out of Weibo and punish them there?
Yeah, and one of these things that we've kind of noticed is that Talent Gaming did get that 1-0 lead against All Gamers in the winter bracket finals. Unfortunately, they were able to be solved from then on out, right? All Gamers really had the answers for them. But Talent Gaming, this is one of those things where they try to put their best foot forward, especially in game 1, to kind of set the tone. You and Isagi were talking about it yesterday about kind of getting that 2-0 lead, really putting the pressure on the enemy team and just enforcing your will. You want to definitely put yourself in a prime position, especially early.
For sure. And one of the mistakes or probable situations that Weibo Gaming wants to achieve again is what happened in the game against Wolves yesterday, which was that level 1 kill where the jungler on the side of Weibo Gaming was Linghem, was actually able to get the first blood onto Pang, the corresponding jungler. And it was funny because Talent Gaming got destroyed this way as well in KWC.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for them. I mean, that was kind of how they got solved out. I think that, we talk about the jungle matchup in the last one with Pong and, of course, Lin Heng that you just spoke about. But again, this one is going to be another one to watch with Sunrise going up against Lin Heng going into this one. It's going to be key, setting the tone, getting the jungle invades. And, of course, if you're able to get that first blood, again, it'll really set you up for that game.
I don't know why, but the moment you say Sunrise, I feel like he's going to rise up from the ground and shine some light. And then that's going to be the end of Weibo Gaming in game number 1. But we'll see, right? Because end of the day, it really comes down to the types of composition you have in your draft. And this is going to be aided by both the coaches. And yesterday's performance by Weibo Gaming, especially for Coach Lin, I think they came in with a very clear plan. I'm curious to see whether they have something against Talent Gaming today.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, right? Weibo Gaming had to play a game yesterday. I mean, yes, they only went to a 5-game series, but going into this one and having to play back-to-back, like how much research did you did for all of these teams that were going in? Obviously, the coaches, the responsibility was on them to ensure that they're best prepared, but this is kind of tiring. I mean, going into one best of 7 into the other one today, it's a lot of stress, dare I say, but I do feel like both of these teams, are very well versed and they're ready to go here.
I think this is what makes a champion team, right? A lot of people, they do a little bit of work and expect big successes, but all of the KPL teams, they do it day in, day out, research, practice, scrims, and this is why they're creme de la creme, right? They're top of the league, and today I think they definitely want to prove that they have done their homework. So is it tiring? I guarantee you it is so, but they need more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's going to be the biggest thing, right? But we're going to have to find out what's coming up right now. It's going to be the players here.
Yeah, and right off the bat, we're going to introduce Talent Gaming. They're going to be walking into the stage, bringing their best hopes forward.
Yeah, I'm looking super excited about this one, right? Because again, Talent Gaming, there was a lot of hype going into the KWC. These players are young and they're mechanically sound. They're so solid. And dare I say, one of these players, Snowy in particular, is looking to be that prodigy. This is a guy that's been the regular season best rookie in the Kings Pro League Summer 2025. That happens to be this one. So this is a guy, there's going to be a giant target on his back.
I like the fact that you highlight Snowy, right? He really has been pretty dominant in the farm lane. But the other secondary member that I would really want to talk about is Ching. Ching has been doing really well in the Clash lane as well. He really impressed and left a big impression on me on KWC. And right now, I think there's high hope for him to be able to achieve much greater results in this best of 7.
Yeah. I mean, but not to undersell what the rest of the team is bringing to the table,
of course,
right? All of these players are really able to kind of step up. You are already talking about the fact that Ching is there. He is that Clash laner, right? And then you have Sunrise, Crane, Snowy, and Joy. But Crane was the biggest thing for me going in. But let's talk a little bit about Weibo Gaming here.
Okay, Weibo Gaming coming into the series with a 4-1 destructive win against Wolves Esports yesterday. Can they bring that confidence into this game today as well?
Yeah, and for me, the biggest one here is going to be Ting Yue. I think that this is a guy that has a lot of eyes on him, especially since he was voted or he was awarded the second best mid laner at the KPL Spring 2025, only behind Sheng from All Gamers. But again, it kind of sets things up, the tone. You were talking about the fact that the mid lane will kind of create that space, but then you also have Lin Heng, who also gets a number of accolades as well. He was the best player of Stage 3, Week 3 in terms of the weekly awards in the KPL Spring. So again, all of these players top tier here.
Yeah, talking about Lin Heng, I think he has been really consistent with his performance, and he was a very steady jungler in the games yesterday as well. So I think one of the things that happened yesterday during the interview was the fact that they kind of view games as one singular game at a time. They don't really take a look at it as a series, right? They take it one step at a time, and I think that really puts them in a great mental fortitude, right? You don't want to overstress yourself, overthink that battle.
Actually, that's super smart, right? Because if you look at it one game at a time, it's kind of like baby steps, right? You're not you're overlooking certain things. You're looking at each game individually, and you can kind of break things down, get the details of finding what are the weaknesses, even from my own team. Like, what am I doing incorrectly? And if you have, again, that attention to detail, and your coaches are able to kind of point things out, you will find all of that feedback in a much quicker time.
That's right. So, I mean, as we introduce the players itself, I want to take a look at how these teams will kind of handle their processing, right? Because end of the day, if you watch the replays yesterday, especially the mic checks, they were talking about, hey, during the game, we want to make sure that we don't make mistakes. And they were talking to each other like, hey, you know, in the last fight, we didn't do as well. We wanted to perform better. And this really brings me back to the point where how much information do you want to hold in team fights? And as the game progresses, right, how do you process that information?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be key, right? But going into each individual, like, post-game, you don't want to be dissecting too deep. Obviously, if there's like a quick fix or something that we can do to really help ourselves in the next game, that will be great. But if there's like a long-term thing where like, hey, we need to ensure that we need to like talk it through, make sure we're on the same page, that might be best to kind of hold that for maybe post-series more than anything else. I mean, if we're looking at even our ranked games, I tell you all the things that you do wrong each game individually, and you don't respond whatsoever.
So guys, he's just saying he's silent because I don't make mistakes. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Yeah, but with that, we should be going into the ban and pick phase. Let's take a look at the fans at the stadium. As always, when the games start, we'll hear them cheer. This is one thing I really enjoy about KPL, right? Having the teams cheer. But let's take a look at the players right here. Talent Gaming, that's your call, Hauler.
Yeah, it's going to be Ching here, of course, in that clutch laner. Guys, he is mechanically as sound as they get. He's also known as Little Horse in terms of that nickname. And here comes Sunrise, the jungler that you were talking about, how the jungle matchup is going to be key. This guy is an absolute thief when it comes to those tyrants. You got to make sure that you're, super careful of where he's going to be. If we're looking at this one, it will be, of course, the mid laner here, Crane. Guy so consistent going up against all gamers. He was hitting his marks with that cat boom. I expect to see that sort of consistent play going into this one. And of course, we're going to see this one will be
Snowy.
I believe this is Snowy here.
Yeah.
Sorry, he's looking down. He's kind of throwing me off. But he's the youngest guy on the team. He's only 18 years old, if you can believe that. And of course, the regular season best rookie. And of course, finally, this will be Joy in that roam lane. This is a guy that really sets things up for Snowy.
Okay, so look, it all looks great on the side of Talent Gaming, but then we have to talk about the recent winners, and that is going to come in the form of Weibo Gaming. So Weibo Gaming, very strong start yesterday, and I think they're looking to continue this performance. We're going to be looking at Zumo. This is the Clash laner coming in for the side of Weibo Gaming. He had an absolute tear yesterday. His Guan Yu, his Charlotte, all on point. And this is the jungle in question. We're talking about Lin Heng. This guy has been on point, aided, of course, with the aggression coming from his Clash laner. Is a very important matchup today because going up against Sunrise is going to be a challenge. But nonetheless, the mid lane matchup, this one I'm super interested. Ting Yue, he had an absolute monster of a game when he was using Cat Boom as well yesterday, and I think he's going to be looking to match up and maybe even better his performance today. Let's move on to the farm lane. This guy, Max, he really pushed the teams to the limit yesterday, and he was playing so clean. So let's see if he's going to be a troublesome matter to deal with on the side of Talent Gaming. Of course, aided in the roam by Meng Xi as well. This guy has been pretty clean. He made so many nice saves with his Master Lupan. I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to do that today as well. He made so many catches. He gave the shields, he gave the heals, and he was definitely a core part of the team. One of the reasons why they were so successful yesterday against Wolves Esports.
Yeah, and with that win against Wolves Esports, the biggest thing is like the momentum of that team. This is a team that's really starting to feel very strongly with one another, and they're kind of hitting that groove. And going into the next series, we're talking about how, stamina might play a bit of an issue having to play back-to-back games or back-to-back series. But I do feel like this is actually going to benefit this squad going up against, Talent Gaming, which have kind of been waiting in the wings. Yes, you might get a little bit of intel in terms of how they play, especially since they're watching yesterday's series. But going into this one, it might actually help Weibo Gaming a little bit more here.
Okay, so there are two things that are very apparent when you're much younger, right? We have experienced this before. Number one is you don't feel fatigue as much. And number two, there are always high levels of adrenaline, right? Another thing that you will notice in KPL when we go into the games later is we will see a heart rate monitor, right? They're actually wearing the watches, which will show you the heart rate, which kind of gives us an inkling into, hey, are they actually going for a fight? Because when the heart rates rise, hey, they're planning something.
Yeah. I mean, it's a huge addition to the KPL, and having that heart rate, it's actually kind of key. But some of those guys, especially early, you're seeing some of the heart rates, and they're like 65, like 70 beat, and it's like the resting heartbeat. And I'm like, Are these guys even human? But they've been through the trenches, so to speak. They know when to get to turn it on. And, especially since some of these players have been through so much that they know exactly how to kind of calm themselves, make sure that they're able to play the game that they want to, and just ensure that they've got that farm when it comes to that late game.
Yes, this is something that I find really cool. I think the both of us added together, we have over a decade of esports experience. And, young players always surprise me because young players or young kids don't really have that kind of calm and composure we expect. But these professional players, man, on a different level.
Yeah, they're putting me to shame, to be honest. And you were talking about how the younger they are, the more energetic they are. Absolutely correct. As an older man myself, I can definitely feel it. But going into this one, but again, let's talk a little bit about this draft here. Do you give a bit of an edge if we're talking about the coaches? I mean, Lin and of course Juzzy.
Okay, so Juza, I think he has the stats to back him up, right? But right now, it looks like based on stats, Talent Gaming not gonna have too big of an advantage. 47% win rate playing on the blue side for Prio pick, much higher for the side of Weibo Gaming on the red side.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slight edge. I mean, 50-50, 47, I mean, it's not the end of the world at this point. I think that they've played so many games that it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag in that regards. But if we're going to go into this one, I mean, you're seeing the Cat Boom that's going to be banned out right there in terms of second for Talent Gaming.
For sure.
Something to take note of, right? They want to kind of take that away, and I do believe in terms of that mid lane, it's been strong enough to pick first.
For sure. It's definitely a meta zero pick. Cat Boom, we've already seen how potent it is on this side. But Talent Gaming, they're going to start off with the early pick. And this is going to be big, right? There are many options to explore. You can pair it with the Zhang Fei. You can pair it with the Diadea as well. These are the signature picks and combinations available for the side of an early pick. So Weibo Gaming, there's a chance they might consider the channel on their side. I'm just curious whether they will go and double down on it. But here we go. This is one of the main counters for the side of early, right? You pick up the Xiao Xiao and they pick up the Kong Kong as well. Stealing items, soaking damage, mirror images. I mean, there's so many big strong points for the side of Weibo's first two picks.
Yeah, Kong Kong is the type of hero that I'm super excited for as a Roam player myself. The amount of flexibility and how much vision that you can kind of provide to your team is so great. You have those puppets that are just super annoying to just kind of deal with. I mean, you don't know which one is the real one at times. So it really throws off the enemy team. But Talent Gaming, they're going to go a different route. They're going to go with the Agudo and Hano here to kind of deal with the potential, if you want to kind of go with those puppets, yeah, we have a whole bunch of wild growth and as well as those scepters to just deal with the AoE in mass.
Look, if you are playing Agudo, Hano is one of those counters, right? But what's so scary is Talent Gaming, they have a very strong game-dragging lineup, right? So they can poke towers, they can also repair towers with the ultimate of Hano. And this is something that's going to be a real big concern for the side of Weibo Gaming. I like the fact they pick up the Goya because then they can also try the turret push strategy as well.
Yeah, and Goya on the motorcycle, definitely going to add quite a bit in terms of that damage. And just, it's a nice little 1-2 combination with Kong Kong in terms of just like keeping your pace and just like having that space where you're able to, again, farm and to do your damage.
Yes, a lot of space creator, right? Because at the end of the day, that ultimate coming out from the Kong Konger is also can be used as a zoning tool, which is beneficial for the Goya because Goya is a farm lane. We all know you don't want your farm lane to be touched. And right off the bat, a lot of big tanks taken out, the Surya taken out, the Zhang Fei taken out, and even the Fuzi, they want to play with that mobility. They do not want to be stopped.
Yeah, and the Charlotte going to be picked up by Weibo Gaming. Let Zemo kind of run away with it, right? Get onto that back line, be super annoying. If he's able to find the Snowy Arlie, I think that he's going to have a great time. That's going to be probably target number 1. But getting there, now they need to figure out ways to kind of defend. The Nezum.
Yeah, look, this one is tough, right? Okay, we have seen Zimo's performance yesterday on the Charlotte, the flash power gradation, that was a big marker of success for them yesterday. But today, Talent Gaming, they have a very strong lineup. They have the tanks, they have Sunrise on the Agudo, they have the Silane Ching on the Nerja, and they have the heals as well coming out from Joy on this Diadea. So it's a tough one to play on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, but they go with the last pick pay. Obviously, looking for that early game spike. Talent Gaming, I do feel like their draft is pretty well-rounded. They have a lot of ways to get to the back line as well. They have that damage, the sustain you were talking about with the Diadea. It seems like a really well-rounded draft. If they win a team fight, they're just going to kind of roll over you, especially with that Agudo in the front line. This could be tough, but if we're looking on the Weibo Gaming, is this enough speed and power to really dictate the pace of the game against Talent Gaming here?
I think yes. All right, for all KPL teams, whatever draft they come up with, there is always a very big win condition. But for Weibo Gaming's lineup, I think they really need to win this early game because if they can't, the catch-up is going to be extremely difficult. And bear in mind, the Talent Gaming's lineup allows them to pick and choose their fights. There's so many ways they can enter and choose to disengage as well. You have the Nurture Skyfall, he's able to traverse the map from a far distance. You have Snowy and is already able to zip in and out of fights. And then you have Agudo on this Sunrise pick. He's able to throw the furball down with the God's Mobilization. So, they can engage and disengage as and when they please.
Yeah. No, I unfortunately I have to agree with you. I do like the Talent Gaming lineup a little bit more. I just feel like it makes a lot of sense to me, but it really comes back to the execution on this one. Weibo Gaming on this one with the Ting Yue as well as the Lin Heng Pei. How much space control and the early game pressure can they really kind of get going? Because if they start to snowball, this is a scary lineup that you don't really want to be dealing with in that early to mid game when they can really spike you.
True, and Talent Gaming, I mean, it's the same kind of concept, right? You play that mid lane, so you get Snowy down into that initial first wave in the mid, clear that, and then you pick a lane, right? Do you want to go to the Clash lane, secure that space sprite, get the teleportation portal? If you do it fast enough, you're able to head back into the farm lane, ready for the second wave to take another few more minions off of the map and really just snowball that gold growth. And in the meantime, nobody can touch Sunrise.
Yeah. They're going to have a hard time. I mean, just kind of dealing with him and just in general. But again, it's more about Sunrise getting his farm so that he can kind of have that, that snowball going where you're able to kind of just roll over towers. Because once again, they have a numbers advantage. Even in a lane, they're going to put pressure on. And so you kind of need to respect the Sunrise Agudo. Are they able to kind of get him down and to slow him down in some way? But again, with that last pick Pei, I mean, they knew what they were getting themselves into. They thought that this was going to be the counter to the Talent Gaming lineup. Do you really think that the Pei is like the game changer here?
It is, because if you actually get access to the jungle, get that level gap really early on, then the rest of the members on the side of Talent Gaming are very prone and vulnerable to your attacks, especially as a Tiger's Pei, right? I think for Weibo Gaming, one of the very important win conditions is, actually I think they need to really funnel farm into Zumo as well. This Charlotte needs to be able to grow. She needs to be a beast, because if we get that similar situation yesterday where the flash, power gradation, the dive onto the backlines, you kind of force out early ultimates from Crane specifically, or even Joy, of which, if you position yourself right, you kind of avoid all these abilities altogether, and then Ling Heng is just going to feast.
Yeah. No, I could foresee that. But it's the same way. It's like, I know what Zumo is going to be trying to do on that Charlotte, right? If I'm able to kind of restrict him from really getting to the back line, maybe you have, Arlie or Snowy just kind of doing that damage to kind of, tenderize him just a little bit so that he doesn't really want to go in for that all-in play in the back line. I think that you might have a better chance. That and Ching getting on top of him, ensuring that those squishies like Snowy and Joy are well protected.
Yes, Weibo Gaming, I think this a very important part of the match is coming in the first 4 minutes. If Ling Heng is actually able to get the lead for Weibo Gaming in the first 4 minutes, I think they have a pretty decent chance of heading into mid game where 10-minute mark shadow variants come out. But the real question is, how fast can they take out Talent Gaming? Because Talent Gaming, the moment this match reaches 14-15 minutes, everyone on their side of Talent Gaming is going to have a huge power up. You won't be able to burst members on the side of TTG as you would like anymore.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much going to be it for this one. I mean, we're going to find out. It's game 1, lower bracket finals. Talent Gaming going against Weibo Gaming. I mean, we think that there's a little bit of an edge, I would say, for Talent Gaming going in, but it really comes down to execution. Game 1 right now is going to be a bit of a banger.
Right, so we'll let the coaches shake hands, and of course, you know what? This is KPL. We want you to experience what the vibes is like in KPL as the fans will be cheering on. We'll be a little bit silent for the time being when they're cheering. Then we'll go right into the game. But for now, yeah, I think we can agree, TTG, we definitely can see where the strength of their composition lies. Now it's about whether Weibo Gaming can break that track record or not.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more pressure on Weibo Gaming here to kind of just really set the tone. I like Talent Gaming's lineup. I think that this is a strong one. I think that they should be in a prime position and just kind of taking the fight to Weibo Gaming. I think that, this Hano is going to be annoying. The Agudo is going to be kind of, a nuisance as well. There's a lot of good questions that they will ask. And Weibo Gaming, they do have the answers, but it's not the easiest test for them to kind of resolve here.
True. And the early game aggression in terms of like jungle takes, they're pretty well matched, right? Because you do have the passive coming out from the Agudo. So Sunrise is actually going to be able to match pacing with the jungle speed of Lin Heng as well. And both of these heroes are very mobile. So let's see how this game number 1 goes, because it's going to set the pace. Talent Gaming will be on your left. They are on the blue side. Weibo Gaming on the right.
Yeah, and it's going to be game 1. This is going to be super key to kind of set the tone for just how this game is going to go. But let's see.
Beautiful. I think you can feel the vibes already, and you can see, right, that initial aggression by Lin Heng has already forced out the flash from Joy. So it's not going to be ideal, but it's not going to be too damaging at this point. And right off the bat, we're getting the roamers helping out in the top lane for the Clash side, but there is going to be a lane swap. So they want to try and get as much farm as possible for Snowy on the top side.
Yeah, that's going to be super annoying. I mean, I think Weibo Gaming are not going to like that as much. I think that he wanted to really set it up for the Snowy Arlie, but they're going to like kind of dive in, and Max is taking a decent amount. He will hide under the tower, but mind you, Crane making that rotation, a little bit of time and space wasted away. He's not really farming though.
I like this rotation from Crane, right? Because initially what would have been happening is Weibo Gaming wanted to secure that Firehawk at the bottom, and right away, they're not allowing Weibo Gaming to do so.
Yeah, they're not really providing any space, but Sunrise has joined the fray as well. They really want this Firehawk. Of course, the only one, and it looks like it's going to be smited away, and it looks like they're going to kind of walk away with that one.
And here's a scary stat, right? So 54 first bloods coming in for the side of Weibo Gaming. They are #1 in the entire league of KPL in terms of first blood.
Yeah, and actually very key, right? Because again, you get that first blood, it really gets you going in the early game, and to kind of get yourself a lead. You always want to kind of have that. It really just makes things a little bit easier when you have that farm early as opposed to playing from behind.
Oh, for sure. And right off the bat, you can see Snowy, this strategy of trying to farm up the lanes early in the Clash side is working out for them. They did not get that space right, unfortunately. So this is going to be beneficial for the side of Weibo Gaming. They already have a very small lead, but it's still a lead nonetheless.
Yeah, and Weibo Gaming right now, they wanted to take that Sprite, ensuring that they secured it in that top lane. I mean, it looked like they missed out on the Firehawk in the bottom lane, so they'll take whatever they can, kind of neutralizing as much as possible. But Weibo Gaming, again, with that early game spike, it seems like they're kind of, you know, this is where they want to be.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is also one of the strengths on the side of Joy. But right now, look at this multi-man aggression. Yes, it's puppets. Yes, it's mirror images, but they still hurt.
Yeah, it seems like it's like a, you know, like a 4-on-1 or whatever. It's not a great spot, but it is literally just, you know, Meng Shi and all of his puppets really not doing too much. Kind of annoying to deal with, but Ching in a fine spot. He's just going to have to just, again, keep the tower alive, sustain more than anything else, and try to restrict as much farm as possible onto Max.
Okay, so on the side of Lin Heng, 14 games with 9 victories. He has a pretty decent track record on this pay. For now, they have found Sunrise.
Yeah, they found him, and it looks like they're going to get first blood. They find Sunrise. They dive in, ensuring that they get him, and Ching now on the run, just trying to go out. The flash away, and they get 2 for nothing on this one.
Okay, so Weibo Gaming, we talked about this. This is one of the huge markers of success, which is you need to get that early goal lead. And taking out your corresponding jungler on your opponent's side, that is a big win for the side of Lin Heng.
It's a big flex, right? Just slowing him down. Not only did you take away the jungler, but you gave up first blood as well to Lin Heng, who actually got the second one. But here's the replay here. Break it down, King.
So it was a bit difficult because that decision to really just dive in hopes that the backup coming out from Ching was going to be enough, was a little bit too far forward on the side of Talent Gaming, right? And this initial mistake might cost them quite a bit more, because we're going to hit the 4-minute mark. There is going to be a level advantage on the side of Lin Heng, but they still have to try for this fight.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing was Ching was trying to Skyfall on out of this one, but he actually got stuckered down. He got slammed down, but they take the Tyrant away. Sunrise, that's a great way of getting back into this one, but it looks like the flash away, trying to dash, just gets back in, and they're going to be fine, but they did take away the Tyrant.
And you see the strength of the lineup of Talent Gaming, right? You can't chase into Talent Gaming, especially when Crane is around. The moment he lands those Scepters of Fates on you, or the marks, he's going to continually deal more and more damage to you. And Weibo Gaming, this is something that they need to fix. Through early game aggression, they need to maintain that goal lead, they need to maintain map control as well.
I mean, they're going to start doing that. They're going to look to just dive on this one. They have Lin Heng's pay, and they will just kind of, put a lot of pressure onto Crane and turn that one into a top T1 with all that space that was created.
So it's very important for them, right, especially on the side of Weibo Gaming, to pay attention to Crane's ultimate timing, because the Fate Rewind can revive towers within 5 seconds of his takedown, or even just the state of the tower 5 seconds ago. So straight away, they're looking for an opening. We want to get some poke damage, hopefully burn some common spells away from Weibo Gaming, but they do not let up. I like this about Weibo Gaming, right? They don't give you anything for free.
Yeah, nothing should be given for free. I mean, Weibo Gaming, it looks like they're going to use the analysis going into this one right on top of the Arlie, and they find Snowy. They get the pick off. Unfortunate for Talent Gaming there.
Yeah, but this is not what you want to see on the side of Talent Gaming, right? This is not the same Talent Gaming that we used to, and Snowy being taken out straight away. This is not looking good. 3 kills in a space of 5.5 minutes. They also secure the T1 at the bottom, so Weibo Gaming in a good control of the game so far.
Yeah, and turning that kill into, again, just jungle pressure, taking things away from Sunrise, who are just kind of walking around and seeing that most of this jungle has been taken out. This is not a great spot for Talent Gaming to be in. They really need to find ways to get back in this one.
No, we were talking about... hang on.
Oh, look at Crane taking a lot of damage. He does have the Fate Rewind. He will be still aggressive. Those Scepters are on point, but Sunrise with the Wild Growth is looking to just slow things down. They want to go for this one. They're going to do a decent amount, but Kong with that Puppet Whirlwind, just a little bit of spacing more than anything else.
Okay, they're just trying to push them out, right? But right now, the true challenge is if they can take this Crimson Golem away, it's going to be tough. Lin Heng coming in.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go in for that Crimson Golem, looking to be aggressive. Mengxi's using those puppets to kind of provide that vision, get that space, and understanding just like where TTG are going to be.
This is where we were talking about, hey, Lin Heng, he needs to have the lead, and they have achieved it, right? There is a huge goal gap in between the junglers, and the worry is not that, hey, jungle 1v1s, it's the rest of the team. Crane, Snowy, and Joy, as well as Ching. Lin Heng can burst them down at this point of the game.
Yeah, he can definitely do that burst, and that's the scary part. Sunrise is already at half-life. I mean, they were to threaten for this Azure Golem, but, they've been kind of thwarted in that sense. Weibo Gaming have the damage. They have about a 2k net worth lead, so it's, the damage attacks are going to do some serious, scare tactics on them as they don't really want to fight.
And you know where this 2k goal lead goes into? It goes to the hands of Lin Heng, the jungle matchup. So this one's a bit tough because he already has the extra comment. And this is the armor shredding item you want to have on Lin Heng. Number 1, it offers you armor shred. Number 2, it offers you damage. And number 3, it offers you health. So Lin Heng is not only painful, he's tanky as well.
Yeah, I mean, just bringing everything that you want from a last pick, and they're doing a decent amount. The Heartlink back, Joy will be fine, but again, threatened quite a bit. Weibo Gaming understanding just the power spikes that this Lin Heng pay brings.
Yeah, and really at this point, Weibo Gaming's motto is just how many resources can we burn out from you, right? Can we burn out your ultimates early before the important fights? Can we burn out your common spells? And while all of this is happening, right, it's actually just a distraction because if you take a look, we haven't talked about this guy the entire match, but Max has been farming like crazy.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, right? Like Weibo Gaming, you need to kind of put a little pressure on and see if Talent Gaming bites, right? Because if they do, those ults are going to be expended. They're going to use the Puppet Whirlwind, they're going to go on and they actually find Joy. That's the initial pickoff. The tier 2 bottom is doing a decent bit of work, but Weibo Gaming now on the run. Nice little disengage there. It looks like Weibo Gaming are threatening to go back in. The Crimson Golem has been taken away, but Talent Gaming just looking to lose out Joy in that one.
It's too big of a loss, right? You already lost Joy, you don't want to lose more. Ching, I think he did a very good job of trying to recover some control in that mid lane as well. But right now, already being spotted out once again by the puppets of Mengxi. And Mengxi has been, okay, this one is a compliment. He has been a nuisance.
Yeah, no, that's the biggest thing. And this is why the Kong is just a great hero. How much vision, though, those Puppet Whirlwinds do so much. It's like absolute chaos, and it's really tough for them to kind of get anything going. Now it looks like the Skyfall, they go right onto this, and it looks like he's going to dash away. He does go in, but Sunrise is going to be the first to fall, and only a puppet is going to be traded away. Talent Gaming right now down a member.
That is the best trade ever, right? If you're a Weibo Gaming fan, this is exactly what you want to happen. You take out the jungler on the side of Talent Gaming. Sunrise, once again, falling another time. This is 5 kills in total for the side of Weibo Gaming, and there is no response from Talent Gaming.
No response whatsoever, and this is a great one for Weibo Gaming with that power play, the man advantage, turning it into a mid T1. And look at how Lin Heng is not on the side. The Fate Rewind, that was very close by Crane. He does survive. The Destined Encounter is going to be used, but the Fate Rewind on that tower, it goes down a second time.
Yeah, 10-minute mark. Normally he gets 7,000 plus gold for Ling Heng. This time he's at 8.3. And to make matters worse, we are 15 seconds away from that shadow variant of the Tyrant. So Weibo Gaming, look, the game looks perfect for them now. It should be based on the draft and how they have executed, but the timer is ticking.
Yeah, it's definitely ticking here. I mean, Lin Heng has just provided so much pressure. He has that giant lead, almost 3K, excuse me, more than 3K at this point. He's done such a great job, and now they're going to look to turn this into the first Shadow Tyrant of the game with all of this space provided.
Yeah, Max already dropped his Sandstorm down, so this is maybe an opening they can try on the side of Talent Gaming.
Yeah, look, it looks Crane right into this one. The back away, it looks like Snowy doesn't want to fully commit. The Fate Rewind on back, but now he's down and off, but the Tyrant is so low, and it looks like Lin Heng takes another Tyrant. The flash away, Lin Heng will be fine. It looks like they're going to end up getting picked off. Excuse me, he does go down, but Sunrise being traded into jungle for jungle, and Zimmo is like, he wants revenge. He's going to look to find them. There are 3 squishy targets, and Zimmo just waiting in the brush, and it looks like they're not going to get much more. They're going to find Ching instead.
It's a beautiful trade. This is exactly what Weibo Gaming need. Number one, they take away the Tyrant, right? Shadow variants of the Tyrant, and they're trying to chase in for more. They will not be able to find any more targets. Talent Gaming have already made their escape. But to give the life of Sunrise and to give the life of Ching, bear in mind, these are the 2 tankiest members on the side of Talent Gaming besides Crane. And the fact that Weibo Gaming can take them down, this is a huge cause of concern.
It's a huge cause of concern, but I mean, when you're up 3+ K from Lin Heng, that damage is absolutely insane, and he is such a target that it's going to be tough to deal with. So Weibo Gaming will kind of leverage off of this early game spike. Yes, it's only 2K in terms of the overall gold, but he's got a 3K net worth lead over Sunrise.
True, and this is where, look, although it looks pretty good in Weibo Gaming's side, bear in mind, Talent Gaming's lineup also plays to the late game advantage. Oh, they catch Sunrise out again.
Yeah, they catch him out, but he's going to be backing off. The top T2, though, is under siege, and right now Snowy is just looking for that farm. He's elsewhere, doesn't really want to fight as the team should be. They should be trying to find that space, but the Puppet Whirlwind, they're going to look to go for this one. Sunrise is already low. Joey's actually already been picked off at this point, and now Lin Heng getting away with another kill, and they're going to be backing off.
Okay, so Crane did have an option to revive the T2 on the top. He chose not to. I'm curious whether that was the correct decision, because right now, Weibo Gaming, there's another wave of minions coming in, and if they break the T3, I think it would have been a smart choice not to use his ultimate at that point.
Yeah, I think the T3s are where you want to save it, right? If anything, you want to kind of just use that high ground to your advantage, deal with the minions more than anything else, and it looks like, unfortunately for Crane, didn't really get the value out of that, considering the T3 wasn't going to be siege, but now Weibo Gaming turning their attention on this Overlord here.
I mean, it's all about the mind games, right? Now, the fact that you know that Crane does have his ultimate, you don't want to overdive.
Yeah, the Fate Rewind on back. Crane just staying alive more than anything else. You don't need to save a tower, you need to save yourself. And he did that, and it looks like Talent Gaming right now, again, just taking care of the jungle more than anything else. They need to find ways to get some space, but with these Vanguards crashing in all 3 lanes, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, and they have nothing, right? Right now, they are so poor in resources because, look, once again, the Azure Golem going to be taken by Max, and now the whole jungle on the side of Weibo Gaming is available for the taking. They don't have to over-aggress. The map is already in their advantage. The next fight, there is no advantages on the side of Talent Gaming.
Yeah, no advantages, and they're struggling to find any sort of space. Look at how Weibo Gaming are slowly trickling up with those Vanguards, making it a little bit difficult. It's like, oh, you want to go for the Vanguard outside the base? Okay, now you're threatened. Now there's a little bit of risk. And Snowy really has no farm, and the rest of Talent Gaming sticking together and just fighting for scraps, essentially.
They have to stick together at this point, right? You cannot split the fight because now Crane, he does have his Fate Rewind. They need to save this T3.
Yeah, they need to save it. But the Puppet Whirlwind, that's going to be used already. And Snowy gets back to safety. They take out some more puppets. They're going to continue on. It looks like Ching really wants to go aggressive, but he's in a bad spot. He's going to be focused here. He eventually falls. Zimmo gets that kill. And now they want to go more. They want to turn this around. And it looks like they end up getting Snowy. That's the massive pickup that they wanted. The flash away. And Joy, he's going to be picked off as well. And Crane is the last man standing. Yes, he will go back to the fountain, but the base is in ruins. All T3s right now are looking to be crumbled here.
Yep, and nobody survives. This is the end of the game. Number 1 goes to Weibo Gaming once again in this best of 7.
Solid game by Weibo Gaming, understanding just how to play that one to the T, putting the pressure on, and it really started with that last pick pay. Lin Heng was just so good, understanding how to get that farm, to do that damage, and it really, I mean, if you're looking at kind of Talent Gaming, they wanted like long sustaining team fights, they didn't really have much of a chance because Weibo Gaming, the burst damage was real.
True. I mean, Talent Gaming, they were expecting to come in zoo, right? They want to take a look at this tiger and kind of tame him a little bit, but they found themselves in the middle of the safari where wildlife was teeming with violence over here. Look, this game, Lin Heng probably is the MVP, but I also have to highlight Zimo and that Charlotte. How did he not take a fall in that last fight?
Yeah, I don't know how he survived. Again, just playing the hero to the absolute limits, knowing when to kind of back off at the very end, and to find the right target. This is what impresses me most about Weibo Gaming is like, oh, green light, one person gets out of position, everybody go, we end up getting that kill and ensure that we can kind of have that numbers advantage and snowball from there.
Okay, so there's a little bit of hindsight bias to this, but I like the fact that they actually took the fight, Weibo Gaming that is, took the fight outside of the turrets where there was no value at all, even if Crane uses ultimate, right? If they took the fight at the base, there was still a recovery potential on the side of Talent Gaming where they could repair the towers and potentially hold off Weibo Gaming a little bit longer. But the fact that they fought outside their base, that was what I think was the killer blow on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it was all about the execution from Weibo Gaming, just understanding just like how to kind of go in with the waves, you know, the minions, as well as those vanguards, always ensuring that if they decide to kind of be a little aggressive, go outside of their base to kind of get a little greedy to take some of those minions, we're going to be there and we're going to make you pay. So it seemed like they were always waiting in the wings, understanding exactly how to play this one. Their execution was really on point this game.
Well, pay they did. Unfortunately, it was Talent Gaming that had to pay so-called the taxes of the composition on this side. So Weibo Gaming, once again, if you're new to them, they have taken the first game of this best of 7 series. And look, the god of farm here, Lin Heng, 11,800, closely matched by Max. And like I said, Max, this guy, farm lane, there's a reason why it's called farm lane. This guy was farming the entire game.
I mean, he was pretty much quiet, but I mean, he did what he exactly had to have done. But you were talking about the MVP, Lin Heng. Dude, he died once. It was the only death on that team. You're still giving him the MVP?
Oh, for sure. I mean,
just kidding.
For me, I think he definitely was a game changer in terms of the way they executed that gameplay, right? He provided a space. This is why Max also has 115,000 worth of damage. They were fully in control. But then you also have to give credits to the other players. Like, I think Mengshi did really well on his Kong. You are talking about the Puppet Whirlwind. Dude, that one was so hard to deal with. And in all of the confusion, we have our Clash laner here. This guy was just doing absolute work on the Charlotte Zimo. This is what I'm talking about. He had a beautiful performance yesterday. Today, it seems like that trend is continuing.
Yeah, it's just continuing on with that momentum, right? Especially from the yesterday's series and to going into this one, we're just seeing a little bit more. Just this team is really starting to hit their groove, and this is the perfect time. The lower bracket finals going into this one, really taking the fight to, Talent Gaming here, and just like really sticking it to them. They really didn't have any answers in this one.
Yep, it's a situation where, look, Talent Gaming, the lineup, you can see where the win conditions are. And this is why I find KPL teams so impressive, because it doesn't matter what composition you come up with, it's really whether can we shut down those win conditions. So using Crane as that game dragger, no, there were no options. There were no turrets for it to revive on time, right? You wanted the aggression coming from Snowy. He was never safe because Zimo was always on the sidelines. And it was like, it will be Lin Heng. He is your MVP of game number 1. Well deserved. And of course, right, it's not perfectly clean, not 10 out of 10. He did die once. But hey, there's very fearsome tiger off of the mountains itself. 20% of damage given by this tiger himself.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a 9.9. I think that one death really just like, limits his potential. No, he was absolutely amazing. Well-deserved MVP. He was just really on point. He was constantly farming, and you'll see most of this in the highlights here. He was kind of setting the tone, especially with these first 2 kills here.
Yes, I mean the initial movement by Sunrise to try and jump in, this one was a little bit scary for them because I think, yes, you know, Nerza actually is able to tank well, but early stages not too much. So the overconfidence coming from Talent Gaming really opened up the doors, and the worst person to give a first blood to on the side of Weibo Gaming, especially when they have a composition such as this, is the Pei. And Lin Heng actually got so many kills off of that first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, just really set it up. I mean, just constantly on and just like even with Mengshi on this Kong Konger, so annoying. This hero with those puppets, it's very difficult to figure out what needs to happen, who needs to die. The stun was on point. Yeah, you have the Fate Rewind on back and you kind of keep yourself alive. But look at how Weibo Gaming, how disciplined they are, understanding just like when to go for the siege. And then you see the jump in by Ching, completely out of position. They make him pay.
Yeah, exactly. They dragged the fight out of the base, right? Crane did use his ultimate to reset the damage on the T3 at the bottom, but what value does that bring, right? You want to lay down the marks on the rest of the team on the side of Weibo Gaming, and there was no maximum value extracted. So this one was really a good game plan from the side of Weibo Gaming, positional advantage over the map, and understanding, hey, these are the win conditions on the side of Talent Gaming. We're not going to allow that to happen.
Yeah, with the win conditions going up against that draft especially, like it was a very formulated, kind of balanced draft, an all-around one that definitely has a lot of potential, but going up in this one, it was all about the execution, just limiting their strengths, making them play their game, which is Weibo's gaming of just being like forced back into their base, playing very defensive. It was a tough one to watch if you're a Talent Gaming fan here.
I think, yes, it was not the cleanest game, right? But the idea was there, and that's something that is very important, right? Losing is one thing, but losing without knowing what to do or the too big of a mistake is a huge red flag. But Talent Gaming, they understood what the different pieces of points in the game they needed to push against the side of Weibo Gaming. Example, that Fire Hawk at the bottom, right? They actually rotated members down there to make life a little bit difficult. While they did not secure it, that train of thought was correct. We cannot give these advantages over to Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I don't think that, you know, Talent Gaming's like strategy or draft was really an issue on this one. It was just like they just got outplayed in a way, right? And they were kind of on the defensive. It's hard, right? If you had that early game spike, you got first blood, you got the Firehawks, you got everything that you wanted, and kind of then you can kind of take the fight to them because you're dictating the pace of the game. But unfortunately, not the case on this one, especially going up against the Lin Heng Pei. It was just too much in the end.
One of the strengths on the side of Talent Gaming's lineup is the fact that they always have an option to choose the fights. But unfortunately for them, that win condition was completely cancelled out because it was never Talent Gaming that made the decision, okay, we want to fight now, we have the Skyfall, let's go in now. It was always Lin Heng, right? Weibo Gaming said, Tiger sees his target, we're gonna feast, the buffet is here, let's start.
Yeah. And it looked like, I mean, they didn't even know, I mean, Talent Gaming didn't even know when the buffet was open, right? It seemed like they were always like, oh, okay, it's happening. All right, we're eating. Okay, I'm not really that hungry, but we'll go in and we'll start just jumping into that one. I think that it was one of the things where, again, they were never able to initiate. I mean, if you had that perfect Skyfall going in with like, you know, Sunrise as a Gudo kind of slow sieging, you would have a good time, but they were so defensive from the beginning. And again, just absolute brilliance from this last pick Pei.
Yeah, horror movie in the game number one, right? It's kind of like Talent Gaming went to a restaurant, they open up the menu and it's like, what do we have for dinner? And it's us, what the? and you know, they got completely eaten out in this game number one. But of course, Talent Gaming, a very strong team, you know this is not going to face them too much. So I'm very curious, what kind of game plan? Zhu has always had a wonderful track record as a coach. He never really lost too much in his entire career as a KPL coach. So I know this is not going to be too difficult of a situation. Now it's really about rebuilding the confidence and the synergy of Talent Gaming players. Can they kind of recoup and revamp their strategies coming out in game number two?
Yeah, Talent Gaming, no, dare I say, you know, they're not afraid of, you know, Weibo Gaming on this one. They went the series, the distance going up in the upper bracket semifinals, where they were able to oust them 4-3. I do expect them to bounce back. It's just more of those things where like minor details, the little execution pieces, just to play a little bit better and to kind of limit what Weibo Gaming are bringing. Plus, some of those heroes, dare I say, are pretty strong. So getting them out with the global ban pick is going to only help Talent Gaming here.
True. I mean, okay, right now, let's be clear, they did stumble, right? So Talent Gaming, they kind of took a fall. Right now, it's you have failed game number 1, do you fail forward? Do you try and make a roll right after you've taken a fall and step up again, try to stand up and figure out, okay, what is the next best thing we can do against Weibo Gaming? Because we've already seen, if you give Weibo Gaming a lead, yesterday they took a 2-0 lead in the best of 7 series right off the bat. If that happens again, I feel like Talent Gaming might be putting themselves in a very vulnerable spot.
Yeah, but I don't see that. I don't foresee it. I do think that this is going to go the distance. There's no way Talent Gaming doesn't bounce back. It seemed really bad, especially in that gold graph. It was like completely in favor of Weibo Gaming. But again, it's the minor things, just the minor tweaks. Some things in the early game go in their favor. They're going to have a much better time. It'd be much more even, and they're going to be able to play their game. And unfortunately, they were not able to play that game, and they had to play the Weibo Gaming one.
True. It's really tough because you want to play your game, not your opponent's game. And one of the strong points that we have seen on the side of Talent Gaming, if you're new to KPL, Talent Gaming has this particular composition that is really scary, that they're very known for. And I'm talking about the Master Lupan combination. This is a team that has a specialty, signature move with this composition. I want to see if that's going to be allowed, because it's common knowledge in KPL that you do not give this team that composition unless you have a counter.
Yeah, I think that it would be huge for them to kind of ensure that they get this one. That combination is very strong. The Luvan duo just really sets themselves up for success, and playing that one in. I mean, this is it's a long series. It's a best of 7. I do expect at some point that opening will happen, and they'll have access to those heroes. And again, I think it's more of like Talent Gaming. Just it was like the minor things. I hate to kind of dwell on this, but it's not something that they were like completely blown out, had a tough time. It was just more of, again, just the execution, just really sticking it to them and just kind of taking the fight to Weibo Gaming, who seemed to have that number in that game one.
True, and I want you to take a look at Juza. Juza is on the right, by the way. His facial expressions, he is calm and composed. This is not a big deal, right? Game number 1, we lost, it's fine. He is already having the inner workings of, okay, this is the draft they're going to start with. Let's take a look. Once again, Weibo Gaming, right? They have Prio, blue side, so they're going to have first pick. Do they want to pick up the Lupan number 7 and Master Lupan combination?
Yeah, I mean, with the second, third pick, it might be something that they can consider, right? Weibo Gaming right now, they're going to go ban out the Kong Konger, which was an absolute menace in game 1. Mengshi played that one to the T, so again, you want to kind of limit what Talent Gaming have, but it really comes back to this first pick. Like, what is the direction that Weibo Gaming want to go here? Maybe a Cat Boom?
I agree. I think Cat Boom is definitely one of the big things. And okay, they ban out the Jing. Jing is one of the known counters against Lupan number 7 and Master Lupan combination. So I think there is a chance we might get it. But the first pick, oh no, Talent Gaming, they take away the Master Lupan. It has to be Cat Boom, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it completely opens it up, right? And just setting it up. But, the Cat Boom is okay. They're going to go with the Kaiser. All right, interesting. They're going to pivot a little bit differently here, a little bit tankier. And kind of, I'm assuming that there's going to be like a set draft in mind with this hero, especially first.
For sure. I mean, if you're picking up a tank jungle, there's also a potential of a long-range poke composition, right? We still have, I mean, it's game number 2. So Ancient is available. You can poke from afar with his ultimate. There is also the Cat Boom still available. And Talent Gaming, if they don't snap this up, I'm pretty sure Weibo Gaming will take it.
Yeah, definitely a lot of opportunities in this one. But they're going to go with a Genren here to kind of to counter pick this one. A little bit with the Revive, the Helping Hand. They're going to pick up the Cat Boom, right?
Yeah, it has to be, right? This is a meta 0 pick. There is a lot of long-range damage coming in from the Cat Boom. At the same time, he is kind of like a mobile Nuan, mobile gun and mode. Damage, yes, might not be as painful as the 2 other heroes, but the mobility is what really makes this hero shine. Coupled with the fact that his second skill, they're able to kind of give a mini stun to the other members on the side of your opponents. Now, Weibo Gaming, they're going for something interesting. They're going to go and take a look at the Guan Yu. Hasn't been locked in just yet. But the Ha Yue for the side of Ting Yue in the mid as well. Ooh, interesting.
Ooh. Okay, this is going to be interesting, right? Because basically this is like the setup where you have Guan Yu on the back with those Razor Cavalries just like putting people into bad places, right? Which is going to be the rest of Weibo Gaming. Ooh. Then you have the Haya to kind of use the Moonscape Mirage to kind of isolate someone so that you have that numbers advantage and you're able to get the pick. The rest of Weibo Gaming's lineup is going to be all about damage to ensure that whoever they can shuffle into their lineup is going to be instantly bursted here.
Oh, I like this. Talent Gaming actually take out a Changfei, and Changfei is having a very scary synergy on the side of Weibo Gaming, right? And bear in mind, Talent Gaming, I think the next few bans on the side of Weibo Gaming will be towards tanky members on the side of the roster, because you cannot allow any more tanks coming through for the side of Talent Gaming. Because if you allow that to happen on the side of Talent Gaming, then you know what? Tingyue is this higher. He's going to lock you in the Mirage. He's going to try and lock Sunrise as the Flowmon tank. And then you have no more defenses. Your backline is extremely open. And Zimon is Guan Yu. We've already seen his performance yesterday. He's going to make an absolute show of the roster of Talent Gaming.
Yeah, he can definitely just kind of excel on that one. I mean, this is a lineup that's kind of set up, but I'm really scared of the Haya, the Tingyu, that mid laner. I think that they're going to have a really tough time. Anytime that initiation happens, it really just sets the tone for that team fight. So they need to ensure that the rest of them can either survive by being tanky themselves, or just kind of get into the action as quickly as possible so that they can save the guy as he potentially leaves that Mirage.
Okay, interesting. They pick up the Mayin. This is a decent counter against the side of Guan Yu. You can actually lock him down with your Get Serious or the whatever's, right? Your first, second skill, and your third skill is Get Serious. There's a lot of disruptions available on the side of Talent Gaming. This is going to provide some space for Sunrise to really get the correct initiations. But Weibo Gaming, they pick another Meta Zero hero pick. This is the Arlie. I'm curious what... Oh, Sun Bin as that recovery. So they want to take long, extended fights against the side of Talent Gaming.
Yeah, and Sunbin, especially with that time lapse, right as they come out of the Mirage, you can time it. You know exactly when it's going to be off. And to have that bomb just waiting for them as they kind of leave the area, I think that would be a tough one. So Talent Gaming right now, they need to ensure that if somebody gets in, they're able to kind of keep on pace. They're going to pick up the Chano here to deal with that Arlie.
I think the most important timing, based off the time lapse on the side of Mengxi you were talking about, is actually onto the roam, on Joy, right? If they actually shut down that for Science, the ultimate coming out from Junrun, which gives you an extra revive, right? When you take a fall within a certain time limit, then it spoils the lineup on the side of Talent Gaming, because that's the whole reason why you pick a Junrun in the first place. You want to give your members who are probably going to fall a second life and maybe disengage safely. But if you're silenced during that period based on the time lapse of Mengxi, then yeah, it's going to be horrendous.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough to play around. I mean, I think that if we're going into this one and to see exactly, like, the execution, if they're able to kind of get those silences, it's not the easiest thing to do, especially since you kind of need to time it properly and ensure that he doesn't have it right when you want to use that for Science. So it really comes back to just like the play style and how they're able to deal with these things when those big team fights are happening, just able to lock down the specific heroes.
True, and this is one of the things that's really scary. Look, Talent Gaming, they actually have a decent reach, right? So you have the long-range poke coming out from Crane, you have the long-range poke coming out from Snowy as well, but the long-range initiation from Joy is what's scariest about this lineup, because that third hand coming in, he's actually able to latch onto the opponents, get that AoE stun, and this is where Ching and Sunrise are going to love it, because they get their follow-up stuns as well. And then Crane and Snowy will just have a field time, just throwing tokens into the arcade machine and see how many points they can score.
Hopefully a lot, right? I think Talent Gaming, they really need a bounce back on this one. If they're able to kind of initiate, if they're able to kind of take one fight and really just kind of be like, okay, we will be the ones starting out. We will be the ones taking the fight when we want for once. It will definitely help them out, because again, they were not able to do that in game one.
I mean, that's the idea, right?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be quite difficult, because on the side of Weibo Gaming, look, let's be honest, if it really doesn't matter what the timing on the side of Talent Gaming is, they can kind of just go in blind, right? As long as you catch out the members on the side of Talent Gaming, Weibo Gaming throw a time lapse, and then Razor Cavalry, you cast a fishing net with the Guan Yu, and everyone gets stuck in one small corner. Max as well as Ling Hen is going to have a few time.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about the theory, right? I think if we're looking at the draft as, you know, by itself, you just saw that on the board right now. I really like, again, Weibo Gaming's lineup. But again, I kind of like Talent Gaming's lineup in game one, and I was wrong, and they lost that one. So it might go the other way on this one. But again, I really like Weibo Gaming's draft. It makes sense to me, but it really comes back to this execution. It won't be the easiest.
Yeah, I love it when it's 50-50. Once again, Weibo Gaming will be on your left side. They are the blue side, and Talent Gaming will be on the red side. Let's see how this goes. Once again, of course, we want to hear the audience cheer.
I love it. I love it. The energy that's being given around, right? You got the drums, you got the energy from the crowd. All of these teams, there's so much at stake here. A loser goes home, getting into this one. The lower bracket finals, the winner will move on, play all gamers in that grand finals. So much at stake here.
True, and one of the things that's really concerning on the side of Talent Gaming now is I'm pretty sure they don't know, but Weibo Gaming already has information that they started #1 on the Azure Golem, and the timing now that they know of the timing, Talent Gaming may be punished if Weibo Gaming plays their cards right.
Yeah, and Weibo Gaming, their early games and the way that they play is just really why they're usually in the driver's seat. They definitely have a huge advantage, and that's something that Talent Gaming need to adjust to. In that first game, they were kind of taking the fight to them, and Talent Gaming, again, on the defensive, they didn't really get anything going. The helping hand just barely missing on that one, but that was super close there.
Yes, and one more thing, they put Max onto that clash lane again on the side of Weibo Gaming. So not only do they get that lane advantage in terms of playing against the corresponding farm lane on the top side, they have also secured the space price. So that's extra EXP, extra gold going into the side of Max. It might not be the biggest difference maker right now, but they can easily snowball off of this if they make the correct rotations.
It's the baby minute details. That's what we're talking about. When you have two top teams that are very evenly matched, it really comes back to those small little things, the small little details, and if they're able to kind of go into this one. And this is why I don't think Talent Gaming, you want to be freaking out because you lost the game, not the end of the world. We gotta just make some minor differences ourselves and shift things up, and then we should have a great time in this one.
True, and they're gonna start swapping the lanes down here. It's gonna be a farm lane in the clash lane matchup here, and you can start to see, right? They want to make that early rotation. Talent Gaming, sure, you take the space bite, but we'll use the teleportation portal as and when we see fit.
Yeah, and they're gonna try to take advantage of that one. Weibo Gaming right now, I think that the biggest thing for them, again, just use that early game prowess to put the pressure on. Talent Gaming need to kind of ensure that Snowy gets going. He didn't really kind of get that space and farm which he wanted in game one. So I think if anything, Talent Gaming need to ensure that he's getting most of this.
Oh, I like the ultimate usage by the side of Crane, right? So the all-round explosion actually slows down the clear speed on the side of Weibo. There was an opportunity for them to try and figure out a maybe multi-man attack on the top side of the map, but unfortunately, I think the timing was just not there. So Talent Gaming, they have to stave off the aggression for a little bit as Weibo Gaming recovers so far.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming right now, which is more of anything, they're looking to kind of, again, get Lin Heng going, let this man just farm and dominate like he did in game one. Might be a little bit tougher on the Kaiser here, but the 4-minute mark is going to be where things are at. They're going to look for some sort of pick-off to kind of help accelerate themselves by opening things up for that Tyrant.
True, but Sunrise is already a level behind, right? Maybe not a full level, but still EXP behind in terms of Ling Heng, right? And this might be a cause of concern. So at the same time, because once we hit that 4-minute mark, bear in mind, Ting Yue on this higher pick has already achieved level 6, meaning the Moonscape Mirage, where you lock another person in another dimension, that's available. And if you lock Sunrise out, that's a guaranteed, a soft guarantee on the first 4-minute Tyrant.
Yeah, it would be kind of huge if they were able to do it and ensure that they, I mean, if you lock down Sunrise, okay, the third hand going in a little bit deep on this one, but back to your point, Tingye, if he's able to get that Mirage right before the Tyrant is about to be taken away onto, let's just say, Sunrise, where he's not able to smite it away, you're going to have a great time.
True, and there is a lot of repositioning available, and I'm talking about Zumo here on the Guan Yu, right? If he makes himself present in the fight, he's actually able to push away the members of Talent Gaming, which can kind of create the situation where, look, the Mirage, we don't even have to care about Sunrise. We will push you guys away from the pit, we take that steal, and then we start the fight.
Yeah, Zumo is potentially so scary. The Tyrant is already at half-life at this point, and looks like they're going to be kind of sticking up in front. Lin Heng is just going to be aggressive. The Tyrant is actually going to have to reset at this point, and they've been pushed away. Talent Gaming right now still kind of there. They're going to go for the steal, and it looks like Sunrise takes the smite, ensures that they get this one, and that's a huge win for Talent Gaming.
Oh, the knockup. The Tyrant was helping Talent Gaming in that one, unfortunately. And so Talent Gaming, they have a decent advantage here. They have the Tempest Tyrant buff for the next 75 seconds. Now, it's all about, okay, you have the advantage. What are you going to do with it? Because you have secured that extra gold, EXP for yourself. You have to make something. Take turrets, take kills, take camps. Something needs to happen on the side of Talent Gaming, or you're wasting that advantage.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be kind of, dare I say, wasting that advantage here. They've kind of backed off a bit. They're not going to use that, you know, that buff that they got from that 4-minute Tyrant. But they're playing smart, right? They know that if anything, it was about the Tyrant taking it away from Weibo Gaming, who really like those early game spikes, and now they have to play a little bit on the defensive side.
True. So there is a lot of action coming in from Talent Gaming in terms of wave clear. Now they're making the play. This is where they want to find value. T1 at the top as well as Max in danger.
Oh, they've got the Moonlight Mirage, or Moonscape Mirage. They've got him locked in. And Joy, this is an unfortunate spot for Joy, who really doesn't have a whole lot of damage, but he's on out of there. He's going to get back to safety, and here comes the rest of the squad. They have him, and it looks like Sunrise wants to dive in. He's got takey enough. They end up taking out Max, but he sacrifices his life for that trade. Does get this one out, and Joy just barely getting out of the hands of Zumo as he looks to just drive on by, not able to get his target.
Okay, we talked about maximizing, the value of your buffs. Talent Gaming, they have an advantage here.
Yeah, they definitely have an advantage. It's pretty huge for them. But getting the pick off, I mean, if you're looking, you're losing your farm laner for your jungler. Who's coming out on top on that trade?
Talent Gaming, for sure. Like Sunrise over time, he naturally will hit that peak state, right? But Max, you want Max to reach level 15 ASAP. You want him to be ahead of gold ASAP as well. And right now, he's trailing by about 700 gold. So let's take a look at this. Tingye, I think the idea of catching out the fellow roamer is great. But the thing is, they couldn't protect the T1. And this then became a disadvantage for them because there was no more turret damage offered. And Joy, he did expand his ultimate, but he got away for free. He actually pulled members on the side of Weibo Gaming away from adding more damage. So there was a damage limitation coming in from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and also Joy's positioning, even when he got locked into that Mirage, was kind of in a tough spot for Weibo Gaming to really make him pay. Yes, Joy was low, but they weren't really able to kind of jump on because you had Snowy right there just backing him up, ensuring that if he does come out, he has that, that guy, just that buddy system keeping him alive.
True, and Zumo couldn't chase in anymore because there were like 3 other members of waiting in the back lines. If Zumo as the Guan Yu actually overcommitted into the lives of Joy, they could have traded Joy. I mean, if I'm on Talent Gaming, I would trade Joy, but I want the kill on the Zumo as well.
Okay, Roam lives matter. You look at you, just looking to trade away your support heroes, your support players' lives just for nothing. But I mean, they were able to get the pick off, which is great, and Joy did survive, which is a huge win for them. I think that if anything, Talent Gaming definitely came out on top because of that. I mean, you were talking about Sunrise going down, but man, if they can limit what Max is bringing to the table, they're going to have a great time.
And one of the things that they also limit is the fact that Mengshi didn't actually find too much value with his ultimate as well, right? The time lapse, unfortunately, did not come at the correct timing, and Talent Gaming really punished Weibo Gaming for that mistake there.
Yeah, and this is why the Weibo Gaming lineup is tough, right? Those spells, not the easiest to hit. You gotta get the perfectly timed ones, and it looks like they want to go in. They find Joy, who's being a little bit aggressive. He needs to be careful. He's gonna be backing off. Sunrise dashes over the wall. It looks like that's gonna be the revive used by Joy. No ult for this one, but Weibo Gaming not able to get any picks.
Unfortunate for them. I mean, if they had gotten the Crimson buff, I think that was a worthwhile trade. But the fact that they had to burn so many ultimates, like Joy does not have ultimate, Crane does not have his ultimate as well, and there was no value coming out of that. They did put a little bit of pressure, and for now, both smites are down. So I don't think the junglers will be looking to contest this Tyrant for too quickly at this point.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more about the Shadow Tyrant more than anything else. Weibo Gaming right now is just kind of posturing up front, getting that vision. Tingye is right there just to kind of see who might be showing up. Yes, that's a precarious brush to be in, but now the Tyrant looking to get started here. They actually get the pushback. They find Crane. He was in a bad spot. He was throwing out those kitty bombs. He thought he was safe, but unfortunately for him, he's going to be down.
Okay, so this is a very big situation for Weibo Gaming. Yes, it's not the Shadow variant just yet, but having the Tyrant buff for the next 85 seconds is going to be very, very important because this means they can start to push the waves, they can start to take team fights against Talent Gaming, which is going to help them recover because right now, they are on the back foot.
Definitely on the back foot. I mean, they're looking to cut creeps here, and this is, again, just going to open things up for that Shadow Tyrant, which is going to be up in about 10 seconds. They need to deal with a wave clear, at least in the mid lane, and the top. Zumo is already making that rotation happen.
Okay, so they're gonna try and buy some time, right? The minions are already doing some damage on the bottom side T1, but right now, the catch on the third hand, not looking for too much value at this point. They want to start this 10-minute Tyrant. That is the actual objective they want to secure. And he kills the come off of this moment, a perk for now.
Yeah, and it looks like Weibo Gaming just backing off, ensuring that they get the Crimson Golem. That buff is definitely going to help them out, especially for this next potential fight here. Talent Gaming looking to kind of, again, just need to deal with the minions, create a little bit of space. Maybe you find somebody that's out of position, get that one. Not the easiest thing to do, especially since Zimo and Linhang kind of on the tankier side.
True, and at the same time, I think we pay attention to what Ching is doing, right? He's actually making a wave clear at the bottom, so now this is something that Weibo Gaming needs to answer. Sure, you really want to overcommit into the Shadow Tyrant, you need to clear waves, and Zumo actually responds in kind for now.
Yeah, but it looks like the Tyrant is going to be started here by Weibo Gaming. This is going to be super scary. It's potential 50-50. Sunrise looking to go in. He's been stuck in the Mirage, and it's a perfect take for Linhang with that smite, ensuring that they had that numbers advantage. And now Zimo looking to just kind of push people back. He's outside of the Mirage, and nobody had died, but they got the objective.
Okay, so this one was a great recovery response on the side of Talent Gaming. Joy did not have to burn out his ultimate. It essentially is a 6v5.
Oh, they found him. Oh, he's in a bad spot. That's going to be revived. Joy, is he going to be killed a second time? No, he flashes away. He's going to get to safety, and that was super close by Talent Gaming, playing their heroes to the absolute limit.
Yeah, both teams just dancing on knife's edge, right? There was really the absolute limit you can play. Any further, you would have costed a single member's life, or maybe even more on either end.
Yeah, if it was me, I would have died for sure. Okay, but I'm no Joy, that's for sure. And Joy just staying alive. And again, it was all about that vision, just being able to kind of go in. It looks like they have the lockdown, and it looks like Sunrise is doing a decent amount. But with Linhang taking most of that one, he's a tanky boy.
Okay, the time flux is definitely helping out Weibo Gaming, right? That's the second skill coming in from the side of Mengxi. You're able to get a rebate on the health that you lost, up to 40% at this point. So right now, Weibo Gaming, they just need to make sure they stave off the aggression from Talent Gaming and stop them from taking the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, but it looks like Talent Gaming just looking to take this Overlord. I mean, look, Linhang is nearby. They're probably not going to go for this one. They're going to be backing off more than anything else. Sunrise is potentially looking to go for this one. Who gets the take? And it's Sunrise gets the smite, and now he's going to dash over the wall. He's being chased by Linhang, who needs to be careful. They have the Moonscape Mirage. He's got him locked in. That's going to be revived onto him, but he trades away his life. He was stuck in a bad spot. And now they want to go for more. They find Sunrise. It's a 1-for-1, and they might even get another, and they get Ching on this one. Weibo Gaming making them pay.
Oh, they overcommitted on the side of Talent Gaming. They looked for that opening. They did manage to get the mid laner, Tingyue, that is on the side of Weibo Gaming. But to have to trade two members, both Ching and Sunrise, this is not ideal. And this is opening up the doors for the Crimson buff to be taken at this point. Smite is available for Linhang.
Yeah, they're going to contest on this one. They want to take everything. And now they have, with that numbers advantage, they'll push them away and they will force them back, taking the Crimson Golem themselves. Weibo Gaming finding ways to get back in. This net worth lead is next to nothing.
It really is a difference of seconds at this point. They want to push them back. They want the T1 in the mid.
Oh, they want to go, but Joy not in a great spot, trying to stay alive with that flash, barely. With the skin of his teeth, he somehow stays alive.
That was a great catch by Zumo. I think they did not expect that on the side of Talent Gaming. But look, the game plan of Weibo Gaming in that particular scenario was not to get kills. It was actually to try and push back the side of Talent Gaming so they could get access. This one, a matter of seconds. The smite cooldown, oh, not the smite cooldown, the cooldown on the Primal Bond was 2 seconds away. If Talent Gaming had waited or slowed down 2 seconds later, the steal would have come out from the side of Weibo Gaming. And once again, that initial charge coming in from the side of Zumo, he put so much value, making sure that there was a cut in between the team fights so they can actually isolate the separate members on the side of Talent Gaming was so big, allowing Sunrise to be taken down. Max also survived because of that cutoff, that deterrence by the play of Zumo.
Yeah, but Talent Gaming uses those Vanguards to kind of push a bit. I mean, just kind of, you know, again, it's trying to alleviate some of the lane pressure as much as possible. And Talent Gaming now looking to just kind of rotate it down and potentially taking a Shadow Tyrant. They really need this one here.
Late game, I think we really take a look at it, it's actually in favor of Talent Gaming because if you have all the ultimates up, like if Joy has his ultimate up for Science, it is a 6v5, maybe 5.5 v5 because you don't really get the full health. But it's a cause of concern because even if you are able to kind of maybe take away a member with the Mirage by Tingyue, you need to make sure that that kill happens. And Joy will not allow that to happen.
Yeah, it's all about that initiation though. Like who gets the jump, who gets the initial piece. If Talent Gaming are able to find that pickoff initially, look at how aggressive Joy is, understanding that his job is to kind of provide that vision. Lin Heng is looking to go for this one, but they actually make Joy pay. He was way too deep, and it looks like they're going to get a secondary one. 2 members from Talent Gaming down, Weibo Gaming making them pay.
Perfect timing coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming. This is what you want to see as a Weibo Gaming fan. They actually outlasted the 4 signs cooldown. So yes, you did have the potential to revive, but they waited for that skill to be off of cooldown and off the timer, and then they finished off the kill. And having to take Ching out of the picture as well, there is very little comeback potential on the side of Talent Gaming unless they go for a full-on dive, which is not what you want to do.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming just using that man advantage, that 2-man advantage to just put that pressure in, taking both of the towers in the mid lane, and then now they're going to look to kind of rotate to the top one, take that one as well. Weibo Gaming understanding just how to come back into this game, finding those pickoffs. Yeah, Joy wants to be aggressive. Yes, he wants to provide all that vision and be that tanky guy that potentially locks somebody down, but the rest of the squad from Talent Gaming have not been able to follow up on his initiations.
And let's take a look at the replay. This was the exact fight. You were talking about the jump by Joy, and I think Joy did a very good job. But the overcommitment, look, once again, Zimo responsible for splitting the fight. There was no follow-up damage coming from the backlines of Talent Gaming, and that's one of the reasons why they lost that fight so hard.
Yeah, I mean, you get that initial pickoff, and then you have Tingye with that Moonscape Mirage just locking them down, and you essentially get a free secondary kill because the rest of them can't fight with a man behind. So it's a huge advantage that they have with this high up pick here.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming is playing a completely different game. Or maybe just Zimo, right? He's not farming for, game wins. He's farming for MVPs because that was an MVP performance, dude.
Yeah, okay. Do you farm for wins or do you farm for MVPs?
I farm for clips.
Okay. Both ways, right? So you might, so not always the MVP, but you're looking for just funny clips. Got it. Okay, it makes sense. But I think that Weibo Gaming Zimo is going to be a little bit different. I think that he's definitely going to be wanting that win. If he's able to kind of hit those perfect Razor Cavalries, really kind of isolate some of those members from Talent Gaming, he just really sets it up for those team fights.
He really is the shining light in the dark, right?
True.
Because one of the things that's happening is, if you take a look at the Fog of War that production sometimes shows us, Zimo is pretty much off the map, and here we go.
Oh, they found Sunrise. He's in a bad spot. He's being focused. He's just trying to stay alive. He's just barely, he gets back out of this one, but they actually get a bigger, juicier target in Snowy as they're looking to just run it down. They have 4 members. Talent Gaming not in a great spot. The only thing is that Weibo Gaming have to slow it down because they need to wait for the minion wave here.
And this tier 3 might more or less be guaranteed they won't be able to push them back. The flash does not happen. Okay, they survive.
Yeah, you have the kitty bombs that are doing some work on the waves. So they do end up salvaging that mid T3, but that was looking rough. Snowy getting picked off there. That was only his first death. But my gosh, it seemed like he's died many times because Weibo Gaming, the way that they're able to play this game, they have a 7-2 lead, but it seems like it's much bigger at this stage.
It definitely is. And if you take a look at the way that they disengage on the side of Weibo Gaming, they move their 5 across the entire left and right sides of the map. So they actually have information on both buffs.
Yeah, they have everything right now, and that's pretty much what you want to be. I mean, look, Max right now playing that hero to the absolute max with his 4-1-3, highest net worth in the game. He's been hitting like a truck. They have no answers for Max. Yes, Joy has been trying to look on to him, trying to latch on, trying to find him, but he's just been too quick, too nimble, too agile, and very difficult to lock down.
And do remember, this is a situation where in the early part of the game, Max was actually trailing by 700 gold against his counterpart Snowy, and right now he's leading him by close to 1,000, dealing 38% of the team's damage, hero damage in that last fight, 54,000 in total so far.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that yes, most of the net worth is in Max's hands, and yes, he's a juicy target. If you're able to take him down, you're going to take a decent amount of damage away from the team, but getting onto him has been very difficult. Talent Gaming right now have not been able to draw it in, and even with Lin Heng getting gone on here, he's turning into the Invincible Warrior, turning it around and says, "You want to go on me? Let's go."
True, they will be looking for an opening. Mid T3 already taken down. And here's the really concerning thing. Now, Weibo has already shown us yesterday, but this one is a lesser version of it. They have double frigid charges. Lin Heng himself has one, so he's able to tank so much more with the passive off the side of the frigid charge as well.
Yeah, a lot of potential over there, the control and everything. But this Tempest Dragon up right now. We're going to go into game 2 with the Tempest Dragon at stake here. How does Talent Gaming get back in this one, kid?
I don't know. You have to make sure that Joy makes full value of that for Science Ultimate, right? He needs to give the extra life to the appropriate people, but he cannot overdive. I think this is the main reason they have been losing, not because of Joy's plays, but because of Zimo. The moment Joy jumps in, Zimo cuts the rest of the backline off. And all that aggression, that initiation, has no value because there's no follow-up damage.
But look at the formation of Weibo Gaming, right? Like, Lin Heng and Zimo are the only guys that are front line. Is like, Joy's like, yeah, he's got a couple jumps on, but those are not the targets that you want. And he can't really get to the back line because he's just a guy. He's like a roamer, not able to kind of outmaneuver them or get to the sides. He has kind of struggled. So Weibo Gaming playing and understanding the hero composition that they're playing up against very well here.
Yes, the only target is Lin Heng, but he's not what you want to
Joy
catch.
looking to go in for this one. Gets the catch. He tries to go in for this one. He's going to use his own revive just to stay alive. The all-in play by Sunrise is trying to force him back, but Joy is in a bad spot. It looks like he's going to be focused here. Somehow still alive, being pushed around, and Zemo finally makes him pay, but he trades away his life, at least the Sage's Sanctuary. He's looking to go. He does die a second time. He's going to be picked off. The other Sage's Sanctuary, and it looks like Max is going to be picked off, and most of the damage is gone. Talent Gaming, yes, they've lost Joy, but they've taken 2 members off of Weibo Gaming.
And Snowy's still alive. He's pretty much at full health. He can turn the fights around. And this is a good survival instinct coming out from the side of Talent Gaming, but they need to do more because once again, Lin Heng, the value of this Kaiser pick is that he's able to recover health so quickly as well. He does have access into his Invincible Warrior. And I think his Frigid Charge will be coming off cooldown in a couple more seconds. Maybe not for this particular engagement, but we'll see. They want to get the reset coming in.
Yeah, Talent Gaming looking to just take this Tempest Dragon. They have the numbers advantage, but they're on a timer. They need to be careful. Lin Heng does have the smite if they want to go. They're looking to just push them back, and it looks like the Mirage is going to be used. They want to just isolate this. They do have a numbers advantage, but the Tempest Dragon, they're continuing on. Sunrise is just trying to block him out. It hasn't been easy. Lin Heng now going to be focused here. The Mirage has been kind of expended on this one. Ching is going to be killed. Zumo makes him pay, but the Tempest Dragon is going to be taken away, and Sunrise with the play. Zumo is going to be killed as well, and it looks like they're going to be trading 1 for 1. Lin Heng is down as well, excuse me, and now they'll continue. Talent Gaming is continuing on, but now they need to be careful, especially since the numbers are down.
Okay, so it's a survival instinct coming out from Talent Gaming. Is this going to be a big win? They have, right? Securing the Tempest buff is very important, but here's the thing. They have an open wound in the mid lane. So this next 3 waves of Tempest Vanguards needs to have maximum value extracted. They need to break into a T3 anywhere on the map. It doesn't matter at this point. Talent Gaming need an opening into the crystal of Weibo Gaming, or this is not going to work out.
It's not going to work out, but I mean, these Tempest Vanguards being able to push, this is going to provide a little bit more space for Talent Gaming. Yes, the mid lane is tough, but that's usually okay in the sense that you're going to be in that mid lane regardless, right? But let's check out this replay here.
Okay, the main thing here is they actually kept Lin Heng at bay, right? So he couldn't get the smite on time. At the same time, that connection of the Mirage onto Ching also opened up the door for them to come with the dive. But here's the thing, Zimo was not present. That cut away, that slicing knife through the backlines on the side of Talent Gaming did not appear at the correct time. And unfortunately, Zimo, he did try to make the play, did get taken out, and then, you know, once again, Max is left out in the open. He cannot afford to die at this point.
Yeah, cannot afford to die. I mean, at this point, the death timers are just so long. They need to be super careful. They're going to slow siege the bottom T3, take that one out. Joy is up in front, providing a lot of space. Sunrise needs to be careful. Yes, he's taking, but he's been pushed back into the heroic charge all the way back into the fountain. The Sage's Sanctuary, that's going to be number 2. He's going to be picked off. He will trade his life away, but how much damage can they do in return? They have the Mirage. They will lock in Joy. But now the Crystal, again, it is wide open. They need to be careful. The Sage's Sanctuary is going to be used on this one. And it looks like Sunrise looking to just, he's going to be picked off. Ching is going to be up. But now with 5 members of Weibo Gaming, this is going to be a tough nut to crack.
Very tough, and I think for now, Weibo Gaming, they do survive as long as they push them out of the way. And one of the things that Talent Gaming was doing here, look, they were trying to engage in the fights, but the reason why they were trying to do so was to allow the Tempest Vanguards to be within range of the crystal so that there is no backdoor protection. But Weibo Gaming playing the defense so well. But nonetheless, look at the damage. A total of 136,000 damage in team fights. This guy, the channel Snowy, has been on an absolute tear, but they need even more. Talent Gaming, I'm so sorry, the standards need to be even better than what you have shown so far.
Yeah, it needs to definitely be better. I mean, Joy and Sunrise were a little too aggressive. I think that they could have gone, and once those Vanguards were there, the Tempest ones, they were able to kind of deal damage on the crystals. They probably would have had a better chance, but now Lin Heng getting focused here, taking a decent amount. He has to double dash to safety. Joy still up in front, not able to kind of get that connection, and they find Mengshi. That's going to be a huge win for Talent Gaming at this point. And now Zimo, he was looking for that return. He wanted that Razor Cavalry, wasn't able to find the right angle.
I think Weibo Gaming are flustered at this point, right? That initial cut that they were doing before, where Zimo was actually able to kind of dissect the lineup of Talent Gaming, it's not happening anymore. And that over-aggression by Joy.
Joy gets in. Oh, he's getting instantly miraged at this point. That's really not the target that Weibo Gaming wanted, but unfortunately, he had to use that defensively just to stay alive as they come on out of this one, and they do hear Joy coming out the victor. Tingye needs to be careful, but Jimo's already been picked off. The Cavalry has been taken. Sage's Sanctuary onto Tingye, and it looks like Talent Gaming, they use the Tempest Dragon as bait as they're taking out all of the members of Weibo Gaming one by one. Lin Heng is the last man standing, and it looks like Talent Gaming will strike back and take game 2.
They dragged the game so long. What a performance, right? And really, this one was, I think, flustered on the side of Weibo Gaming. There was no game plan. The synergy just fell short on the side of Weibo Gaming. And Talent Gaming, this is why we say you do not count them out. It's just game number 2. But what a way to come back into the series, tying it up 1-1.
Yeah, crazy game, crazy series already. I mean, getting to a potential second Tempest Dragon, already game 2. I want more of this. Inject it into my veins at this point, right? Because we want to go see this one go the distance. Both of these teams really want it. You saw the execution and just the minute details of how a team fight can completely shift. And both of these teams, again, just playing to the next level here.
3 different markers in terms of the team fight. Number 1, Mengshi, the roam for the side of Weibo Gaming, got taken down pretty early in the fights, or was always in a position where he could not find value in his ultimate, which is the time lapse, right? Leading on to this, it was also the fact that Joy was hyper aggressive, and this hyper aggressive could only have value when Zimo doesn't get the cut into the backlines, which did not happen in the later parts of the fight. So the moment Joy got that over-aggression in, number 1, late game, he is hard to take down. And he has 2 lives, and he's able to offer 2 lives to another member on the team as long as he's in range of the ultimate as well. So many different things that really worked in favor of Talent Game in the late game.
Yeah, just being able to play that one, right? I mean, like, we were seeing, like, sometimes Joy got a little out of position at times. It seemed like he was being a little too aggressive. But right when that late game, you were talking about how Talent Gaming were going to be super strong in that late game, and you saw exactly why, right? When Joy was able to lock you down and that revive, that extra life is just huge going in. Yes, you had the Mirage and you thought you could isolate it, but you're kind of in a bad spot. And Talent Gaming made them pay with that numbers advantage.
And the biggest value out of that is the second life with the ultimate for Joy on 4 signs. It's not used onto Snowy, it's actually used onto the tag members. So members like Ching, members like Sunrise, they were the ones that were already hard to take down in the first place, and you get a second chance to come back, so you extend the fight way longer than what a Kaiser on the side of Lin Heng can offer, right? And I mean, item-wise, we know how it's gonna be. Like, look, Snowy, this guy was close to 20,000. I mean, the item switching already came out in value, but it really came down to there was too many hit points to run down on the side of Talent Gaming.
Yeah, just too much. I mean, the KDAs, I mean, the only one that really sticks out is Crane. The fact that his positioning was by far very, like, flawless, right? Just dying only that one time, but being able to get those kills, plus you're throwing out all those kitty bombs and, like, really tenderizing the enemy team. It was tough for them to really take any of the fights that they wanted to do. And yes, you had the Kaiser from Lin Heng, and he was taking quite a bit. I mean, 303,000 damage tanked, but he wasn't able to kind of turn that into damage, and the rest of the team just following up. And you're kind of seeing a back and forth here in terms of that gold graph, but again, just Talent Gaming too strong in the end.
Exactly. You want to be able to deal damage, but the damage that you deal has to net the return. It has to cause a downfall on one of the members on the side of Talent Gaming or more, and that did not happen. You take a look at the stats that were tanking. Sunrise, this guy, he was tanking so much. That last stat, 234,000 worth of hit points or hero damage soaked in by the tank jungle on the side of Talent Gaming, and this was aided by the fact that Joy was also in line with him, making sure he had a second life. And what does this entail? It means Mr. Catboom, our mid laner in the form of Crane, and our farm laner in the form of Snowy, they were free to do whatever they want. Look, his stat point, it even exceeds the graph. This whatever shape this is, it's out of the graph.
I think he's cheating, all right? He's outside the boundaries. They need to keep him within. But the game was so long and he was doing so much that like the game was like, okay, we have to just kind of, just let him go out of the boundary, right? I mean, it's unfortunate for the, the Weibo Gaming side, because seeing just how much he was bringing to the table, just way too much. But 0-3-10, his KDA on this Joy, his impact was definitely there on the Shenren. Just an absolute monster and just providing all that vision with that control.
Okay, I love that this is our MVP. This is the jungler on the side of Talent Gaming. This is going to be Sunrise. It would have been nice if the MVP was Joy. Then I get to say that, hey, KD does not matter. But nonetheless, this guy, he didn't deal too much damage, right? 9.7% only. But the way he tanked for the team, goodness me, 33.6% of the team's total hero damage taken. He soaked up 230, close to 35,000. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, you're saying that KDA doesn't matter, but he's 139. That's not the greatest of KDAs, but we'll see most of these highlights here in terms of just like he was always up front with Joy, and you're talking about the Force Science. Those revives are on point, just staying alive and ensuring that the rest of the team, look at where exactly Crane and Snowy are at a moment's notice. They're always being sheltered. They've been, pushed away, and they're just like free firing, free hitting from the back, ensuring that the rest of the team is just like providing that space for them.
Yeah, the rest of the team was like a helicopter parent, right? Don't touch my kids. And then like you don't even look at them. And right at this point, it was just Crane and Snowy's show, because yes, a lot of the tankiness came out from the front lines in the form of Sunrise, in the form of Ching, in the form of Joy as well. And it really was the space that they bought for both Crane and Snowy that really changed the whole fight. And it was the complete opposite for the side of Weibo Gaming. Max was trying his best. You could see he was trying to weave in and out of the fights, but unfortunate for them, there was no other opening.
Yeah, look at how Sunrise is like, his positioning was so good, just forcing Lin Hang back, right? He wanted to get closer to the Tempest Dragon, not able to do it. This is that one moment, dare I say the tipping point, where the Mirage happens. He's not in a great spot, not the greatest target that you wanted, and they take out the rest of them, and Weibo Gaming, it all crumbles at this point.
Yes, the moment you find Zemo in the middle of 5, and bear in mind that Max was nowhere near, it was so difficult for the side of Weibo Gaming to make it work. But I'm curious about the players. Let's hear them talk.
准备空开，准备空开，我们
等一下就准备龙啊，兄弟。
先龙，先龙，先龙。看都拼成的。
我可以空了，我可以空了，我可以空了。
能空，能空，能空，空空空，开了，开了，开开。
龙别拉多，龙别拉多呗，回来，回来，龙接龙，前面有龙，前面有龙，
我听了，我听了，龙龙龙龙。我听了，
来追，随便带线，留不住了，
够了，留不住了，我来记住。哎呀，我操，上路肯定有凯，你不急我，你不急我，
留空给凯就行了，直接摸武打。
10秒，
别急，摸能看，来海月，
打人，打人，
来抓别接龙了，直接来海月，
把人杀了，关羽好，别怕，兽别怕，海月突然过来，兽别怕，
关羽送了，
海月，追，上我一波，兽别怕，我们过来。阿里开了，开，来，冲一波，来，点了，一波，
Beautiful gameplay, right? And I like the comps. Okay, I know. Okay, just a discretion and a disclaimer, right? Holla does not understand Chinese, so I'm gonna help you translate. They made it very clear. Everyone was screaming directions, and to make sure that they were all aligned, right? Everyone was screaming the exact same line, exact same target, right? At moments of the game, they were saying, okay, let's go for the dragon, let's go for the tyrant, and then at other moments, when they recognize the win condition, right? It started off with one call. right? We go for the base, for the crystal. And one person says it, two people say it, and then the whole team says it. So now everyone is aligned. Okay, we go for that singular objective as a team.
Yeah, what he said. Exactly. That was my, that was the interpretation that I was getting, hearing those comms as well. But you could, like, all jokes aside, you could see just how well versed they were. That communication is super key, right? We always talk about when you're playing in a 5-stack to ensure that everybody's on the same page. Once somebody goes, everybody needs to go, right? And they were all doing it when they needed to have done. And there's a reason why they're top 3 here at the KPL.
Okay, so it is 1-1 now. What do we feel about the competition so far? Are we going to have a swing of things? Is Talent Gaming going to just run rampant 4 games in a row? Or are we looking at a more closer battle for now?
It's going to go to Game 7, for sure. There's no way that this doesn't, right? The drafts have been very neck and neck. It really just comes back to the execution, just ensure, like, again, the small little details of what will help you in that team fight to just win that piece, right? It hasn't been a glaring stomp one way or the other. It's been more of, again, just like the execution piece here.
Yeah, and you can tell the difference, right? Look, they have big picks like the Arlie coming in from inside of Weibo Gaming. We know her as a monster in the farm lane, one of the prior picks in the farm lane as well, but not allowed to do what she wants. And this is one trait that I think every team is learning from the KPL region as well, which is we can give you the picks, but we won't allow you to maximize the value of the hero.
Yeah. I mean, getting that value is huge, right? And both of these teams are just strong enough to understand what some of those heroes bring to the table. So they've done a great job of just limiting at moments, times, like especially with the Haya, like the Mirage. You saw the potential with those ganks and then those kills that you want, but they were kind of limited in a way, using the Genren to the maximum and just kind of isolating him as much as possible so that he would have to use it at times he didn't really want to.
And this creates a situation where you kind of feel overly stressed, right? Zimo as the Guan Yu at the last fight, he was jumping in, trying to make a difference for the fight. But when you jump into a team of 5, especially at that portion of the game where everyone is so tanky, it doesn't matter whether you have enough control, you need to have the damage backed up. And unfortunate for the side of Weibo Gaming, Max was just consistently far away, and you couldn't blame him. These are big walls he has to scale. As an Arnie, yes, you have a lot of damage, but you need time, and there was no one else on the side of Weibo Gaming that's able to buy him time the way that Joy bought time for Talent Gaming.
Yeah. And it was, again, just the execution, just being able to find him, and you know what I mean? And he wasn't really able to kind of pop off as we expect on an Arlie to do, right? To make some of those plays, get on the back line, and they were definitely squishy. Snowy and, and Crane, definitely not the easiest targets to get onto because of the fact that you had those beefy frontliners, and why Sunrise was MVP, because he just protected his brothers so well.
I'm curious whether it was a planned protection or it was more of like, I just want to fight, guys, let me fight, and then everyone benefits off of that aggression. But of course, I'm joking. This definitely was part of the plan, right? You want to have your tankier members be the aggressor so they can keep everyone at bay. And then it's kind of like just shooting at a target ball.
Yeah, if you're able to do that, you're going to have a field day, right? I think as a farm laner or, your mid laner, if they're able to just free fire and nobody's touching you and all you can just do is just cycle your spells and just constantly do damage, you're going to have a great time. It's one of those things where when you get jumped, that's the problem. But we're going to have to see going up in this game 3 here.
I love the fact that you're on this broadcast with me, because now I get to tell you exactly how I want you to play as my roam. And then, if you make a mistake, I'm going to tell you, okay, look at this portion of the video. This is what exactly you need to be doing.
Yeah, okay, all right. I will take your feedback if you take my feedback, okay? Because KDA matters. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Too soon?
Sure, KDA does matter for certain portions of the game, right? As we head into the lower parts or the later parts of the game, I don't think KDA matters that much because we will have that farm nonetheless. But of course, we are heading into game number 3. It has been exhilarating so far. Both teams have shown us how to execute different kinds of compositions so far. Quite a few important picks have been used already, so there's no more Arlie for both teams. This opens up the door for the channel for Weibo Gaming if they require. Both teams still can play their lady soon as well. And we still have the Lupan and Master Lupan combination that has not been tried on both ends.
Yeah, that combination is just so strong. I'm wondering that if they pick it, they just auto win a series, because I've seen it do so well, and I mean these players are so good with these heroes, and it's really annoying. And then Luban number 7, his biggest issue is lack of mobility, but having the Master Luban being able to tether you back, you're gonna have a great time, and you can play even more aggressively. Dare I say, even like an Arlie. So it's you have that potential to really make an those outplays.
True. Yeah, and you know what? I think actually, I don't think we'll get to see Talent Gaming play the Lupan, Master Lupan combination today, because if I'm Weibo, I'll never allow that pick. And Talent Gaming, likewise, they don't allow the Cap Boom pick because that's still available for Weibo Gaming. They're going to pick up the Lady Chen for the side of Talent Gaming, which means they're going to open up the doors to maybe picks like Dun, like the Organ. They are going to allow Weibo to take it because it works in their favor.
Yeah, it would definitely be there. But look at, I love the fact that KPL, a little bit different in terms of like the global platform, which is kind of, they would go with like a mid laner or clash laner in terms of that first priority pick.
Yep.
It looks like KPL is more about like the mid lane, because again, you're not really, showing your cards in terms of a lineup, right? It's still very flexible in terms of what you do. Lady John is definitely one of those flexible mid laners. You have a lot of opportunities with it.
I like that idea, but in my ranked games, everyone asks me the first pick, and I'm like, no, I want to look at what everyone else is picking first. But Weibo Gaming, of course, they're going to pick up the Dun as well as the Dola. This is a nice combination to have, but Talent Gaming going straight for the Jing.
Yeah, the Dune and Dolio one, of course, it's my favorite double Ds to kind of set this one up. There's just a lot of potential with these two, right? And the fact that you have that Unruly Blade, the secondary one on out of there, with that Dolia, the Celestial Melody, very huge. But I think that the biggest thing for this lineup is that, you have stuns, you have a little bit of sustain and that tankiness, but you need that damage, and they got it in spades with the Hoyi here.
Okay, so this is going to be a very long range. I mean, you have versatility, right? Long range engage. You also have the close range engage on Rudy Blade from the Dun. You have the Burning Sun Arrow coming in from Hoyi as well. Pretty good stuns because it works against the favors of the Liang. And I like this man. Yes, you definitely take out the Gun and Mo because we have seen how destructive All Gamers AG showed us a taste of this particular clip in KWC, right? Hoyi gets a stun, Gun and Mo gets the Freshly Forge into the couple blades, and bye-bye.
Yeah, it was just instant deletion, right? And the same way, the Talent Gaming, if you're the Liang pick with the Jing, definitely a 1-2 combination. Like the Liang would definitely lock down the Jing. So they're looking to kind of take it themselves, ensure that they were not going to be, at sort of any sort of risk. But you have that one. And I mean, even if the Dune goes in, yes, you have the Unruly Blade, but he could be potentially controlled.
True. The suppression is definitely a big factor, right? We talked about this yesterday together with Sagi as well. Suppressions is really difficult to deal with because it's something you cannot purify out of. Even if you get a Zhuangzi, right? The butterfly effect, it will not save you. So the Liang pick is great going up against the Dun. The only concern here is I think they need a little bit more follow-up. And they want to make sure that this combination does not happen. So yes, they will pick up the Princess Force for themselves even though they have the Lady Jun already.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think it's a nice little combination. Plus, you have that when the wind slash off of the Linheng Dune is just like slamming down, you have that lockdown, and then you have the winter is here on top. It's a nice little combination. It's not as great as like the Liang Control Princess Frost one, but it'll make do, right? And then you have Max on the Hoyi to kind of just clean house. You're going to do a lot of damage on that one. So this draft is starting to make a little bit of sense to me.
Okay, we're gonna go for a very long game for this one. Talent Gaming going in for the Soya. Soya, as you all know, right, one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult farm laner to handle in the late game stages, especially once he hits 15, has 6 items. He is not easy to play against. So Snowy will be in charge of this win condition. Weibo Gaming pick up Shikong as that last pick. A very good, strong clash laner. Also acts as a secondary damager in the lineup on the side of Weibo Gaming. So this is going to be very interesting to see because so many things can turn south for either side if an ultimate is missed.
Yeah, I think that last pick, Sakong, is going to be interesting to watch because the Weibo Gaming lineup, you were talking about the fact that the damage, yes, you have it from the whole Yi, but you need another one, right? Just something a little bit more reliable and control, and Sakong brings that in spades. You're going to have a great time from that clash lane. So this draft is really well-rounded going in, but you're talking about the Shoyu from Talent Gaming. Snowy, is this guy able to get that space and time to really go late game to show the prowess of this hero and just kind of blow people up because he is a sniper that really hits hard in the late game.
I agree. I actually am very curious about that question as well. I mean, obviously, Weibo Gaming is like, you know what? Let's just deal with this guy. Let's make him a piece of paper, tear him apart, right? But he is also one of the heroes as a farm laner that is pretty hard to catch once he hits level 4 because he has to get away, right? So he's able to get away for free, provided it is off cooldown. So this really comes down, right? Weibo Gaming, how many times can they force him to use his resources early? And can they make him land in a position where there is absolutely no more escape?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the biggest thing. Really coming down to that execution. This is going to be Game 3. Talent Gaming going against Weibo Gaming. Talent Gaming striking back in Game 2, evening this series, essentially turning this one into a best of 5 right now. I'm super excited about this one. But who do you give the edge to if we're talking about the drafts alone, kid?
This one is depending on the timing, right? If it is going to be ending before pre-15 minutes, I think this is definitely in the hands of Weibo Gaming. But if TTG, this game, Talent Gaming, they can drag it out for maybe 15 and beyond, then I find it very hard for Weibo Gaming to take this game off of the hands of Talent Gaming. So once against Talent Gaming will be on blue, Weibo Gaming on the red. Let's hear the audience cheer.
A little bit of damage to the bottom lane already, and it looks like they need to be a bit careful. The Wild Wind will connect on this one, but going into this, you were talking about timers, right? Is TTG able to kind of extend the game to 15 minutes? If Weibo Gaming is able to play the way that they did in Game 1 and really set the tone by, you know, again, being very aggressive in that first game, they might have a problem. That is Talent Gaming.
True, let's take a look at the stats here. Ooh, very strong. So 5 games, all wins on the side of the Ching for Sunrise. Also has a KDA of 12. That's insanely high. He's number 1 in the league so far with this Ching pick.
Yeah, absolutely a monster on this one, and just locking it in a pivotal Game 3, because again, this really sets the tone for the rest of the series, and being able to have that 2-1 edge going into you know, the 4th game, pretty huge. Again, putting a lot of pressure on the enemy team.
And TTG is also a team that has, unfortunately, right, based against the games against AG, have been on the faltering end where the series gets pulled away from them after losing that 2nd or 3rd game in a row. So this is something that maybe TTG wants to take a page out of the other KPL teams and do it to Weibo Gaming instead.
Yeah, this is the moment. This is the time. Their lineup is set up for it, right? You're going to see Sunrise just be aggressive, looking to just take away as much of the jungle camps as possible and be high flying, right? There's a lot of squishy targets on the Weibo Gaming side. If he's able to get those pickoffs, and again, it'll set things up for the early to mid game for Snowy to carry you in that late one.
True, and one way to achieve that quickly is if Sunrise gets the lead, he's able to access the backlines on the side of Weibo Gaming, get a couple of kills, and then you have a numbers disadvantage. Which is why, you know, look at this lineup from John. He is having a very strict buddy system with Sunrise. They are going as a duo everywhere on the map.
Yeah, the biggest thing, I mean, it's about securing farm for Sunrise, and then it's also about getting level 4, which he just hit. Now you have a gank potential. Where are they going to go?
True, and Joy as a Liang, I don't think a lot of people know this in the global servers, but you know, Liang is actually one of the highest damage potentials as a mage because his power of word is so painful. He's actually able to steal buffs on his own if you give him like what 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, he has that a lot of potential, right? He's able to kind of get on top of you. He's dare I say, super annoying. And this lockdown and control is like his biggest selling point, but he does bring a lot to the table. And, okay, the Burning Sun Arrow, they're going to go in, but it's going to be just a trap. No, it looks like Snowy's going to be picked off first, and Sunrise not able to get the return kill. He's on the run, and it looks like Lin Heng looking to do damage and find Sunrise as well. That's a huge win for Weibo Gaming.
All right, add 2 more minutes, man. The timer has extended its cooldown. Talent Gaming, they lost Sunrise as well as Snowy, and all of that lead that Sunrise built for himself with the help of Joy, it is now kind of cancelled out or even out because of the takedowns on the side of Weibo Gaming. So very good understanding. For a moment, I was kind of questioning Weibo Gaming. They're playing this kind of passive. Is that really the best choice? And this was the reason why they were playing passive.
Yeah, they were able to just find that pick off. I mean, but like, check it out this replay. Look at, you thought that Snowy was fine. Look at his teammates just waiting in the brushes. He thought he could be aggressive, but then the Burning Sun Arrow, perfectly timed. Frigid Prison right on top of that. The nice little wombo combo. And then here come the reinforcements in Lin Hang and makes Sunrise pay.
And this is a behavior trait that you know of Soviet players, but hang on, they might be looking for more on the side of Weibo Gaming.
No, Ching on the wrong side of this one. His friend is gonna enjoy that. He's gonna tank some tower shots, which is gonna be great for him. He's gonna get on out of this one. Teamwork is making the dream work on that one. Did a really good job of that, but they were in a very bad spot behind the T1 and in between, the T2.
I mean, that's where teamwork comes in, right? So Joy actually tanked quite a bit of damage so that Ching could stay in lane without being at threat of having his life taken away. And one of the things here is Snowy, okay, he did get a slowdown, does lose a little bit of gold advantage against Max in that farm lane, but he already has the Eternity Blade. So 1 out of 6 items already achieved. He is going to be painful soon enough.
Yeah, soon enough, but Max right now, I mean, those 2 kills definitely helping him. I mean, he's got a 700 gold net worth lead. Now they're going to put pressure on this bottom T1. This is not a great spot to be in for Talent Gaming. We were talking about how they want to go late game, and losing that tower at the 5-minute mark, not great. Yes, Talent Gaming have ways to get back in, but right now I think they need to find some sort of pick-off using Joy more than anything else.
Definitely, they need the takedowns. I think that the turrets-wise, they are able to make the trades, but once again, T2 under pressure, and there is no way they can deal with this. T2 is going to be secured by the side of Weibo Gaming. And mid T1, I think they defend this. Weibo Gaming will have a better advantage going, unless they lose their lives here.
Yeah, it looks like they found at least one target. They're going to be just doing a decent amount, but he's getting traded away, and he's stuck in the winter is here, and he says, let it go, let it go, let it go.
Yeah, this one was a tough one to deal with. They thought they caught the side of Weibo Gaming, but they were the ones that were being hunted instead.
Oh, the Ocean of Tears locking in Lin Hang. He's not in a great spot, but he's got the shields. He's just so tanky. The Wind Slash in return. Lin Hang is just walking away from that one. Yes, he's been scarred up, but man, he made him pay.
This is where the passive of the Dune comes in so effective, right? After the usage of his skills, he's able to get some lifesteal based on the health points that he has. And this is where he just becomes insanely tanky. And they are now playing off of the page of Talent Gaming in game number 2, right? I'm gonna hold your attention as the tank jungle, and you're gonna have trouble dealing with Tingyue as this Princess Frost. I'm gonna get the lockdown, and while that is happening, Zimo and Max, they're just gonna be shooting for free.
Yeah, shooting for free. I mean, Burning Sun Arrow right there is just going to connect on that one. But it's no follow-ups, way too dangerous at this point. But look at how Weibo Gaming, using that lead, that space now. And now, look at just kind of pushing them away more than anything else. And the Arrow looking to fish, and they actually found him all the way from downtown with that Frigid Prison. That's way too much damage. And Ching, yes, you're tanky, but you're not tanky enough.
Yeah, Max with the hacks, man. This one was a full-blown arrow, and the distance that it travels, for those of you that knew the HOK, the Burning Sun arrow stuns, the longer the travel distance, the longer the stun duration. So Max, maximum value extracted, and take a look at this. The gold difference so far has been 283 gold. So a couple of nice advantages going into the side of Linghan as the tank jungler for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, this is so scary, how Weibo Gaming play. When they have that lead and they're able to just kind of put pressure on, and now it's up to Talent Gaming. How do they respond? And we saw in game 1, they didn't really have many answers, and this is the strength of Weibo Gaming. This is where they want to be. A Burning Sun Arrow, finding it, yet another target. They take out Crane, and they're going to be under the tower. The Mirror Domain just used defensively. He's going to be backing off, just trying to deal with the minion wave, not able to do it, but they lose the mid T1.
This is why Princess Frost is picked. I mean, that Frigid Prison, so much value. The freeze, look, you can have tanky members on the side of Talent Gaming, but against a Princess Frost that gets the full value of the skill set, you will be melted, you will be taken down.
Yeah, but it's so easy to hit your frigid prisons when Max is hitting every single Burning Sun arrow. He has been on point, an absolute sniper with it, really setting it up for those team fights. Once you have that initial pick-off, you just stack on your stuns with that frigid prison, and it's pretty much all she wrote.
That's why you have this composition, right? This is why Hoi is preferred. I know some regions, right, they talk about, hey, why are you playing Hoi? Hoi is good, man. Let the guys play Hoi.
Okay, I don't think he's like amazing. I think he's like all right. I think it really comes back to the execution. I have definitely been a naysayer of the Hoi, but it's just because I haven't really seen somebody like Max hitting all of those arrows. It's absolutely huge, especially when you have a follow-up stun coming with him.
Let me point you
Oh, he just missed the Burning Sun arrow.
That's why you don't praise the members.
Oh, he missed another one.
Miss.
The Celestial Melody. That one's on me. That one's on me. But they've created some space, and now they're going to put a little pressure on this top T2. I guess you don't really need to, put the pressure on when you're not hitting those arrows.
Okay, stop praising them, right? I want to see the arrows land, man.
I mean, he was hitting everything until I said anything. But now we're just going to wait for it to go on cooldown, and I'm sure Max will go back to his sniper hitting ways.
Yes, and T2 now under pressure. This one is an easy one for Max. They will secure it for themselves. And what a time to do it as well. A lot of pressure down. 20 seconds to go before the Shadow variants come out. And this is going to be a cause of concern because there isn't a lot of map pressure. The mid lane is going to be cleared by Zemo on this Sikong as well. So it's everything in advantage, or at least pointing to an advantage for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you have like a 3K net worth lead and the Shadow Tyrant is just being spawned here and you've taken literally every T2 but the mid one, you're in a great spot. This is a perfect position for Weibo Gaming to be in. Obviously, they need to use the space and time to just kind of take this Shadow Tyrant. That would be detrimental to Talent Gaming's line of comeback here.
Okay, but Talent Gaming, they do have a potential to steal, right? You do have Sunrise. As a Jing, you're able to enter spaces really quickly, get the steal, get out safely as well. So this is one of the reasons why Lin Heng actually stands in this particular bush, making sure that number one, he has vision of what's going on. Number two, also serves as a deterrent. But he did not find out where Sunrise was at. Sunrise?
Oh, he's looking to go for this one. Potential steal. No, and Lin Heng gets that with that smite, and now they want to just chase them down. They're looking to get somebody, but there's no control. They're not able to get any stuns. The flash away, and they do end up getting craned. So that's a huge win for Weibo Gaming. Not only getting the Shadow Tyrant, but also getting that pick off there.
And tick, tick, boom! This one is going to be a hard one because Zemo as well as Max, both of them had hit that power spike. So we have a double damage composition coming from the side lanes. And this is not easy to deal with, especially when they have the Tyrant buff for the next 60 seconds. This is the longest 60 seconds that Talent Gaming might experience here. T3 under pressure.
Yeah, the winter is here, just the zone. They're going to use that to just kind of chip out this T3. There's no way that they hold. You were talking about earlier in the pregame about how, the 15-minute marker is where Talent Gaming need to survive to. I mean, they're like 3 minutes and a half away from that. Is that still a possibility?
I don't know. Look at this stat. 14 seconds of control coming out from Max, purely based off his ultimate. And the maximum timing you have on your stuns on that Burning Sun arrow is 2.5 seconds. So he has net maximum value out of the Burning Sun arrows. And once again, even with the Primal Bond, Weibo Gaming is just so far ahead. They take it. And this one is additional map pressure.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to hold on this one. It's not going to be great. I mean, Weibo Gaming, like Max with those Burning Sun arrows, when he hits, they're going to just have an insta-kill, and they have a huge advantage, and they've kind of snowballed off of that. And now with the Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane, it's going to be even tougher for Talent Gaming to somehow crawl back into this one.
And that was an initial problem, right? It was about, okay, Max lands the ultimate, and then Ting Yue gets the setup. But now you also have to care about Zemo on this Sikong. And once again, the Burning Sun arrow misses its mark, but it doesn't matter. He has a second one. Will he hit it this time?
Yeah, look, ever since I've called him out, I think he's missed 3 in a row, so I feel really bad. But right now, Weibo Gaming are so far up where I'm like, okay, Talent Gaming, we need to do whatever we can to jinx Weibo Gaming's lineup.
Oh, for sure. They are appreciative of your help at this point. But help is much more than what they need right now. The Overlord is going to be flying down. Oh, the sun does land.
They find him. They're going to have to go for this one. The Mirror Domain trying to just isolate as much as possible, trying to do that AoE with that Whirlwind, and they're not able to do much. Ching is taking a lot of damage. The Force Field Suppression not keeping him alive. He's going to be picked. Max is just doing way too much, but now with the Crystal, they're going to look to take this down, and Weibo Gaming will take game 3.
Weibo Gaming, a beautiful one. They're showing you why this team cannot be overlooked, cannot be underestimated. And the Weibo fans are very happy. For the first time in a long time, they will take the lead in this series 2-1.
Yeah, just a great game there. I mean, just understanding, like, this is why Weibo Gaming are scary. You give them a lead, they're able to close it out. There was no comeback potential. Yes, Talent Gaming's lineup was all about that late game, but if you're never going to see the late game, you're pretty much, going to get rolled over there.
And this is credits to once again Coach Lin, right? He obviously, during the interviews yesterday, he was talking about, hey, he's actually co-dependent on the team. Both sides help each other. The players and the coaching staff work together in great synergy. And for this game, you can definitely see the value of that, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you could just see the value, right? It was not only like, this is a draft win, right? Understanding how to play these heroes to the maximum. You kind of saw the Dune and the Dolia up front, and you're seeing, okay, they're going to be aggressive, they're going to be tanky, kind of annoying to deal with. Then the whole Yi, and then this, like, the rounding out of the draft, and then the Princess Frost was like icing on the cake. Anyone that was stunned would just be isolated. They had just so much damage to deal with. Like, really, Talent Gaming, again, just zero answers.
True. And this is, okay, we saw a clip of Talent Gaming's area or segment, you can tell. And this is really concerning to me, or maybe to Weibo Gaming fans, right? Most of the time when a team loses, some of them might go into a withdrawn mode. They feel a bit sad, they feel a bit disappointed. But Talent Gaming, they look so concentrated. It's like they expected this is one of the possible results, right? If you can't hit the late game timings, you lose the game. And so TTG is already planning for game number 4, ready to come back, tie the series up to the 2. So I think Talent Gaming fans, there is much more to be had, and the expectations are high for this one.
Yeah, and I mean, actually, the biggest thing for me was the fact that Sunrise, he was on an absolute tear with the Jing, and it looked like Weibo Gaming had all the answers. We know how to stop this guy, and you're seeing exactly why. I mean, look, the only one that died was Yumo. He died a single time. Everybody else played it perfectly.
Yes, and this is so scary, right? And this comes down to that initial movement where they got that kill onto Snowy at the first part, right? It also helped to elevate the growth of Max, and Max never looked back. He maybe should have looked back a little bit more so he didn't miss those arrows again, but I think still wonderful gameplay coming out from the side of Beijing Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, just really well played. I mean, nothing really sticks out too much. I mean, yes, the Dune right there, Lin Hang taking about 75,000 damage, as he should, but he just provided that space. Max was hitting all those arrows. The gold graph completely in favor of Weibo Gaming because they knew how to close it out. They have a lead. They're like, okay, we know what to do, and almost all of the lane matchups just kind of in favor of Weibo because they were able to close that one out with a great team play, well-executed draft.
Okay, so we have a little bit of time before we get to the MVP phase. Who would you pick as your MVP?
This one, I would say, like, I think Max. I think his arrows just really set the tone. Like, you got some instant picks, and it was one of those things where if you got the kills early, then Joy was never able to kind of be like, we were like, oh, they would never be able to kind of get the ganks because they were always down members, and then it's risky at that point, right? So by being able to hit those Burning Sun arrows, it really set the tone, and that early game just completely shifted in favor of Weibo.
I like your opinion. I think it's great, but I think it's Ting Yue in the mid lane as the Princess Frost. It was the setups by the Frigid Prison that really changed the fights in the early parts of the game, allowing Weibo Gaming to really cement their aggression and the lead that they have going into the later half of the game. And let's be clear, this is a very fast game coming in from Weibo Gaming. Let's see who is correct. Your MVP for game number 3, it will be... I'm wrong.
Yeah. I was gonna interrupt you, and I'll be like, oh yeah, no way, Ting Yue is gonna be it. I mean, Max was just hitting his arrows left and right. I mean, he didn't die a single time, but every single time, Talent Gaming was up front, and they were trying to initiate on. Even with, the Sunrise Jing, he was just being focus fired. Like, Ho Yi was doing some serious damage, and then add on those arrows. Like, it's an easy Frigid Prison when that arrow is there, right?
Yeah, and okay, for those of you that don't understand Chinese, it says 小麦熟了 or 小麦熟了, which means he's warmed up. So this guy, he is gonna be on fire. And Max, I think we have seen the limits he has pushed the opponents. We have seen the limits that he brings his teammates up on the level as well. So I want to see how far does Weibo Gaming do it. If they win the next game, they're at series point.
Yeah, that would be huge for them. I mean, but they need to go back to the drawing board, Talent Gaming that is, and feel like if we just stop Weibo Gaming's early game spikes, we're going to have a much better time. I mean, the Shoyu from Snowy really didn't get going because he had no space. They lost the lane. They really did struggle. And I mean, it kind of just snowballed from there. And finding even, Ching in that side, that was a disaster for them. And this is that moment where they get that pick off, turn it into a mid T1, and then the snowball was on.
Okay, so we'll hear what the players were saying, and I want to hear what they were saying as well.
中路了，下路去，往前进。
有机会抽奖的
下打龙兄弟，扫进扫进，就你准备往上面直接来一剑。B 站的，B 站的，射进兄弟们。哎，咱们俩靠，慢慢打，打铁了。我跟不上，
咱俩没闪，
跟我，
跟不上，拉回来，够了，应该是跟我们，你死，
哎，好，跟我压缩一下位置，
来压回来，你见这波
多个球，我
5秒大，兄弟们，5秒大，来压你。
别站的，他技能全给我了，3秒大，3秒大，有大，B 站的，
中了，
前面上来，兄弟们，
哎，都刷那，
前面上，打铁就行，
打，
他在下面又射中铁了，铁面上，兄弟们，就上点，中路线来，跟我进来，
点了一波了，真点了一波了，好剑。
Yeah, this one was so clean. I think if you're a fan of Weibo Gaming, look, you know that I don't think that was a pressurizing conversation and comms they had, right? It was more of like, okay, let's stay focused, we keep a line, and where are those arrows, man?
Yeah. Just every single arrow, just like go. I would be cheering every single time. I hit him, go. Green light, and just like getting into the comms on that one but that's just me. I think that, obviously Max is a little bit more of a veteran, dare I say, than I, and those things are just like, not a big deal for him, but he was hitting all of them, and he was just really setting it up for the rest of the team. Just really well played by Weibo Gaming here.
And I think, okay, they took a risk. Let's be honest, they took a risk with the Dolia-Dun combination because a lot of the teams now in KPL, they favor the Dolia and Yangjian combination because he is having a new buff with the recent rework on his skill sets as well. And to disregard the Yangjian and Dolia combination and take a huge risk on this Dolia-Dun, Dolia-Hou-Yi combination, it worked out well in favor of Weibo Gaming. Because if this game did not work out, there was no more Dolia to work with.
Yeah, that would have been a huge issue. But I think that draft was actually, it played out perfectly, right? Exactly what you wanted to have done. I mean, especially since they picked, the Dolia and the Dune first, really just being like, hey, this is what we're playing, showing our cards, and that was going to be the strategy. But it ended up being well-rounded and understanding what they needed to have done, which is to take advantage of the early game spike, close out the game as quickly as possible, because you don't want to go up against the late game on that lineup.
For sure. And the landing of the Burning Sun arrows were very, very important, right? They needed those arrows to land. And thankfully, right, for Max, he landed most of the arrows. I mean, no thanks to you calling him out and praising him. And then he went to proceed to miss a couple. But at this point, I think this is a strong standing for Weibo Gaming. They're just one game away from series point. Can they do it against Talent Gaming, a team that is known to recover well, but also recover very strongly?
Like I said in the beginning, it's going to sound like a broken record. I do think it's going to go the distance. Talent Gaming will bounce back. I think they're going to go back to the draft and be like, okay, we need to stop some of the early game pressure and ensure that we have a better chance, right? Because that was the thing. If they have a great or 50-50 game going into the mid game, Talent Gaming will come out on top. I think that execution-wise, they'll be fine. But when they're behind, Weibo Gaming are so good at suffocating other teams, especially with that early game lead.
Okay, I'm not the biggest fan of stats, but I think maybe Talent Gaming wants to take a peek at very early game compositions, right? We talked about the first blood rate in the first game of the series, and there was a very, I think, 24 first bloods or much more than that for the side of Weibo Gaming, which means they are also a team that is able to get early game leads pretty consistently, especially off of the first blood.
And that's why they're here, right? You see what they do with that lead, that early game spike, and then they're top 3 for a reason, right? Guaranteed at this point. So this is something that they need to be scared of. Other teams are like tuning in, be like, okay, we need to shore up the early game more than anything else. Ensure that Weibo Gaming don't have that lead. Because again, if we want to play standard with them and just kind of have a 50-50 game with them, they're not going to do as well.
So, I mean, this might bring us into situations where the Organ comes out. Forgot who was the team that played Pay, but if Pay is available for Talent Gaming, then I think they definitely need to snap that up as well. And if they really want to, they need to play a composition that really is able to drag into the late game, similar to games number 2 and, yeah, I think just game number 2 for Talent Gaming.
Yeah. Actually, Weibo Gaming had to pay with Lin Heng in that first game, and that was why they were able to roll, because they had that early game lead. I think it would be perfect. That would be a statement game for Talent Gaming to pick it up themselves and be like, okay, you want to do early game? Let's do early game, right? I think that game 4 is where you're going to see the bounce back. I think that that draft is going to be key, and being able to pick up that pay, great idea, Kin. I think that this is something that they will be willing to do, especially going into this one, because again, you take away the early game, the strength, the power spike from Weibo Gaming, and then let's see how they do.
Okay, you've given me a lot of confidence. Bye, guys. I'm gonna apply for a coach. I'm gonna leave now.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure you need to say have more than one good idea. Okay, it was just one. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I think that you should just sit right down. Well, let's get into game 4 and see how things going. But the analysis has been on point, and I do agree with you on that, which is not the, dare I say, it's not the first time, but it's very rare in when I do agree with you. But I do agree with you in this case. I think it is a good point.
I like the fact that you say you don't agree with me much, but I think you have agreed with me on pretty much a lot of the broadcasts so far, starting from the previous seasons as well. So let's see, right? Stats sometimes matter, sometimes it doesn't. The script can change for a couple of teams, but I think early game is definitely where Talent Gaming can find value in, right? If you can't win, you can't last until the late game, then maybe consider beating Weibo Gaming at their own game, which is of course easier said than it sounds.
Yeah. I think going into this one is going to be huge for them, right? With that draft, go early game, do whatever you can, ensure that you give yourself a chance, because you don't want to let Weibo Gaming take away with the game early.
Oh, for sure. So now let's put the limits to the test. Game number 4, right? Yeah, game number 4. This one is going to be important for the sides of Weibo Gaming as well as Talent Gaming. For different reasons, of course. Weibo Gaming, they want to make sure they get to series point. On the other hand, Talent Gaming, they need to tie this up ASAP. They want to make this a 2-2 score line. Now, who is going to make their dream and hope a reality? That is going to be decided in this BP phase. So, right off the bat, we're going to dive into the minds of Juicer. That's going to be the coach on the side of Talent Gaming. Right now on your screen, this is Coach Lin for the side of Weibo Gaming. Everything starts in the mind, and then it comes down to your execution, your actions. So once again, Coach Lin for the side of Weibo Gaming on your left. And then we have Coach Juicer on the side of Talent Gaming on your right. Do not take a look at the banners behind. That is not the correct information. But nonetheless, 2 wins for the side of Weibo Gaming. On the left-hand side, you can see, and on the right-hand side, Talent Gaming has taken 1 game in this best of 7. So let's kick things right off. Weibo Gaming once again securing the blue side. Prior pick for themselves, and they're going to start off the initial ban with the Kong that is still available for the pick on the side of Talent Gaming, and it's going to be a return of favor. Talent Gaming going to take out the Kaboom because that is also available for Weibo Gaming. Dolly are going to be the secondary ban coming in from this side of Weibo Gaming, and let's see, what does this open up the doors to?
Yeah, actually, the Dolia ban right there kind of be just setting the tone, be like, hey, we're not going to let you take this one. We're going to just ensure that this kind of, stays in the dark, so to speak. You don't get to play the strategies against us. And this first pick is going to really be key here because Weibo Gaming, I mean, the fact that they're blue, they get first pick. But what opportunities? The Master Lupin, yeah, taking it away from Talent Gaming. Smart.
And Talent Gaming cannot take the Lupin number 7. It's unsafe or risky, right? So they have to give away the Lupin number 7 to Weibo Gaming because we will not enter the second ban phase until your 3rd pick.
Yeah, super smart, right? And just being able to just pick that one up. I mean, Lupin number 7 isolated without his master, so to speak, just not the greatest. And they're going to go with the D-Red J. Knowing that the combination is coming, they're going to go with the D-Red J here. Talent Gaming picking up the Yuan as well.
Okay, Darren Jia is also known as the 50-50 counter against the Luban, right? Regardless of whether it's Luban Dashi or not. But at the same time, this is probably looking like a Rome Yuan for me. I would definitely want to put them in that together. It's a 66.7% win rate for the side of Talent Gaming with this composition. We'll see. So Weibo Gaming, you have to pick up the Luban number 7. Great choice of the Fatih for now as a consideration. But here we go, locked in for the side of Luban number 7. And they do lock up the Fatih. So this is going to be a double prong attack coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming. Success rate 20% only for the side of Weibo Gaming. But hey, you take a risk, you take that leap of faith.
Yeah, I mean, other teams have done well with it. I just think it's Weibo Gaming hasn't had the greatest of successes with this little combination. The fatigue's great, as you were talking about, in terms of the split push plus the sustain. You have a lot of potential with that. But look at how Talent Gaming are looking to kind of, counter this draft. They play the Master Luban number 7 themselves. They think that the Yuan with that sustain, the heals, and the D-Renge versatility is going to be enough. Plus, you have the Charlotte to deal with the Fatih. I think that's going to be an interesting matchup to watch in that clash lane.
For sure, and I think Talent Gaming now, one of the junglers that I'm kind of thinking of for them is maybe you want to get a Nago Ruru or something, or someone else that can dive, right? Because they don't have the Jing anymore. That would have been a perfect pick against the Luban and Master Luban combination. They ban out the Organ as well. They need to take out all of the tank jungles available for the sort of Weibo Gaming, and that final ban on Zhonghui. So good, because then you stop that separation of Luban and Master Luban. You lower the risk of you being caught out.
Yeah, actually, that would have been huge if they were able to kind of isolate and just kind of get that knock-in. I mean, this is hard because it's like, how do you deal with the Master Luban in general? I mean, it looks like they're going to go with the Menki to kind of dream roam. You were talking about some sort of backline access, right? Access, right? And this is a guy that does it in spades. He's very cute as well. So I see the potential of this. Plus, you have the Charlotte, which could potentially jump onto the back line. So you have options, but it really comes back to, Weibo Gaming creating some sort of like a bouncer to protect those squishier guys.
Really? Cute? That's what you're going with? Menki is an absolute menace for me in rank, dude. He has been crushing me every time. But that's also the reason why Talent Gaming has been picking him up. And I like this Weibo Gaming mindset. Let's go for big burst. We go for the shred. So you have the tank shred in the form of Luban. And okay, double down on damage. We're gonna get the Ukyo Tajibana as well.
Okay, that's the way to do it, right? With that damage, plus the new to kind of deal with that control. I mean, you have ways to kind of protect them. This is going to be a high-flying, you pushing people aside with those blocks. Plus, then you're going to isolate them into choke points, and then you have the Yukio with the Luba number 7 doing some serious damage in those areas.
Which is why the Mai kind of makes sense in this particular situation. Very early game centric hero as well, able to get those early first bloods if the opportunity presents itself. Now this is going to be aided with the Roam Joy on the Yuan as well. So there actually is plenty of control coming in from Talent Gaming. The only question is, are you able to land it? Because Weibo Gaming is a team that is pretty mobile as well. Maybe with the exception of Ting Yue, maybe when she doesn't have flash, maybe that will be the situation where Ting Yue is actually at most risk on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, you have that opportunity. But again, it's coming really like microseconds of being able to just hit that right moment and ensuring that he's in a bad spot at that moment. But look, for me, it needs to be with this Crane Mai. Setting the tone, are you able to provide that pressure, that early game? They're not going to go with the pay, the traditional style. They're going to just kind of use this Mai to kind of exert pressure on those outside lanes. Is he able to do it? If he gets caught out, if he gets a first blood, this could go poorly for Talent Gaming.
I agree. I think mid lane is definitely the lane that I'm looking at for both teams, right? Because if you give a lead to either mid laner, it's a very, very crushing pressure coming in from the other end, right? Both mid laners offer huge damage, maybe a little bit more mobility for the side of Mai in comparison to the side of Dinua, but nonetheless, right? Both mid laners have a very high kill potential against their opponents.
Yeah. Being able to just burst it out. The mid lane is going to be super key on this one. And how does Luban number 7 and Master Luban kind of play together with one another, right? And to kind of give this a little bit of context, the Luban number 7 can be aggressive. He can be up front. I mean, we know that he's very slow. And in the global platform, he's not really mobile. But you have the Luban who can use to the rescue, which is basically like a tether or a hook back so that he can always be safe, so to speak. So he can play more aggressively. And this is why this combination is so strong here.
That's right, and I think it's a cause of concern for the side of Weibo Gaming if they get caught out, because look, they are going to be together as a group. But let's hear the audience cheer once again for Weibo Gaming and Talent Gaming.
Looks like we're going to be going into this one, and Talent Gaming, all of their fans trying to give as much energy as possible to this team to get them to bounce back and to even this series. If they were to go down 1-3, that would be a terrible spot. Weibo Gaming right now really looking to exert that early game pressure.
Okay, and right off the bat, very high aggression coming in. You want to get that early game lead. The Shark Cannons have not been hitting the mark for the side of Max so far, and this is a little bit concerning. Luckily for the side of Talent Gaming, right, those misses come in. It would be a very horrible position for them at this point.
Yeah, and I think Max is kind of all sniped out with that Burning Sun arrow in the last game, right? And going into this one with those Shark Cannons, not able to hit as consistently, but let it build up. I mean, it's still very early for him to be doing any sort of damage at this point. But Weibo Gaming right now, looky, it's all about that early game for them. Let them get going, and this lineup, it's a little bit slower for them. So it really, for me, it's going to be coming back to this mid lane. How is the Nua, the Tingye is going to able to kind of compete with Crane against this Mai?
True, and so far the response and the support coming in from the side of Talent Gaming has been a little bit more efficient, right? It's actually Sunrise helping. But right as I say that, hang on, knock up.
Yeah, the Engine pushing him back, but he's going to actually pull him forward. They were looking to go aggressive. They had the numbers advantage, but it looks like Talent Gaming going to be backing off. Mai just too mobile at this stage.
Okay, that was a little miss coming up from Zumo, but unfortunately for them, there's not going to be much value extracted for the side of Talent Gaming.
Yeah, not really getting much on this one. Crane, just too quick, and I kind of want to see this guy just how high flying he can go, right? Is he able to kind of get those sort of pickoffs? But staying alive is the biggest thing. Total glass cannon on this hero. And Crane, look, if anyone needs to step up in this game, it's got to be him. He's got to get it going. The air support, oh, it's just barely limping away. Max somehow surviving, and Snowy is going to be killed first, but there's action in the top lane as well. But he's going to do some work. The Shark Cannon is going to be missing on the side. Lin Hang just limping away, just trying to stay alive, trying to pull him back. They might actually want to go for this one. He flashes forward, does get the pick off, and Luban gets this one, and now they're looking to turn this. They find Sunrise in a bad spot. Yeah, he's got the bubble. He's got that mask, but they want to dive, and they're trying to make a statement, but they don't get enough. He's just too tanky.
This one was really just a pixel difference on the side of Talent Gaming as well as Weibo Gaming. Both teams really pushed it to the limit, but Talent Gaming just took it one step too far, which was a little bit unfortunate. The initial first blood, look, it was looking like that was the end of Max for sure. And Tingyu actually used his emergence to come in, TP down, change the whole fight because Snowy took a little bit too many shots coming in from the turret as well.
Yeah, Snowy here, down about 500 gold, which is not great for him as well. I mean, dying first on this one. But here's the replay. Like, the air support, it looked good. He flashes away, and you think it's going to happen. But, like, as you were saying, like, Tingye, with that perfect emergent play, just saving him out, and they go get that kill. Plus, in the top lane, they were able to get these decent picks. Weibo Gaming was able to bait them out. Look at how low Lin Heng is.
This one was also credits to Zimor, right? He got the two most important members in his slashes during that ultimate activation as well. And once again, you can see, oh, Max, he's forcing out all this early moves from the side of Talent Gaming. And this is at the 4-minute mark. Tyrant fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge one for them. Weibo Gaming looking to just kind of put that pressure on. Their early game has been on point, but now Sunrise is going to be in the lair, ensuring that nobody's going to go without him there. He does have Smite if they want to go for the 50-50, but right now Weibo Gaming just posturing more than anything else.
They need to make it quick, though.
They definitely need to make it quick. They're going to use the Annihilation, and it looks like Sunrise gets the steal. He's going to take that takeaway, and they will be very happy. Talent Gaming needed that one.
Definitely. Now let's take a look at the stats for the Nuwa on the side of Team You're at 14 battles with 12 wins. Okay, so he actually does, whenever they win, he does a total of 54,000 worth of damage on average.
Yeah, that's actually quite high. I mean, just being able to do that with those 12 wins as well. But now it looks like Weibo Gaming looking to put even more pressure on that mid lane with that air support. Going to make things uncomfortable. And they've done a great job with that. Because again, once you're able to put tower pressure on, the other team has to react to your movements.
That's true, and both teams have a composition that allows for a lot of turret pressure, right? Both Max or Flash.
Oh, they're looking to go in for this. That Flash is going to be very aggressive, ambitious more than anything else. The pushback, the Ruinjin engine, and Sunrise is going to be backing off. They take the Crimson, and now it looks like they're going to have to just back off at this one. Talent Gaming getting a little bit low, needs to be careful. Sunrise, he somehow is just barely able to get picked off in the end. Max finds him out.
And this is a horrible position to be in because yes, they did get the steal on the side of Talent Gaming on that Crimson buff, but to give it away, number one, they give away a kill to Max, and they give the buff to Max as well. This is not good.
Oh, this is definitely not good. They're going to be super aggressive. Luban going in for this one. Wow. And it looks like Zigmo already gets the pick, and they find Crane. 4 members down in total, and now they're going to take the Azure Golem. This has been a great start for Weibo Gaming.
Look, I mean, someone asked Max, how many kills do you want? And Max went, yes.
He's going to take everything. I mean, that's the perfect link. And this is why, you know, the Luban is so good with him, because you can be aggressive. You can go out of position. Not only do you have to the rescue by Luban, but you also have your own flash. So you have ways to kind of be that aggressor.
Excuse me, it's 4.8 thousand gold for this guy on the Luban number 7 at 6.5 minutes. Let's take a look at the replay. This is what happened before Max took every single thing off of the map on this bottom side here. Just standing, nobody was able to deal with him. The pullback by Mengxi, the power storage, the ultimate from the side of Master Luban. So good, putting so much value for Max to clean up the table here.
Yeah, actually, I cannot wait for Luban to be there. I mean, if I'm able to, like, as a role player myself, I just feel like his kid is so good. But the Dream Roam, they're finding nice one. Flash. Oh, they've got the side. And it looks like Crane, though, they're not able to do enough damage. And now they're looking to potentially go. They're looking to go back into this one. They're going to be backing off and for now. Talent Gaming not looking to commit.
Dude, Mengxi is so good, man, on this Master Luban. He's doing so much work. The ultimates have been on point, pulling the members away when they're trying to run away. And at the same time, it's always within range of Max. So Max as a Luban number 7, able to extract maximum value with the Gatling guns as well.
Yeah, I mean, these two need to just be sticking together. They're attached to the hip, so to speak. They always need to be moving around, ensuring that they, you know, Max stays alive. You know, if he's able to always be there, and he pulls them forward if they need to go, but the air support is going to be on. They find Ching, and he's in a bad spot. He's trying to dash away, but they're going to dive under the tower. The power gradation, not enough, and it looks like he does get picked off. Max making him pay.
Oh, they definitely want to end this series quickly, man. This one is looking bad. 7-0 in the first 8 minutes of the game. Talent Gaming, they have no answers at all. T1 on the top, on the bottom, taken for free. And right now, all that's left is the mid T1.
Yeah, no real chance. I mean, yes, they have 3 members. They're trying to keep this mid T1 alive.
Oh.
Definitely the strongest objective in terms of the strategic element on this one. But with this air support, the next minion wave, they're sticking around. They're going to definitely do some pressure on this mid T1, and they're chipping it out. They have the Luban number 7, but they actually find Sunrise on the side, who's actually taking some air support shots. They've already taken the mid T1. Here's the emergence on forward, and Tingye finds him, but Sunrise very tanky, but not enough, and Tingye just barely kills him.
He almost made it out, and this one really hurt, right? This one was a punch in the gut for the side of Talent Gaming. There is no response. Oh, the pincer!
Oh, they're going in. They don't care. They are just going ham on this one with the Annihilation. Gets the snipe, and now Crane just trying to run back to his base. He dashes. He does get the safety. Joy has the Unending Sorrow. He will be back as well, but Weibo Gaming taking the fight to Talent Gaming.
Oh, they smell blood, this one. Weibo Gaming. This is like a shark that has gotten a taste of a whiff of the blood in the ocean. And this one, they do not miss. Once again, Max providing so much value. The angle in which his air support has been thrown has been extracting so much value for the team.
Yeah, but also with the Tingye, you were talking about the damage, the 12 wins, the 5,000 average damage. He's on point with the Annihilations, ensuring that everybody is very low with Max's damage on top of that. And then you have the control from Mengxi with his Luban. This is a squad that is so well in sync with one another.
And the stat that you just saw, in winning matches for Max as a Lupa number 7, he normally averages around 7.1k in terms of gold at the 10-minute mark. We're not even there yet. This guy is already at 7.7. So this is not looking good in terms of stats-wise for the side of Talent Gaming. They get their hands onto the Crimson buff as well. It should go into the hands of Max. No, this one goes in the hands of Ling Heng. But it feels like Max has not had the Crimson buff taken off of him at all this entire game.
Yeah, he's just had that red buff throughout the entire game. I mean, Sunrise, I mean, he's been like drowning. He's been starving for some of those buffs. He has not been able to get any sort of space. He's been pushed back, and look at how aggressive. He's going to be tethered on back, and now
Flash.
the Revenge pushing him back. He has a good shot on this Lubin. The nice little Dream Roll actually makes him pay. They find the Lubin, but the Tyrant is going to be picked up by Sunrise. They ensure that they get this, and now Jimo wants the revenge. 3 members down already from Weibo Gaming, but they're being aggressive. They want to continue on, and they've only going to take out 2 members themselves. It's a 2 for 3.
Ooh, that was close.
Talent Gaming.
That was close. Yeah, Talent Gaming, I think they played the cards right? So they got the important members. Everyone was trying to catch Max, right? All of the skill usages, the common spells, the ultimates as well, everything was to force out the movement from Max. So they forced out the flash from him in the early part of the fight, and then they got the dive by Ching as well as Crane to try and get the stuns, knockups, whatever you want, suppression. Let's take a look at that moment again. So look at the position. They actually got Max to flash down here. And on the backlines, it felt like he was safe, but then everyone dove into the heart of Max. And that's where the success of the team fight came for the side of Talent Gaming. All they needed to do was to get away. Luckily for them, Tingye did not manage to get the annihilation on point.
Yeah, but I mean, taking out the, Max and Mengshi very early, that 1-2 combination, it was pretty much a tough one for Weibo Gaming to climb back from. Yes, they were able to kind of get some sort of revenge kills, but it was a situation where they need to be very careful. Like, yes, Max and Mengshi have been doing a lot, but they need to ensure that they stay alive. As I say that, Crane looking to stay alive himself.
The Shark Cannon coming from Max, so smart, right? You want to make sure the Shark Cannon comes in value, not just in damage, but also map vision. So actually scouting out Crane there saved their lives.
Yeah, it's just ensuring. I mean, that vision is definitely underrated, and you constantly have that. Plus the annihilation. Oh, the unending sorrow by Joy. Oh, I'm sure he is going to be limping back, just happy he's alive more than anything else. But this Overlord is going to be picked off. I don't think Talent Gaming can go for it.
Okay, so this one is a tough one for the side of Talent Gaming once again. Now there's additional map pressure because you have the Shadow Overlord. You're able to clear a wave of minions away of any lane you choose. You also get a fighting buff in that lane. So let's see how does Weibo Gaming play this particular advantage to their hands. As Talent Gaming, they get scouted out. Sunrise has been spotted with the emergence.
Yeah, with that emergence, just spotting them. But again, they know that the Lubin number 7 Max is right up in front, but they know that they can't really get to him because he's able to kind of keep them at arm's reach, kiting him out with that superior range. They've done a great job of just slow sieging. This has been a tough one. Talent Gaming trying to get in. They have that Dream Roam. They find him, but he gets pulled back. He's going to be fine. And now it looks like they're going to look to turn this one. The dash away, they're trying to get some sort of damage on this one, but they're going to take only the Vanguards. Talent Gaming not able to find any of the heroes.
And that's a cause of concern. You can deal a lot of damage, but you need to deal the finishing blow. And they committed so many things. 3 flashes for the life of no one on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard is going to be pushing the Annihilation onto 3. That was a juicy one. They're going to do some serious damage, especially with that suppressive fire that's being laid down by Max. They're doing some decent work. The bottom T3 is under siege. The space has been created already with that air sport. And Weibo Gaming right now putting the pressure on.
There is more to come for sure. This is one of the most damaging turret lineups on the side of Weibo Gaming as well. Max as a Lupa number 7, well known for number 1, cutting people off and cutting people off. At the same time, also massive free damage even with backdoor protection on your turrets.
Yeah, a lot of damage, and this is why the Lubin number 7 is great, but he needs that extra mobility from the Mengshi that's being provided by that Luban. But they find Joy, the Unending Sorrow. They actually have a little bit of a stun lock onto him, but he's going to be backing off. He doesn't have that huge ult, which is huge, but Weibo Gaming haven't been fully grouped up. Now they might be walking into a wolf's den here.
They want to pull them here. This might be a big bait. They just want to get the stuns coming in as support could be used as well.
Oi. Oh, the Annihilation onto 2 with that Shark Cannon. That's some serious damage. They have to run. They cannot fight this one. They're going to give up everything. They need to just stay alive more than anything else. Now they turn. They had the Dream Roam on top of this one, but Sunrise going to be picked off. Yeah, you're taking, but just not enough. And now Jimo on the back line doing some serious damage. 3 members down. And they actually even snipe out
It's
onto
over.
Crane, but now they're just looking to end this game. Weibo Gaming walk it down from the bottom lane, and they're going to take game 4. They're up 3-1 in the series.
Oh, the series victory is in sight. It's 3-1 now. Weibo Gaming, they just have to do it once more. And what a way to do it. This was a very strong and convincing performance. Talent Gaming, they need to recover, and they need to recover right now.
Yeah, not really too many opportunities on that one. Just way too strong. Weibo Gaming just using that advantage. That Luban, number 7, Master Luban, the combination just way too strong at this stage. And they were always up front. Max just got out of control. He's been carrying this lineup thus far. Yes, you have a great supporting cast, but Max has been that all-star because he's been doing so much damage. Plus those shark cannons on top of it. It was absolutely chef's kiss.
Okay, I think, on the side of Talent Gaming, they did not expect to lose this series. This is a concerning look on the side of Juicer's face, right? They need to figure something out. And this is not the kind of pressure you want to face because this is series point. If Weibo Gaming take one more win, they are proceeding into the grand finals and they're facing off against AG. This is a dream that Talent Gaming wants, but it's being stolen away right now.
Well, the dream hasn't officially been stolen away, right? Yes, this is a tough mountain to climb. You're seeing the rise of Weibo Gaming and just how they're able to kind of exert their dominance, put the pressure on, make Talent Gaming play their game. And they really haven't had too many answers. But if we're going to go back to execution to figure out how to get back into this one, Talent Gaming need to figure out, they need to shore up the early game weaknesses. It seems like they have been playing very defensively, not where you want to be, especially against a Titan that is Weibo Gaming.
I mean, it all comes back to the first blood again, right? Like every time they get the first blood, Weibo Gaming just run to the finish line, and there's no team that has successfully caught on to this trend just yet. So, I mean, you have two opportunities. Number one, you disallow the first blood. You get the first blood instead. Or if the first blood comes, you try to catch up as fast as possible. But I think Weibo Gaming has been in this position too many times. They are too familiar with it. They know how to pull away from their opponents. And look, the farm on Max, 10.8 thousand gold. The items, I think, yes, stock standard. It really came down to the positioning. They doubled down on damage dealing instead.
Yeah, it's super smart. I mean, this Weibo Gaming lineup was just all like a glass cannon, almost everybody, right? And they were able to do it because everybody was on the same page. It was just like, hey, how are they going to survive? How are they going to fight if we just burst everyone down with those annihilations, with those shark cannons? And then you seeing, just Max with his, suppressive fires. You had so much damage that, Talent Gaming had no answers. Yes, you have the Menki. Yes, you're tanky, but you really can't deal with this lineup when all 5 of them can burst you.
Exactly. Look at the gold graph. This was an absolute monster growth, right? This is what you want for your food. Like you want to have maximum nutrition extracted, and this is what Weibo Gaming actually offered. And to be honest, we talked about the mid lane matchup, right, between Crane as well as Tingyue, and the two of them, I think they did exceptionally well in their own respective roles for their teams. But it was just that financial monster lead that Weibo Gaming got for themselves that really cut off that lifeline for the side of Talent Gaming.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, you had the money, you had the finances to just get all that farm, and it was just so tough to get anything going. Like, everybody was just like on, I mean, 0-1-11 with the Yukio here, with Lin Heng, he just did enough, right? You just soften everybody up, everybody else will just be there to clean house. I mean, when you have 5-0-6 Ting Yi, just another win in his books, just doing so much damage, it was so tough. Everyone is so squishy from Talent Gaming that they were not really able to fight.
Okay, so Max, look at this one. He almost occupies the entire screen with his blue ranger, and look, he was dealing 1,060 damage per second here. No, per minute.
Just wait. I mean, he was just like owning everything right now. And Snowy, you're seeing just how they've done such a good job. Not only has Max really stepped up, Tingyi, Lena, like everybody's really been playing to the next level, but they've actually like taken away the strengths of Talent Gaming, right? All of the guys that we wanted to see, Sunrise hadn't really been able to pop off. Crane has been struggling. Snowy's been not really getting any farm. And so you're seeing just how they've been pushed back.
Yep, and of course, this leads us to the MVP. This time it's going to be mid laner Tingyue. He dealt a total of 24% of the team's hero damage. I mean, the KDA is beautiful with this one, 5-0-6. And yes, a lot of attention was on Max, but he was also responsible for the cleanup. That is Tingyue we're talking about, the mid laner for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you wanted to do, especially with the Nua, right? I mean, the annihilations, the damage that you have, plus he was always just like pushing people around with those blocks, the creation ones, just doing a great job and understanding how you need to play. Plus his emergence, he was always there at the right time. He's like everything that you are not to me in my ranked games.
I think we're playing on different servers, man, because I've been doing the exact same thing that Ting has been doing. But nonetheless, right, one of the things that is happening here, I want you to pay attention to the annihilations coming out from Ting, right? A lot of situations where, besides the emergence use, his annihilation also created situations where there was a lot of damage dealt from afar, which allowed Max to clean up as well. So it's a vice versa combination, and once again, this ultimate coming in from Mengxi, so big, catching the two most tankiest members on the side of Talent Gaming and just finishing the job for Max.
Absolutely. I mean, here's another emergence from Ting Ye. Like in the perfect spot, and we were thinking, does Sunrise get away? But he had just enough, the amount of distance, the time, the perfect placement on understanding when he needs to be there at the right time. And another annihilation, right? Like Ting Ye, this is like his highlight reel right here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a YouTube video if I've ever seen one, right? How many plays does this guy have? And it's like, once again, the answer is not numbers, it's yes. We're gonna have highlights.
Yeah, he's gonna take out everything. And they're just chasing him down. Once you have that numbers advantage, you're able to burst. It's just a matter of taking out the rest of them. Just clean house. It's the easiest thing to do. It's a great feeling when you're running it down. You have that numbers advantage. You know you're going to win, and all they can do is run. And no real chance to really get back in this one. But in this series, they're down 1-3, okay? Talent Gaming, what are you telling them, Coach Kin?
I am telling them, it's okay. We just take this one game at a time, and hopefully we don't lose.
And hopefully, you said lose. Now it's in their heads. They're only going to be thinking about losing right now, right? You can't say lose to them. You got to be like, we're going to win this one. It might not be easy, but I think we're going to be good going into this draft. You got to be very positive, man. Got to spin it differently.
No, you need to be hopeful, but you cannot be delusional. So at this point, right, Talent Gaming, yes, their backs are definitely against the wall, against Weibo Gaming. Now, is it the end of the world? Definitely not. There is still a chance, right? Every opportunity is one where you can climb one step closer. They just have to do this 3 more times in a row, right? For the side of Talent Gaming without losing a single game. It's not that difficult, in theory.
Really? Against Weibo Gaming? You think winning 3 in a row is not okay? Somebody's got to clip that and be like, okay, because I'm pretty sure that is a difficult mountain to climb, especially at this stage. So much is at stake. Obviously, you lose this one next game as Talent Gaming, you're out of this one, man. You're going home, right? So I think that for this is a moment, a true test of a team, right? We saw the rise of this team really being able to kind of step up, and they've been playing very well in that regard. But this is a time. Everything is going to be at stake on this one. Are they able to bounce back, win 3 games in a row? Yes, they needed it 1 by 1, but this is not going to be easy, kid.
For sure. And this brings me to the next point that I want to talk about. You know, we have the heart rate monitors for the players as well. I think we should put them on the fans. And then we have a collective, like, Talent Gaming versus Weibo Gaming heart rate. And we see who is feeling more stressed in terms of the fans.
Okay, well, I can tell you I am clearly more stressed than you on this one because I am worried for Talent Gaming. This is one where my heart rate is through the roof right now because I was thinking that this is going to go to a Game 7, and the way it's looking right now, it looks like Weibo Gaming have their number, and which is a huge disappointment to me because I wanted this to go the distance.
I am not in agreement with you. I want to have like the strongest showing. I want to see the teams crush each other because we want to see the best out of the best because we're going up against all gamers, AG in the grand finals. So this is the time. If you have to show your strength, this is a game to show it. And I think this needs to be the winning game for the side of Weibo Gaming because if you falter here, I think it's a soft guarantee for me. Talent Gaming might turn this whole thing around.
Yeah. Actually, that's the biggest thing. I mean, it's again, baby steps, win that first game. I mean, the whole coach speak that you were talking about earlier, it makes sense, right? But Weibo Gaming right now, they're, okay, I don't compliment you often, so let that be known. But I think that for this one, the biggest thing for Weibo Gaming is that they can't be overconfident. Going up 3-1, yes, you're in a great dominating position, but we've seen teams, even in the same spot, that are like, okay, we have them on the ropes, we can out. You got to go slowly. You still need to play your game. You cannot be overconfident going into this.
True. I want to point your attention to one of the banners that they held up just now. Once again, I might have short-term memory, but it feels like they were saying 5 years since Weibo Gaming has held onto a trophy. So I think that will serve as a major motivation for the side of Weibo Gaming. They're just one game away.
Okay, first off, that's gotta hurt, right? 5 years, bringing it up like that, not cool. But, you know, I think that this is a great opportunity for this team, right? I think that we've seen a lot of growth of them thus far, being able to just kind of roll it through into the playoffs. And plus, you get revenge on Talent Gaming, who had knocked you into the lower bracket. This is a ultimate statement game for them.
I agree. I think this is really exciting, right? And based off like the looks of the players on the side of Weibo Gaming, I feel like they are completely locked in. Right, so I want to see how does this bring us into the final game, potentially final game of the series, because Talent Gaming, they need to recover. This is 2 losses in a row already.
Yeah, actually it would be huge for them, right? I did not expect that last one. I thought that with the draft, I thought it was fine, but they just didn't really have any answers for the Master Luban combo. I think that it's just way too much, right? And I think that going into this one, they probably want to pick that up themselves, steal some strats from Weibo, right? But Weibo have done such a good job of denying things, even banning out the Luban themselves.
Yes, look, it hurt them so much that the lenses of the glasses fell from Tutor's spectacles, unfortunately. But with that, look, there is no way, yeah, like I said, there's no way if I'm on Weibo Gaming, I'm giving you your signature picks. There's no way I give you the Master Luban and Luban number 7.
Yeah, very smart there. Plus, you're banning out the Feti as well. Look, both very strong at this stage, but going into this one, Talent Gaming banning out the Genren and the idea themselves, taking away a lot of the choices that are available to Weibo Gaming, Mengshi.
True. And you know what? I think, yeah, this was the first way I was going to talk about the Sulia coming in for Weibo Gaming. When Weibo Gaming played this yesterday, they took 3 different frigid charges. This is paired with the Conquering Army, the ultimate for the Sulia as well. So there's plenty of control for days. And I feel like Talent Gaming, they need to find an answer here.
So Sulia, great hero, and something I'm super excited to see on the global platform. Very tanky, has that charge, has that ability to, you know, when he gets, you know, killed, he has that passive, the Iron Colossus, to stay alive, assuming your teammates are there to help you revive you. Just a lot of potential, right, from a hero that's going to be from that roamer, right, and just kind of pushing people around. And he's always providing that vision because he can be very aggressive because he can be revived. And Weibo Gaming plays this hero very strongly.
Very strongly indeed, and this one is going to be paired up, so it's the same theory, right? There's the shield and the spear. You have that big shield in the front in the form of the Sulia, and now you have, oh no, the ultimate spear is coming in, a channel and a cat boom. Tingyu's cat boom yesterday was on fire, and I feel like we might see the same again today.
Yeah, very strong first phase, picks for Weibo Gaming here, but never say never, especially since you have Talent Gaming here with the Haya as well as the Ogren, two strong ones, right? Like, how are you going to deal with the Ogren when I'm able to kind of, mirage one of those heroes and one of those potential damage dealers away, right? So this is a smart play by Talent Gaming, kind of just trying to isolate it, right? It's tough to take down an Ogren with 5 members, but now with 4, it's going to be even harder.
And they banned out the Agudo as well. One of the known counter is against a Ogren. And I like the fact they mentioned this, because the Mirage, if you take away the Sulia and the team fights, Weibo Gaming is completely exposed. They have 2 big ultimates to play around with. Number 1, with the Ogren's ultimate. They also have the Unbridled Outburst in the form of the Zhang Fei. So the back line going to be caught out on the side of Weibo Gaming. So I like this lineup from Talent Gaming, at least in the first half.
Yeah, the team fight is great, right? It has pretty much everything that you need. And they're doing a lot to help protect it. Look at how Talent Gaming, I mean, they're doing so many bans just to kind of ensure that they're, have to be like struggling to find some of those big-bodied, tanky guys to help keep those, like the Cat Boom and the channels safe.
And even in the farm lane, it's a little bit difficult because there's no more Arlie, but they will pick up the lady soon. So then this comes down to the part where, okay, can Talent Gaming provide the space for Snowy to, number 1, get the growth, but also in team fights, can they protect him from the dive and poke damage of Tingyue as well as Max on this channel? Yeah,
actually, Talent Gaming's lineup right now, it's like a lot of good questions are being asked by this team, right? And this draft is starting to be very well-rounded, but it looks like Weibo Gaming, they're going to go with the Flowborn to kind of, you're talking about a tank, that's a great one.
Oh, Umbrosa, we finally get it. I was hoping for this yesterday, but it was banned out. So Weibo Gaming, they're gonna put the Umbrosa in that Clash lane, also known as the Lady of Second Lives, or I would call it Second Chances.
Yeah, second chances. Sounds like my ex-girlfriend. Yeah, but she has the same color eyes, by the way. But Yang Jian's going to be picked up by the Talent Gaming lineup to round this one out. This has seen a lot of, pickup, right, in the KPL. It hasn't really been as great on the global stage. But, his modes are a little bit different. Walk me through some of his abilities here.
So the first skill where he normally throws his dog to kind of bite people, right? Now, it actually, in KPL server, you actually get the dog as a trap as well. So it actually allows you to land, if someone walks and gets bitten by that trap, you instantly get the passive of the first kill. So that person will be marked. You will get the option to jump to them as well. And when he uses his skills, you're able to zap people when they are further than a set distance, which means free damage as well.
Yeah, it's all about that damage, right? And just trying to kind of getting onto, like, dare I say, the Cat Boom, Chano, not the easiest things. The Umbrosa might be a little bit of a problem with that second life that you were talking about. But is this draft enough? If you're like, hey, back is on the wall, elimination game, let's go with this draft. Are you comfortable with Talent Gaming's?
I think it's okay. Right now, it's less of the draft, it's more of the execution. Because, there will be situations where I think the pressure here will be onto Crane. Because Crane has to make the correct call in the middle of a chaotic team fight.
Yeah.
To number one, decide, okay, if I'm going to catch, let's say I catch Sulia, or I catch Umbrosa, or I catch the Flowborn tank, which one of these catches is going to provide the most value for my team so that I win that 4v4?
Yeah.
And this is a tough question, even without fighting already, so we'll see.
Yeah. I think it really comes back to him, Crane, just being able to set things up. And again, Talent Gaming right now, they've been really, their strengths have been, dare I say, stymied quite a bit by Weibo Gaming. They've been able to kind of answer, they've been able to dictate the questions that are being asked in this series throughout. There's a reason why they have a 3-1 lead. Are they able to continue that and to take the series in this Game 5?
Once again, Game 5. Weibo Gaming, I think, has been a team that has been really consistent. This is the second series they have won in a 4-1 fashion. Today, they do it. It's 3 times in a row. But Weibo Gaming on the blue side, Talent Gaming on the red. Let's hear the audiences.
全军出击！
Talent Gaming right now need to get everything going. This is pretty much it. You lose this game, you're out of the playoffs. This is, of course, the lower bracket finals, getting into this best of 7. But they're going to just try to, if anything, they need to do a better job of the laning phase. I feel like they've really been struggling this series.
And right as you say that, I mean, Weibo Gaming already has advantage over the Firehawk here at the bottom of the Firebeak, and this is going to be a level EXP advantage. And if they steal this from the side of Talent Gaming, this is going to hurt even more.
Yeah, that would be a disaster here. But they're going to take a decent amount. They need to be careful more than anything else. He doesn't want to take too much damage, Max that is. He's not going to snipe this one out. But in the top lane, Ching not in a great spot, actually has to flash away. He's taking a decent amount. He will survive, though.
So Ching now in a very vulnerable position, right? For the next 120 seconds, there's no flash. And now I like this decision making coming out from Weibo Gaming. They will try to put a little bit more pressure onto that Horntail piece, Spiketail piece on the top. And we'll see whether this is going to work out financially. Same issues, right? They have not fixed this problem yet. Can they get the first blood instead of Weibo Gaming?
Yeah, I feel like there's just like this leak on this boat that is the Talent Gaming lineup. They haven't been able to shore it up. They haven't really had any answers. And it looks like Linheng going a little bit aggressive, does a decent amount, but the dash away, he's gonna be fine. Snowy just had the rolling raid just to stay alive.
Good save though, and this is where Sunrise is providing a lot of value as the Ogren pick, right? He does have an EXP advantage against Linheng, which is great for Talent Gaming fans, but they need to build upon this advantage they've gotten for themselves. Gold advantage nearly 0 at this point is a what, 200 gold difference?
Yeah, it's just 2 minutes in. It's still a bit early on that sense. But again, if Talent Gaming kind of funnel as much farm into Sunrise as possible, they're going to have a good time. Weibo Gaming have done such a great job of taking away the enemy jungle and forcing them to play their game because their laning has been so good.
It has, and right now both teams, they are looking for an opening on the top side. The pushback,
charge back. They find Ching in a bad spot, but he's got the shields from the Leaping Savior, and it looks like with this team, everybody just like grouped up, and they're like, hey, we're gonna take the Sprite together. But you know, it looks like Joy in a bad spot. He's gonna be knocked up, and he does use the Umbrella Outburst. He will survive though, but Talent Gaming committed quite a bit, at least just for that Sprite.
well, the timing of it is still okay, right? Because we're still about more than a minute away before the 4-minute mark of the Tyrant. So I think using the skills now isn't too big of a big issue. The only concern is common spells, because that takes 2 minutes to cool down.
Yeah. I mean, it's more about the next big fight. And with that 4-minute, you know, Tyrant about to be spawning with that Overlord, I think that they do need to be careful in terms of how they want to proceed on that. That is a big common spells cooldown. So they need to be just, again, careful with this next team fight here.
But Snowy will have his flash before that 4-minute mark, so that's okay. And this might be the game changer, right? Because that flash could be either a life-saving flash, or it could be a life-ending flash, where Snowy, you know, flash of death comes in, gets the kill on the max, maybe.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say, like, flash into the wall, like I've done when I'm trying to run away, get over the wall, and I actually like, calculated my distance, and I face plant into it, and then... But, okay, your way is much better, definitely more elegant in that regard, and I think Snowy will be up to that task. But Sunrise, with that tether, needs to be careful. Lin Heng is going to be sticking around, ensuring that he pushes him back.
I find it so funny you said that, because Mengxi on the Sulia did that yesterday. And he's on Sulia again today. So I don't know whether that's going to happen. But for now, it looks like Talent Gaming, they have secure control of the pit.
Yeah, they're going to be doing a great job. And with that path of passing, just extra vision pushed away. It looks like they're going to be ensuring that nobody gets close to that Tyrant, and they will pick it up themselves.
Okay, so a decent lead for the side of Talent Gaming. Right now, it's about whether Weibo Gaming makes a trade. This can come in the form of kills, because there isn't much in the jungle camps on the side of Talent Gaming.
Yeah, and look at how Talent Gaming, they're going to get gone on. Soaring Signal on, and does a decent amount of work onto Snowy, especially with Ting Ye's, like Kitty Bombs, just doing some serious damage. And, you know, that's something that you need to be worried about, because they're kind of on the squishier side, especially Snowy. Needs to be careful that he doesn't just get hit by random bombs at times.
That's true. I mean, every time you say Kitty Bomb, a song pops into my head, of which I'm not going to sing, obviously, but I think I know, you guys know what song I'm thinking about. But at this point, Talent Gaming, I think they have survived pretty well.
Oh, they charge back. The Leaping Savior, keeping Joy just in a better spot. He will be fine. And Mengxi, this is why kind of scary on the Suli, right? He's always got that vision, and plus, you know, Joy, if he forced out to take that Umbrella Outburst just to stay alive, which he had to have done in the earlier part of the game, it's a feels bad, man, especially since you need to build up that ult again.
My biggest concern, based off of that, is this lead allows the other members to grow, right? And right now, it's actually Max taking the growth.
Yeah, which you don't want to really see, especially if you're a Talent Gaming fan. Max has been really on point this series. Oh, the charge back, the Leaping Savior by Joy, he will stay alive. But now Snowy has to be careful, knowing that his teammate doesn't have the Leaping Savior to keep him alive. Joy is so low, though.
They want to force out the ultimate. They did. So Unbridled Outburst is going to be used by Joy. He needs to buy some time to be able to get the passive back. The madness, that's what I'm talking about. As well as try and get more here.
Yeah, look at Sunrise just being super aggressive, but Lin Heng smites it for good measure. Does not want to lose out on that one, ensuring that he keeps it for his squad. Sunrise, though, has been just basically walking wherever he wants, right? He's been very, dare I say, aggressive in terms of his mobility.
And it's a cause of concern. Right now, this is the closest the two teams have been at. No first bloods yet, even at that 6.5 minute mark, which is great news for Talent Gaming fans. But Weibo Gaming, have they stayed their welcome? Is this going to be a turn of events going to the side of Talent Gaming?
Yeah, Talent Gaming, this is the biggest thing that they needed to have done. They were giving up first blood. They were looking to brawl a bit too much, and that's kind of where Weibo Gaming were like happy to do, especially in that early game, with some of their heroes that were a little bit better in the early games, in the earlier games of the series. So they put themselves in a prime position. They were like, hey, we're okay with fighting. But now Talent Gaming have played a little bit more cagey, understanding the win conditions, getting Sunrise his farm.
Yeah. The farm is very important for Sunrise. I think he needs to be able to tank for the team, right? At this point, if Sunrise is taken down early in the fights, I think it really spoils the composition. Then Snowy is really exposed in the team fights.
Yeah, he needs to stay alive more than anything else. But now this pressure, look it. I love it how Talent Gaming are taking the fight to them. They're going to lose the top T1, so that's going to be a bit of a trade. The charge and forward, finding Ching, but he's going to flash away, get under that tower, stay alive. But the Wolves are under attack, and more importantly, the top T2 is under siege. Oh, but they find him. Now Max has to flash away. He's going to get out. The doggy is not going to chase him down. And here comes the rest of Talent Gaming, finding a juicier target. The Iron Colossus not going to be enough. He's going to be picked off.
And this is where the strength of Talent Gaming comes in, right? So if you allow a tank to be taken out, look, they will reap the rewards as your golem available for the taking. Lincoln does have smite though.
Oh, look at how they're just looking to dive. They are not scared. Sunrise putting the pressure on. And this is the game that we wanted to see from Talent Gaming. Exerting dominance in that early game. Get themselves a better chance. Actually be in the win column or the winning column when come the mid game.
And this is the space they created, right? So now Sunrise, you talk about him needing farm. He has the farm. And with the advantage, he's able to provide space, push the rest of Weibo Gaming back. And look at the space created. Snowy now able to solo push. But here's the victim.
Oh, Ching, he's going to have to go to God mode just to try to stay alive. And he barely, no, he's under the tower. How is he not dead? And he does get vanquished in the end. They did have to dive, and they did take the bottom T1 as well.
But what's the price? It's 2 T1s for the price of a Ching. And I think if you're on Thailand Gaming, we give that trade.
Yeah, I think you'll take that trade. I think it's not the worst thing in the world. Just being able to just, attract that attention. Better him than, Sunrise or Snowy at this point. But now the Tyrants, with a man disadvantage by Talent Gaming, they're going to try to defend on this as much as possible. But now Lin Heng trying to go aggressive a bit, put pressure on.
They want to force out the Unbridled Outburst by Joy, right? Pre-10 minutes. But it's not working out because he's still tanky, he's still okay. And right now, Talent Gaming, no pressure coming in. They will have the Tyrant buffer to work with until that 10-minute mark as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's like coming back to this raid boss that is Sunrise, right? His only 1k net worth lead, but nobody really wants to fight in the Ogren, right? And they're going to give up the Tyrant on that one. And that seemed to be an easy take for them, especially since Weibo Gaming had that advantage. But now Talent Gaming are looking to invade the enemy jungle, taking what they can away from Weibo.
And you know what's the biggest difference maker down here? It's the fact that, look, Talent Gaming, they still allow Weibo Gaming to poke them. But they're not getting pokes for free. Talent Gaming is also poking them down. And that's what's costing them the fight right now.
Yeah. I mean, they're trading tower for tower. This is that chess match, right? Yes, there's like a 2k net worth lead in favor of Talent Gaming, but Weibo Gaming are striking where, Talent Gaming are kind of weak.
Yeah, and I think for this weakness is just for now, because the later the game goes, I think I would very much value Talent Gaming's lineup. I like the composition a little bit more in the late game status.
Yeah, just a matter of time before they get there. But having that lead obviously is going to be huge for Talent Gaming. You have the Ogren. I think that you're going to be fine. You just need to ensure that you don't give up any sort of pick off or any sort of easy kill. Yes, Ching might be killed at moments times, but as long as Snowy and Sunrise are fine, again, I think you're going to be Gucci.
He doesn't care, right? Ching is going to give his life for the cause, because right now, if Talent Gaming, they get the buffs, like especially the Tyrant buff, is going to be huge.
Oh, the Unbridled Outburst knocking him 4 on that one. That was a nice one. The Stampede right on top of this, but there's really no follow-up. It's hard to kind of just go in with that, especially since the rest of the squad wasn't really on the same page, but a great Unbridled Outburst to slow down the assault of Weibo Gaming.
And Mengxi has very little value. He has nothing to offer already, except from a couple of steals maybe. Can he do it?
Oh, the Tyrant about to be taken off. Snowy will take that for good measure, ensuring that they have this one. And that was a little bit closer than I would have liked in that regard. Sunrise didn't have Smite to use.
Regardless, I think even if they had lost that, they would have been able to get a couple of kills, because at that point, Mengxi had no ultimate to work with, Lin Heng as well. And so once again, Talent Gaming, they can be very aggressive.
Yeah, they can be very aggressive here. They're looking to take the Azure Golem. Taking that away would be huge for Talent Gaming. Taking that out, again, you want to take away all of the buffs. Lin Heng is going to be even further slowed down. It's going to be a tough spot right now for Weibo Gaming to come back.
Yeah, in Sunrise, he wasn't threatened before. He's not going to be threatened at all now. Blood Rage is on hand.
Yeah, he's got everything that you would want. Oh, the all explosion is just going to be kind of doing some work. Not able to clear the minion wave, and the mid T2 taken away by Talent.
So Talent Gaming, I like this response. We were asking for, hey, where is the comeback factor? And Talent Gaming, they have finally achieved it. They have a 3,000 goal lead, and we'll take a look at the table here. Most of it is actually funneled into Sunrise, which is great. You want to have the advantage, but the main difference maker is the fact that Snowy is close to 9,000 gold already.
Yeah, and while Sunrise has 8K, Ching actually has 8.7K. So he's doing some heavy lifting on his own. He's been doing a great job of split pushing. In Weibo Gaming, yes, they've made him pay one time or so, but they haven't gotten more than that. So Ching has done a great job as a Clash laner of providing that space. And now with the Siege in the top T2, it's going to be even smaller of a map to deal with from Weibo.
Exactly, because Ling Heng cannot tank. He's only at 7,000 gold. Itemization, he's not going to be able to match up against Sunrise and Ching as well. So this is a free map for the side of Talent Gaming, right? Right now, it's about Weibo Gaming. How much time can he buy with this competition? How much longer can he drag this game?
Yeah, they need to slow it down. But the nice little charge back. Nice little combination with that one. He tried to flash, but he's going to be killed. Snowy just got picked off, and now they want to go for more. This is a great opportunity for Weibo Gaming. The chase is on. They're trying to do the damage, but the Death Precipice slowing them. They're not able to get anything more. The tether has been on point on Tajimo, but it looks like they're not going to get anything.
Okay, so really it's a consolation prize, right? They just buy themselves a lifeline. They want to work on this T1, but I don't think that's a great call. Your T3 at the bottom is being threatened as well.
Yeah, I think it was more of just drawing them out. Yes, it's a little bit of structural damage, but that's still free damage when you're down a member, right? So not the worst thing in the world of just kind of, regrouping on that mid T1 and putting, Weibo Gaming in a spot where they thought they had an advantage, but they weren't able to get any kills.
Okay, so the layered knockup, this one, overconfidence, simply because Joy was walking in front. He was hoping for the save, but because of the consistent knockups on the side of Lin Heng, they could not get the save, especially in the form of the Unbridled Outburst. That's why Snowy got taken down.
Yeah, and now the Vanguard taking the top T2 almost by itself. And, Talent Gaming doing a great job of understanding the wave management. Yes, Snowy had gotten picked off that one time, but I think that they're still in a decent spot. Again, Sunrise, it's all about him right now.
That's true. Sunrise, he needs to be the difference maker here. Snowy, once again, he should not get caught out any longer, right? That was one mistake. He should not repeat that mistake again, because if it does, I can assure you, Weibo Gaming will take a win.
Yeah. Snowy, if he were to make another mistake, he'd literally be like the farm laners in all my ranked games, right? Like, you did not learn your lesson. You need to just stay back more than anything else. Stay alive, right? Continue to farm, and he's done a great job of that, being top 2 in terms of net worth with 10.2. Done a great job otherwise.
And this is where the recovery comes in, right? Back just now, it was like a 1,000 gold difference for Max and Snowy. Now Max is, I would say, close to completely recovered. He's neck and neck in terms of farm.
Yeah, that's actually where you want to be. You couldn't ask anything more. I mean, obviously, if you got some sort of pickoffs, but, Talent Gaming have done such a great job of just being this tough nut to crack. Like, especially since you have Joy with that Leaping Savior, those shields have been on point, but you really haven't been able to find somebody who's been really out of position, aside from that one time, the Umbrella Outburst, going to be used just to push him back, but where's the follow-up? They're not able to get any sort of, follow-up damage on this one, and it looks like Lin Heng still in the pit right now. They're going to chase after this, and they're going to look to go for this one. Joy's in a bad spot. He's going to be killed. He was too aggressive, and he went back into human form, too vulnerable. He gets picked off, and now Ching just barely staying alive more than anything else. And with 5 members of Weibo Gaming still up, not really much Talent Gaming can do at this point.
Yeah, they lose this. They don't have control over the Shadow Tyrant, and this is going to be a free one for the side of Weibo Gaming, unless Sunrise makes a miracle play somehow, but that's not going to happen. So, Tyrant buff in the hands of Weibo Gaming. This is a Shadow variant, so there's going to be extra movement speed, extra damage buff as well. Now, it really comes down to the positioning, right? Snowy, he has been playing pretty safe so far. He does have a flash to work with.
Yeah, he does. I mean, you have a decent number of opportunities to kind of fight back on this one. I think Talent Gaming right now, again, as long as you're just like keeping some of the towers alive, you still have the mid T1, and Sunrise hasn't really been taken down yet. Those are 2 of your big win conditions at this stage.
And look, the damage coming up by King Yeo on this Kaboom has been impressive so far, over 10k, and this is exactly what needs to happen. Weibo Gaming, they can see the victory in sights. Right now, if they get caught out on the side of Talent Gaming, this really could be the be all end all, because T3s are on the board.
Yeah, the net worth is still in favor of Talent Gaming, but the momentum has completely shifted in favor of Weibo Gaming. They sense that they're going to be aggressive and trying to take away much of the enemy jungle as possible and just putting the pressure on. Once you start to kind of take away that space, Talent Gaming, it ends up being a bit of a losing game for them.
Yes, and Max does have the Crimson buff. He's going to be the one dealing the damage. Snowy as well does have, nope, just expired. No more Crimson buff for him. So this is a great fight for the side of Weibo Gaming if they want to play. But they only have, 8 seconds left on that Tempest Tyrant buff. So that is going to even out soon.
Yeah, both of these teams, though, have
Ching.
some pretty good wave clear. I mean, Ching is taking a decent amount, but he's a tanky boy. Flowborn just really not doing a whole lot in that regard, and he was chasing after him, but you still have Joy to kind of back you off. Weibo Gaming right now, just dealing with the minion waves, just want to put pressure on, but they're not able to kind of deal with Sunrise here.
Okay, but they did force out the Pure Sky usage by Ching, which means that 30% damage reduction no longer available for this Yang Jin. And this might not be the situation you want to enter a Shadow Overlord fight with.
Yeah, but look at the positioning of Mengshi. If he wants to dive in, he could potentially go. Oh, the Mirage is going to be used. The isolation has already happened, but they've got the
Nice
pickup
push.
onto Max. That's huge. The Unbridled Outburst right on top of this one, and now Mengshi's just trying to stay alive. He comes out of the Mirage, and he finds he's in the heart of the enemy team. He gets picked off. 2 members are down, and now Talent Gaming looking to just run it down, chasing after them, but they're not going to get anything else. They're going to turn their attention onto the Overlord instead.
This is the version of Talent Gaming we were waiting for. They're gonna secure this Shadow Overlord for themselves. But the biggest thing that happened in that last fight was the fact that they took Max down. It was Snowy that made the mistake before. Now it is Max's turn. And Talent Gaming can turn this into T3s.
Yeah, that was just out of position at that one moment. That was not where you wanted to have been by Max, and getting picked off there. That was only his first death, so he doesn't make too many mistakes, but might have been a critical one.
Yep, it could be the door opening here. The key to the base to the crystal has been opened. One more couple of shots. It will be. Snowy gets a couple of licks in. So structural damage has been done to the side of Weibo Gaming. There is a middle lane broken.
Yeah, Snowy does some serious damage. I mean, he's 13.6, right? He's tied with Ching in the top lane, who does some serious damage himself. So they have a lot of potential here, but with Max just joining the fight and Sunrise over the wall, using that path of passing to the maximum on this one, they're going to look to chase this down. They're going to take the bottom T3.
Destroyed a turret.
Yep, they don't have to do much, right? It's really just pushing Weibo Gaming members out. We don't have to take the fight. We don't have to kill. We just need to make sure that we push them back enough, threaten them enough so that they don't have that backdoor protection. And with that, Talent Gaming now have secured and cemented probably a very good position. Heading into 20-minute mark, the Tempest Dragon will be summoned.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to deal with. I mean, Ching even just like escorting the Vanguard down, that's going to be a potential game winner if they want to go. The Umbrella Outburst, and it looks like Talent Gaming are looking to just bait more than anything else. Jimo will be there to deal with that bottom lane, but they need to just stay alive. They need to be careful of keeping things open. The Tempest Dragon was just pretty much all of a bait at this point, but backdoor protection, back up again.
But they have the numbers advantage. Tingya is out for about, 30 seconds, so right now it's A-OK, super safe for Talent Gaming. They don't have to over-aggress. Slowly work on that Tempest Dragon. Everything upgraded now. Sky Dome, both for the hands of Snowy and Ching. Snowy as well, okay.
Yeah, you might as well, right, at this stage. I mean, they have that numbers advantage. The Tempest Dragon is getting killed at this point. And Talent Gaming doing such a great job of just providing that vision. And now you have the Mirage ensuring that Lin Heng has no chance for the steal. And now they will wait for that prey to come on out of this one. And he does, and he gets a unpleasant surprise.
This should be game over, man. I mean, Mengshi did try with the Flash Ultimate as well to try and go for the steal. Did not happen. And now they are 4 members against 5.
Yeah, but they don't really have the minion. I mean, you have that one lone minion at this point. They're trying to deal with that, but with 5 members strong from Talent Gaming, it might be too much. They're looking to go for this one. They get the stomp. They get the little charge on this one, but can they do enough? They have a nice 3-man stun. Jimo's already been killed, and Tingyu is going to be backing off. The Crystal is taking some serious damage, and Talent Gaming will bounce back in Game 5.
This is a comeback if I've ever seen one. Now it is 3-2 for the side of Talent Gaming. They're one step closer to tying things up. Very good recovery, and you can hear the fans cheering it out. This was the Talent Gaming we were expecting.
Yeah, we were definitely expecting this one, right? But being able to do it with death's door waiting in the wings, being, a game on the line, so to speak. Yes, they're back in this one, but they're not out of the fire yet.
Oh, for sure. And this one was a trial by fire because still, even though they won this game in the series, it is still one game away for the series on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming tried to do what they could, as much as possible, but this is the classic Ogren that we know, right? Get the guy farm, let him be the raid boss. You have really no good answers of dealing with him. And plus, Talent Gaming did such a good job of protecting the Ogren by banning out the Ogren. You had so many different ways to just kind of let him do what he wants to do, right? And give him that space. And once he got going, it was very difficult for Weibo Gaming to really come back in this one.
That's true. They also banned out the Agudo, right? Which was one of the, I think, probable answers to this Ogren lineup. And you could see it really was because they got a little bit too close to the fire that was Talent Gaming, and they got burnt.
Yeah, just a really well-played game. I mean, that was what you wanted to have seen from Talent Gaming. Look, they're in a fine spot in that sense, right? It's like one game at a time. You were talking about 3 games in a row. As easy, not easy, definitely, but that is the first step of climbing this mountain. That is Weibo Gaming.
It definitely was not easy, right? That was a game of ups and downs for sure. There were a couple of moments where it was looking like, Weibo Gaming was going to end the series as well. But thankfully for them, Talent Gaming that is, they were able to recover. This was all due to the fact of Crane as well. Look at our itemization. Crane had a very clean game, 0-0-5 as well.
Yeah, and for me, it was kind of like, Weibo Gaming had moments of brilliance, right? And they were like, they were able to come back, but they never killed Sunrise, right? And if you never killed Sunrise, you're really not ahead. You're not really able to kind of catch back up. You're always at risk because that Ogren is still on the table and you're going to struggle, right? So that in that regard, things might have looked good for them, but Weibo Gaming were really, again, kind of struggling in this one.
You can't. Look, there's 3 major tanks on the side, right? There's Joy, there is Sunrise, there's Ching. The 3 of them are tanking it up. And there's no way they let you go past. And to make matters worse, Crane in the mid laner is the higher, able to lock a singular member off of the battle. That also changed a big composition of the fight because there were a couple of moments where they actually locked up the jungler Lin Heng on the side of Weibo Gaming, and then suddenly, right, the backline is exposed. Ching just goes in for the kill, paired with Sunrise as well. Nothing much they could do there.
Yeah, the draft was just gravy, right? I think it was just so good in terms of how they wanted to play that one. I mean, look, when the Haya comes out to the global platform as well, this is definitely something that's going to be seen quite a bit, right? It has a lot of potential. It's like the Ogren, he might struggle when you're going 5-5 and you're able to focus him down, but when Haya's there to just isolate them with a barrage of that one hero that's critical to the demise of the Ogren, you're going to have a good time.
For sure. And to add things in a different perspective as well, the Ambrosia pick, I think it was a good pick, but it does not compare with the reworked and repatched Yang Jian coming in from Ching. There was no comparison.
Yeah, that was a must-win lineup by Talent Gaming, right? Very meta heroes, very strong ones, ensuring that they got this win. But going into the global ban pick, this is going to be interesting to see what they bring out in game number 6. How deep are we going to go?
I think we might go super deep, but let's talk about how deep this guy went. Ching, all the way into the heart of the lineup of Weibo Gaming. This guy dealt 19.6% of the team's hero damage, but tanking it up a lot more. He was just a lifesteal king.
Yeah, how deep did he go again?
Pretty deep.
Pretty deep. Okay, cool. Right,
not falling for that bait.
definitely earned well-deserved MVP there. Just the amount of damage. I mean, he got picked off that one time, but look at it. He's not afraid to fight 1 versus 2, even almost potentially getting that pick off. He was always there at the right time, and he was the perfect complement to the Sunrise Ogren.
Yes, and the both of them have it aids that insta kill, right? So even if you have the Sulia, yes, you have a double life, but so what? You're gonna fall down lower than 10% of your health anytime we get our composition together.
Yeah. having a great time. I mean, look at another good Mirage. Like, this is a terrible spot to be in, and just being able to isolate it right at that moment, you're like, okay, are we going to go for the tyrant? What are we going to do? And then just being stuck out, and then you see exactly just how Ching on this Yang Jin was just doing so much damage, pushing them away. They really had no chance.
He was the one responsible for catching Max. That was the one sole win condition they were looking to achieve, and he did it to absolute perfection.
Yeah, absolute perfection. Just a great game and a really good bounce back game. That's exactly what you wanted to do.
Yes, so bounce back game, that is great on the side of Talent Gaming. Let's see how this is going to be like for game number 6. So we go the distance today, and if Talent Gaming wins this one, I think we'll all be very happy because number 1, we get to see the ultimate battle once again, where the rules of the global ban pick don't apply. Everyone gets to pick whatever heroes they want, they get to pick whatever common spells they want, and the opponent has to go in blind.
Yeah. Actually, that's going to be super exciting, assuming we get there. I mean, look, the last time they met in the playoffs, they went to a Game 7, right? I expected nothing but that, and going into that one with a must-win game by Talent Gaming, putting it to at least a Game 6, this is still interesting in the sense that the global ban pick, so many heroes have been picked right now. You know, I've kind of lost track of which heroes are available at this stage for which team, but going into this one, it's like, really, how deep are your hero pools?
I think it's less of how deep the hero pools are. It's more of, are you going to be allowed to play the heroes that you want, right? So we know Talent Gaming, they want. I'm still hoping, although Weibo Gaming is definitely not going to allow that to happen, but TTG, can you get the Lupin and Master Lupin combination? I highly doubt so, unless you go into game number 7. And even then, do you really want to pull out the Lupin and Master Lupin combination?
I think Game 7 is a different story. Let's not, let's worry more about Game 6 at this point. But it would be a huge mistake if Weibo Gaming allowed those two heroes, especially because we know the prowess on, the Talent Gaming side, getting into this one. But those are still available. That's the craziest part through all of this, is that they've done such a good job with their drafting where they're not able to pick out any of these heroes. Both of them are still available to be picked. Obviously, the bans are going to be interesting to see how they want to play this in Game 6 here.
I'm super curious whether Talent Gaming will actually try the Ho E and Ganemo combination as well. That could be a huge surprise. That could be their winning ticket in this Game 6 and just catch Weibo Gaming off guard. Because Weibo Gaming, I think they have tried the same compositions they have tried yesterday, which is we just go full control. And it did not work out in game number 5.
Yeah, it didn't really work out on that one. I mean, it just seemed like Talent Gaming, that lineup was very strong. It was a draft diff, dare I say. Definitely an edge going in. Execution was on point and exactly what you wanted, especially in an elimination game. But how many more rabbits can they pull out of this hat? Like, do they have more drafts that are able to kind of continue on? It's going to be super interesting to see exactly how these, this next draft is going to go.
We can pull you guys back to a little bit of history. Just recently for KPL, right? I think it was AG and Wolves where they played a 0 farm lane matchup. I want to see if that happens.
That would be an interesting one. But that was definitely not an elimination. I think it was like a game 5. It was like
5 or 6, something like that. Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, it was definitely a later one. But it's again like, how deep can you go? And it was funny that both of the teams were like, okay, actually we don't need a farm laner. We can just go tanky and do our own thing. And it was a lot of fun to watch.
Yes, Fu Zhi Da Qiao, and then we go for the Lupu, and I forgot what the Rome was, but it was like, that was super interesting because the fights were very long, drawn out. But you know what? There's a lot of theories in play. We want to see it live. Let's go into the stadium once again as we go for game number 6.
Game 6, 3-2, Weibo Gaming already up. Going into this one, they want to eliminate Talent Gaming. Obviously, they want it in Game 5, but the draft just too strong in this one. But going into this, Weibo Gaming, do they have... Okay, we talked a lot about Talent Gaming having potential heroes with like the Luban and the Master Luban. But can they, Weibo Gaming, have their own draft that will just really be able to close this series out?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. And this is what makes me so excited because you can tell the players, I don't think they are super fatigued just yet. This is a common occurrence for them in terms of like playing long games. But right now it's about that mental stability, right? Do you have the composure left after being beaten in a composition that you felt very comfortable with?
Yeah, that was the biggest thing going into Game 5 where I was just like, hey, Weibo Gaming, be composed, right? Understand that this is still potential long series. You just understand that you can't be overconfident going into this one. So Weibo Gaming draft decent, obviously a little bit stronger for Talent Gaming and kind of being able to kind of close that one out. But now this is one where you need to go all in, right? You want to close out the series here. You do not want to go to that ultimate battle.
True. There are a couple of heroes that they can consider. I think the Gerya has not been played for Weibo Gaming, is it? Let me just check. For Weibo Gaming, have they used the Gerya? Oh, they have. Okay, so this means heroes like the Lung available for both sides. I think we might see a tussle over there because single target, huge burst. I think it works well in the farm lane. Also a very independent hero to work around.
Yeah, Talent Gaming also, I believe that they still have the pay available. They were like, hey, we want to just take the early game and we want to just control it. So there's a lot of actual opportunities for both of these squads to really kind of whip out something. I mean, the hero pools that are available is just actually quite large, even with the global man pick.
True, and you know what? Fuzi Dajiao combination also something that is a very high rate of first blood potential, right? I think that's something that maybe Weibo Gaming can try to pull out in their cards. But we'll see. Talent Gaming, they take away the Zhenren, they take away the Diadea, both of which also work in fabulous favor for the side of Weibo Gaming. But Weibo Gaming will return the favor. Once again, no Master Lupan, no Kong Kong you play honors with us.
Yeah, it's all out on the roamers, right? Which dictates a lot of the pace in terms of where you want to be and the compositions as well. So it's interesting seeing how KPL kind of plays that one. But the Gerya going to be picked up here by Talent Gaming. Instantly first pick for them.
Okay, so I like this. Let's see where this goes, right? Because Weibo already have expanded most of the heroes like the Chano. They have already expanded the RD. Curious to see what kind of farm laner they want to go with, because Gerya is pretty hard to play against. She's very mobile, and with the Sandstorm as well, she gets the slow, and she also has the ability to land extra crit shots. So Weibo Gaming, they are going for the Byron as the first pick, and the Agudo follow-up.
Yeah, we're just going to go with this tanky lineup. Just to kind of deal with the potential Gerya, not give any space. Maybe they're looking to go for, tempo going into this one, which is, like the Gerya still does not want to be chased by the Agudo or the Byron, so they need to counterpick here.
It's more, to me, it's more of the stun, right? The control coming in, right? If Zimu actually gets the flash storm strike, yeah, that's the end of Snowy's life, man. And also for Linghen on this Agudo, there is still a chance for them to flex this Agudo into the farm lane. We'll see whether they want to do that or not, because some of the teams have done that in the recent weeks of KPL. But for now, this is open for contestation, so we'll see. The Lady Zhen in the mid for Weibo, great counter against both the Fatih and the Kaiser.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities there. And I mean, both of those are tanky, the sustain and the damage, right, here by Talent Gaming. Again, you want to protect the Gerya as much as possible, right? So it just fills a lot of the void that the Talent Gaming lineup has. But this Agudo pick for me is going to be the one to watch thus far, right? Is he able to kind of provide that space, use those wild growths to its advantage, and to really get those, fur balls that are the fur ball like stuns on the right targets?
I think we might be looking at a Agudo farm lane, because they took out a Shi. Which means there is a high chance this is going to be a dive-heavy jungler, which could be an assassin pick, I don't know. But based on the history of KPL games I've watched, I think Shi is normally used against a heavy dive composition.
Okay. The Leon Poe, they're going to go even tankier. So right now, it seems to be, as per what you were saying, right? Just run at them, have this tanky lineup. And you still have that. If you want to flex the assassin jungler, you can last pick it. Considering Talent Gaming have to show their picks right now.
Can you imagine if they pick the Hanxing? And they just don't fight? Like they get the snipe onto the Gerya, and then like, okay, we take turrets, boys and girls.
Yeah, like how are you gonna deal with that? Yeah, that would be tough. Oh, we gotta move. Okay.
I like it. I like it. Good burst potential. Is there enough setup? Oh yeah, and Zhuangzi. Okay, so Weibo Gaming. This is a tough one. They could bait out the ultimates coming out from Weibo Gaming and just use the butterfly effect from the Zhuangzi's ultimate and just go ham.
Yeah. That's one way of dealing with it, right? Just remove
there we
all
go.
the CC as much as possible. Okay. All right. What are your thoughts here?
Okay, Nakoruru is a great assassin jungle because she's also able to deal big burst damage, true damage against tanky lineups. So, not to say that the Kaiser is not going to find value, but there is a risk involved. We have seen Nakorurus across KPL, not too often, but most of the time, I think they have found success in the Nakoruru. So we'll see how this goes down for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, but this is the thing where it's going to Nakoruru in the farm lane, right? You're still going to run the Agudo in the jungle.
No.
No?
No.
That's what they're showing right now. Okay. No, they're going to do the jungle assassins out with the Nakoruru, and they're just going to use the Agudo to just kind of shore up that farm lane and just slow the game down. You get a single pick off on the Guya, you might have a good time. Just roll it down.
Exactly, and you kind of force out situations where, look, the efficiency of the Sandstorm coming out from Snowy's ultimate might not be there, because when Max uses that rolling furball, right, you're actually able to absorb one hard stun, and you're actually able to roll out of like very sticky situations in that sense where it's quicksand.
Okay. I mean, for me, this is an interesting lineup going into this one. Again, game 6, when you have the potential to like close it out. And yes, this is a great strategy, but to whip it out now in a game 6 when you have a potential to knock out the other team, is this the right time?
I think it is. Like, just go all in, right? But the only thing about this is I think right now, in this particular part of the series for the best of 7, I think both teams need to take care not to over rush, right? You want to make the killing blows, but you have to be very calculative about whether this is the right moment to pull the trigger or not.
Yeah. It's really going to come back to just that pacing, right? That tempo of just being able to kind of, like, you don't want to rush it. At the same time, both of these squads can be very patient. They need to pick their moments more than anything else. But for me, on this Agudo, I mean, look, it's everything is on this Nakoruru, right? Lin Heng, is he able to pilot it to the maximum? Because again, he falters. How is the rest of this team gonna deal with him? But going into game 6, let's see what the crowd have to think about this one.
全军出击！
Talent Gaming right now, I think it got a little bit more energy from those drums, especially after that Game 5 win. There's definitely a little bit of momentum going in. And Weibo Gaming unconventional draft, is this going to be enough, Kin, to really take down Talent Gaming?
I don't think it's on them. I think it's on Joy. Look, if you know, Talent Gaming are able to bait out ultimates on the side of Weibo Gaming without having to burn out Joy's ultimate, then they lose the fight every single time.
Yeah, they would definitely struggle on that one. I mean, it really comes back to that, just how they're able to kind of ensure that he doesn't really get the butterfly effect off at the right time. If, you know, Weibo Gaming are able to kind of, again, with this Lin Heng, to kind of get all of the farm, put the pressure on, and get that pick off, they're going to be great.
That's true. And maybe one thing to also consider is that Snowy is able to, like, as you can see, take 3 hits off of Max. And this is going to be a cause of concern, which means the pacing on the rotations coming out from the farm lane for Weibo Gaming is going to be a little bit slower in comparison to what Talent Gaming is going to offer. So this then comes down to, okay, the farm rate, right? Are there any camps that are going to be stolen across the board from either team? And with the gold advantage, does this put them in a good position to be able to get that win in the 4-minute mark? And if you cannot fight for the Tyrant at the 4-minute mark, can you find something else?
Yeah, you got to take something, right? I mean, Weibo Gaming's lineup is just like so in your face. They want to get going, they want to be aggressive and just take everything from you. But Talent Gaming, on the other hand, definitely more well-rounded. They're going to have to really work around Sunrise's front-lining ability. Like, if he's doesn't have the Invincible Warrior, if Ching is not really available, the rest of this lineup just kind of crumbles. So you got to be super careful with how these initiations are going to happen.
True, the buddy system is so important for both teams, right? I think maybe more for Talent Gaming because they need Joy to have maximum value on that butterfly effect. You want to make sure that nobody gets CC. And the main concern here, I think, for Talent Gaming isn't CC, it's actually burst damage. So the flash Storm Strike from Zimo and the jump by Ling Hen going to be really scary. He has 4 games and 4 wins on his Nakoruru for Ling Hen with a KD of 26. So this guy has a good track record on the Nakoruru.
So you're saying he's okay on the Nakoruru? No, he's amazing on the Nakoruru, right?
Yep, you are absolutely correct.
Yeah, I do expect big things out of this one. But look, they're all in on this strategy. They're like, hey, Linheng, you carry us this one. Let's go to the grand finals against AG with his Nakoruru pick.
And that's something that could very well be a reality, because based on what's happening now, the farm is coming in for gaming.
Yeah, he's going to just back off at this point. He gets on out of this one. Yes, yeah, a little bit of damage, but again, the follow-up really wasn't there. And now they're going to kind of rotate. Again, 30 more seconds before the big neutrals are up. They still have a little bit of time.
Okay, so you can start to see what's happening here, right? Joy on this Zhuangzi, the moment he shows his face, Weibo Gaming are going to make a decision off of that. Number one, is Joy far away? If it's far away, it's time to throw your ultimates, right? Because there's no save coming in.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for that. If he's able to find it. But so this is why Joy needs to kind of hide in the brushes a bit, right? Or just stay off the map. So you don't really know. You don't want to fully commit onto somebody without really having that intel. But this is Zergolem getting contested here. Sunrise, he's going to use the Invincible Warrior. No, he's going to just kind of back off at this point. Just wants to take it more than anything else. He will smite it. He's looking to get on out of this, but there's quite a bit of numbers from Weibo Gaming. Not able to get any sort of follow-up kill or revenge one.
Very nice positioning from Crane, right? Actually poking down the members on the side of Weibo Gaming. So now there is no chance for them to come and contest. But thankfully for the side of Weibo Gaming, Talent Gaming, they want to reset as well. The timing of the buffs are more important at this point than risking your life for a potential Tyrant take.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving up first blood. I think in Game 6, we've learned that teams with any sort of small edge have been able to just dominate with that. So getting into that one, especially with this Tyrant here that's being scouted out by Mengshi, they need to be super careful. But it doesn't look like Weibo Gaming have the numbers to really contest.
Yeah, no chance. So at this point, then the decision for Weibo Gaming is, okay, what do we do now, right? Where do we find a trade? And Mengshi, I think, great job of finding information, so at least they know the rotations on the side of Sunrise and the rest of the members. But then, you kind of see another problem here. I identify the next problem or strength on the side of Talent Gaming is Crane.
Yeah, that not going to be great. I mean, those couple blades are going to do some serious damage, right? And look at you just finding problems with the team more than anything else. It would not great, right? And having Crane and Snowy with those damage dealers, it's got to be a #1 target and 1A, 1B for Weibo Gaming to find them.
Yes, and so pay attention to what Hollow is saying. I am a problem finder. I'm not a problem solver.
Oh, I just thought you were going to say you're a problem, which also can work here. But no, they're going to look at the time. The Furball on back. It looks like Weibo Gaming are looking to disengage. This Azure Golem is going to be the next big target. Being pushed away, need to be careful with how they proceed. And now the Sunrise looking to just double dash in, going in for the Azure Golem, looking for that steal, gets the smite, but doesn't get the actual blue buff. And it looks like they will get the pick off onto Mengshi.
Oh, Talent Gaming looks so good here. Like, that first blood on the Mengshi. Okay, great. That's roam, right? For the price of the pressure onto a Azure Golem. It's still secured by Weibo Gaming, but still, first blood going into your hands, it goes directly against the policies of Weibo Gaming. They wanted the first blood.
Yeah, for sure. It would have been huge for them if they were able to do it. Mengshi just a little bit out, but let's see what happened in this replay here.
I like the fact that Joy actually held on to his ultimate here, right? The butterfly effect. This was one of the main things that was very helpful in the fight because they knew they couldn't overextend. But at the same time, if you take a look at the Crane's positioning, right? Crane was actually able to land a couple of nice hits down. And the save on the butterfly effect was what really changed the fight for the side of Talent Gaming.
Yeah, just being able to shrug off those CCs, pretty huge, especially since Weibo Gaming have an arsenal of them. And even if they stack, you just, like one time, all of them are gone. So it's a great idea to ensure that you have the Zhuangzi always ready with that butterfly effect.
So yes, there is no comeback factor, essentially. I mean, that is the simplest explanation I can give you on why people pick Zhuangzi.
Yeah. Oh, no. Looks like they want to dive. Jimo is completely been scared away. The top T1 looking to go down, and it's, especially with Snowy's damage, they will do, but they're going to trade the bottom T1 away.
That's fine. They got the T1 at the bottom anyway. So Talent Gaming, they actually have a big advantage.
Yeah, Sunrise taking a decent amount, tries to dash, needs to be careful. The Weibo Gaming, the side, have a surprising amount of burst damage. You got to be careful. Sunrise a tanky, on the tanky Kaiser, but it didn't really look like that.
Okay, potential kill. Maybe they can do this.
Yeah, they could potentially go in for they're going to find Ching, who's just trying to out-sustain this one. He's been focused around. He will be killed. Lin Heng makes him pay for sticking around.
So this is what I'm talking about, right? The moment Joy is not around, then it's a little bit difficult for the side of Talent Gaming to take good fights, because there's a potential of a turnaround. There's a potential of a situation where you can get the controls coming down from the side of Weibo Gaming. So for now, Talent Gaming, I think they just need to pick their fights whenever Joy has his ultimate.
Yeah. He needs to definitely be just like in the right spot at the right time. More than anything else, he's like, it's not an easy one. You can't be all over the map, but you're going to be focused and pushed back. With a member down, it's really tough to take any sort of team fight here.
And this is where, look, I like the recognition on the side of Weibo Gaming. So they know that, hey, maybe you're looking for the kills with your ultimates, but whenever it's a defensive movement, it's a deterrence movement against tower taking, do you really want to waste a butterfly effect for that? No, you don't want. So Joy, they're forcing him to not make his full use of his ultimate as well.
Yeah, very smart here by Weibo Gaming. Just like, again, it's more about just like baiting it out or making him use it on a single ult or whatever, and then you have the rest of them to kind of just follow up. Weibo Gaming, though, it's one of those things where you have to kind of always think about and just, you know what I mean? It's always in the back of your mind when you're trying to take a team fight here.
Okay, I want to take a look at the items here. We need to focus on Max, because Max does have the Eternity Blade and the Daybreaker as well. Still slightly shy for the side of Snowy, but he does have the Doomsday with the Eternity Blade. So both farm laners actually offering quite a bit of sustained damage over time.
Yeah. I mean, but Lin Heng, look at this guy. His net worth lead, 7.2, like literally 2K over Sunrise. He's been doing everything in his power to ensure that his team has an advantage going in, and he has about a 500 goal lead because of that.
Yeah, the usual rate for him before 10-minute mark, 7.1k. He's at 7.6 at this point, 7.7 as we just talk about it. So Weibo Gaming, just in terms of like personal stats, this is a new start for the side of Ling Hun.
Yeah, doing a great job. And you just wanted your team to have this slight position, taking that one away as well, and Lin Heng just kind of dashing over the wall and getting away with it for scot-free.
And this is one of the weaknesses that I think they're exposing on the side of Talent Gaming, right? So yes, Lin Heng gets a lot of farm, it's great, he's able to deal a lot of consistent damage. But the thing is, the strength of Joy is also the weakness of Talent Gaming. They have to be together. So Weibo Gaming can kind of actually pull the members of Talent Gaming across the map, which is exactly what they're doing. They're not even going for the neutrals right now.
Yeah, actually pretty smart. Considering Weibo Gaming, their lineup generally, I mean, you can, split push because you have Lin Heng on the Nakaruru, but oh no, they find a nice little knockout, but Sunrise just still too tanky at this point, and yeah, you have Snowy to kind of just cover the retreat on this one, but yeah, Sunrise very low.
But look, it's just a bait, right? They want to force out Invincible Warrior. Now you don't have that comeback factor on the side of Talent Gaming, and they start working on the Shadow Overlord. Once again, it's not about the team fights. We don't care about the team fights on Weibo Gaming. We want to play the map. We want to pull you around.
Yeah, and it's not always about the kills. I think that's the biggest takeaway from this as well, because yeah, you're forcing things out. You're working around those cooldowns. Super smart by Weibo Gaming, and now they have this edge, especially with these Vanguards that will push. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Talent Gaming here to kind of come back.
And you know the damage he was doing on Sunrise? That was without Starbreaker. This guy, Lin Heng, on the jungle Nakaruru, already has Starbreaker now, so I think it's a little bit of concern for the side of Sunrise.
Yeah, it's not just all about the butterfly effect in terms of those CCs anymore. The damage is actually going to be real. Jimo with that Storm Strike, but they take the bottom 2T2, and now Ching is going to have to just back off. And Lin Heng looking for his angle. He might actually want to go for this.
I'm learning so much, man. Look, next ranked game, I'm not going to fight. I'm just going to take towers.
Okay, great, but let's do that science test in the games that we're not playing together, just in case. But the Sword Strike is actually going to connect. They're going to do some decent work. The Invincible Warrior now going to be used. He's going to potentially turn, and they find Jimo. They get the pick off. Snowy makes them pay.
Beautiful ultimate. This one was due to the side of Snowy, right? The Sandstorm was what really changed the fight, the slowdown onto Zimo. So he actually burnt out everything, force field suppression with the flash as well. So I think he delivered maximum value before being taken down. So it's still okay for the side of Weibo Gaming, but Talent Gaming, they need to have some answers here. Right now, once again, they're being pulled apart.
Yeah, pulled apart here, but the Tyrant,
no,
they're doing
Ching.
some decent. Wow, Lin Heng is doing some serious damage, gets the pick up onto Ching, and that with Max just a follow-up, and Talent Gaming thought they had the edge, but they got caught out.
Yes, and look, Joy has no ultimate. This is a horrible fight for them.
Yeah, this is not great. Liampo still up in front. Mengshi, that is. He's got his burst rams, just kind of constantly just putting people off the ground. Just a little bit of stun here and there, but the Tyrant being pulled away, and Max is looking to solo this, using the wild growth just to kind of provide a little bit more of an area of control.
So this is the main difference maker, right? The reason why we love KPL games is because they show you how you're supposed to burn resources from the opponent. So let's take a look at what caused this entire situation in the first place. So they got the knockdown onto Zimo as well, and this beautiful ultimate coming up from Snowy, catching two members, but mainly Zimo, slowing him down, and there was more than enough burst damage on the side of Talent Gaming to be able to get the kill. But then this one, Ching, unfortunately got baited out. They were expecting the rest of Weibo Gaming to be circling around the Tyrant pit, but then Ching got caught out because that was not the game plan from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, definitely not. But look at Lin Heng, 11.4, 6.5 from Sunrise, right?
He's
I don't
almost
want to be like, hey, yeah, almost double. Not having a great time. I mean, he's the Kaiser. You want him to be tanky. You want him to have those items. But Lin Heng is actually, I mean, with almost double the net worth, he's gonna just basically shear through that armor.
Okay, the top lane is at risk while they're trying to put some attention on the bot side and the mid lanes as well. Snowy, you're gonna be dropping his ultimate as a deterrence. And so far, okay, this first wave of defense making sense for the side of Talent Gaming.
Yeah, just able to hold at this point. Still very early in the sense that the wave clear from Talent Gaming is enough to keep them alive. You still have Crane and Snowy doing those all that damage with the wave clear, so they're gonna stick around.
Okay, so that last... Oh, hang on. I don't think I want to talk about this. There is a fight potentially.
Yeah, potentially going in. Joy is a little bit low. Needs to be careful. Has that butterfly effect if they want to go. Again, just the wave clear is unreal from Talent Gaming. So if anything, they can slow the game down. But now with this Shadow Overlord that's going to be picked up by Weibo Gaming, it's going to be tough.
Okay, so let's talk about the one stat that was shown just now. Weibo Gaming, especially for Ling Heng, during winning games, he actually has a jungle camp take rate of, I think, what, 54 or 45, something like that. And he has more than what he usually gets. So this, stats-wise, Weibo Gaming should have it in the bag.
I mean, he's literally gaining almost like a K a minute, right? I mean, yeah, he's about three minutes behind, or 3K behind that stat, but he's just been on point. And Weibo Gaming just funneling as much as possible. Plus, you have Max on with 11.7K. That is not easy to do on the Agudo as well.
Yes, it's definitely not easy, right? They also wanted to try, Ling Heng wanted to try and force the flash out from Ching. Right now, it's really just about pushing the members of Talent Gaming back. Nice catch.
Oh, Snowy doing a decent amount of work, like shearing them down. They're very low, needs to be careful. Mengshi, though, he's going to be looking to go for this one, but they're looking to turn this. Now they're looking to go, and now Lin Heng is joining the fight. And no, it looks like Talent Gaming are going to retreat.
Great gameplay coming out from the side of Weibo Gaming, right? They were actually pulling them away, and look at what the result is. A potential T3, yes, it is going to be. So there is a wound on the bottom side of the map. The gash is deep with this one. Weibo Gaming now, they are in the driver's seat. They can play so calm and collected, they don't have to overcommit anymore.
It came with the Shadow Vanguard's one last shot before he died. Literally a Winyan, taking down that top or the bottom T3. Now you've opened it up. You can have way more push there. It's going to be even more difficult of a mountain to climb for Talent Gaming here.
I mean, okay, they still have a recovery in the sense that Sunrise is now should be able to tank a little bit more. The only question now is, once again, positioning and the timing that you choose to use your ultimates. Once again, I want to focus on Joy. He is the game changer here.
Yeah, he is the game changer, but he's sticking around with this team fight. He wants to use it. He can. He's going to use it now. So the butterfly effect has been committed, but now they're continuing to chase. Zimo, though, looking to just space them out. The Tyrant has been pulled away, but now Weibo Gaming, they might get a juicier target in that Sunrise. He's in not the greatest of spots. He's going to be knocked around. Invincible Warrior going to be used on him, just tanking this one up. They have a decent amount. They get the pick off. Excuse me. They find Ching, and that's going to be huge for them. And now Talent Gaming on the retreat need to just salvage this bottom lane.
This is why you play the map. This is why Weibo Gaming is so strong, because they know exactly what they're supposed to do at the correct timings. Number one, they force out the ultimate by Joy. The butterfly effect, once it's no longer available, they cannot take a decent fight on the side of Talent Gaming. And now with the removal of Ching as well, he's down for 20 seconds. This should be a soft guarantee on the mid T3s or the top T3.
Yeah, they should at least get one of these towers, maybe even both at this point. But with a 5K net worth lead, that's going to go even higher at this point. And Lin Hang just doing some serious damage.
Finals, come on.
Oh, he gets a finds it. They want to go for the crystal. It's at half, but they actually get the pickup. They find Joy. The heal's not going to be enough. They find Crate as well, and they will take the crystal. And Weibo Gaming will meet AG in the grand finals.
Well done, Weibo Gaming. This is exactly what we talked about, and I really love this because number one, it really gave me an insight into the proper win conditions. 4-2, did we expect this? I think earlier today, this is what we talked about. We were expecting a game number 7, but if there was always going to be a loss, it had to be a 4-2. There was no way it was going to be any closer than that.
I mean, Weibo Gaming just stepping up when they needed to, right? This is a team that was finding the right, the drafts, the way that they were executing, the way that they were able to play that early game, really taking the fight to Talent Gaming, who were kind of on the defensive and in this series throughout. Yes, there was a great game 2 and 5 where Talent Gaming were able to take those, but this game, this was the pivotal one where Lin Hang on this Nakaruru just able to completely control the jungle and take over this game.
Yeah, you can definitely tell, right? This is what happens at the highest quality. It's not just the heroes that you pick, it's your decisions with the heroes, the tools that you're given. And look, if we talk about just plain draft, in theory, it doesn't make sense. Joy would have been crushing them with the butterfly effect. They would have dove super hard on the side of Talent Gaming. But Weibo Gaming, understanding that this is the win condition, they were forcing Joy to use his ultimates prematurely, and then they took the fights.
Yeah. I mean, the theory was there, but again, like they knew what those heroes were bringing and how they had to play around them, and they did such a great job of just working around that ult and ensuring that Joy never really got going or used it at the right time. It wasn't like running into the wall at the same time. They knew exactly how to take every single team fight.
And this is the price of battle, right? We, of course, the loser team here will be walking home. This is the end of the journey for them. But the winners, they get one more shot, and in the grand finals, they will be meeting AG Global.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for them. I mean, I think it's a big honor. Weibo Gaming stepping up exactly when they needed to. They have to be jubilant. They have to have loved their performance here. But coming back, right? I mean, they played yesterday, and then they played today. That's got to be tiring. Yes, they have a lot of work going up against AG next week in that grand finals, but this is a team that's starting to hit their poise. They're starting to just find that momentum, and a big shout out again to Weibo Gaming here.
Yeah, very impressive performance, and of course we'll be heading into the interviews and the documentary as well. And I'm super curious because Coach Lin, who was the previous coach for Wolves as well, now bringing them to the next stage and grand finals once again. So let's go into the interviews.
今天收获决赛门票的队伍叫做。好的，我们也恭喜北京微博晋级2025年 KPL 夏季赛决赛，拿到了最后一张决赛的门票。那我们来采访一下身旁的各位吧。其实林教练今天应该看起来非常的开心。对于大家的这个状态，现在是什么评价？今天的表现如何？
只能说5个大手子带飞的感觉真是太爽了。
真是太爽了！要知道，不仅仅是今天这场比赛感受到了兄弟们的操作激情，而且你们现在是成功复仇了体力季，完成了败者组1穿3的这样的一个壮举，前往了自己的福地杭州。有没有更多的感受要在这个时候跟大家讲一讲的呢？
更多的感受，那肯定得拿下呀，对不对？是不是？老莫，我还有一个遗憾。
那必须。那必须，看来有一些约定要在最后完成目标的时候再去跟大家讲，是吗？
对，
一定是这样的。那我们知道，时隔2年，林教也是再次带队进入到决赛。你觉得如今的北京微博是一支什么样的队伍？大家一起现在是什么样的状态和模样在你心中？
什么样的状态？其实这句话让子墨说比较好。来，把麦拿起来，3、2、1，迎接
你们的王。
非常有气势啊！看来私底下大家都一直都这么互相鼓舞，互相的这个长气势。其实我们知道这场比赛，我们的选手们都打得特别的好。我们先从游左卫开始吧，来，王梦溪，来。 其实我知道梦溪作为新生一代的辅助，在赛场上用出色的表现证明了自己的价值。能不能跟大家分享一下，就是这2个赛季大家是如何一起磨合提升的呢？在你心目中？
就是有什么问题老林直接喷我就好了，然后队友有什么问题直接跟我说清楚就行了，我会改的。
哦，在这个被喷或者说成长的过程当中，其实有没有遇到过一些小的困难和挫折？你又是怎么去消化的？
有吧，第1轮和第2轮打得跟屎一样。
现在呢？
现在像个人。
好，对自己的要求特别高。其实我今天看到你们有一个特别大的变化，鲁班父子选出来的时候，其实大家是质疑的，但是今天打碎了质疑，能不能聊聊这种感受？
我直播说过，我要当钢铁他爹。
要当钢铁他爹，来吧，我们现在来采访一下小麦，来吧。小麦，其实，在常规赛的时候，小麦也有讲过啊，说希望夏季赛的目标是比春季赛要更进一步。现在已经进到决赛，感觉怎么样？
我想跟梦兰，然后一起完成那个没完成的遗憾吧。
能不能跟大家分享分享，告诉更多的人？
就是带着梦兰的那份意愿，然后冲进决赛，然后斩下一击吧。
斩下一击，每一次小麦讲比分的时候都是特别的坚定的。如果让你来预测一下决赛的比分的话，
我觉得这应该是一个最精彩的 BO7。
最精彩的 BO7，还要试一下从 BO5到 BO7的转变。包括今天的比赛啊，今天的后羿可以说让所有的质疑都闭嘴了。能不能聊一下今天自己的发挥？
随便乱点就行了。
决赛能够保持这种状态吗？
是的。
完全没问题是吧？好，那我们来采访一下听岳。就是听岳在赛场的表现确实是越来越亮眼，无论是春季赛还是夏季赛都入选了最佳新锐的候选人。这对你来讲是否有一种莫大的肯定？
只能说运气吧。
哦，运气好吗？那在跟队伍一起慢慢变强的这个过程当中，你会发现自己有什么样的变化吗？
我也变强了呀。
你也变强了。
是的，是的。
那接下来要迎接的是你的第一次 KPL 决赛了，现在心情如何呢？
我本来以为我会非常的激动，但是我感觉有点平静。
哦，为什么此刻如此平静？跟想象中画面不太一样。
我也不知道。
我也不知道，可能你需要去进一步点燃你，拿到更大的荣誉，才会让你的那个感受变化更强烈。林教应该这方面感受比较强。
是的，我非常理解他现在的心情。我觉得听乐确实很棒，很厉害。然后之所以会产生这种，就是知道还有一步没有完成，对。
所以就要暗下心来，踏实的继续向前。来吧，我们来采访一下暖阳。暖阳已经是第6次进入到决赛了啊。这次要面对的是这个大魔王啊 ，AG， 有什么要对这个你熟悉的对手讲的吗？
我觉得现在没有什么话想对他们讲嘛，到时候肯定是赛场上见真章嘛。然后今天就是赢了，感觉还是就是非常感谢老林的吧。就是刚来我们这的时候也跟我讲了很多嘛，我感觉确实对我整个人心态上也有很大的帮助。对，然后今天就是更开心的是，
来老林麦克风，你跟大家说出来，你刚说什么？
啊？
就今天还是更开心的，就是能够
爱你。
能够和我的几个就是兄弟们又一次进入到总决赛了。非常开心。
非常开心，但是其实也有一样的地方，也有变化的地方。距离上次进决赛，现在能看到身边站到的是一道全新的北京微博，而且有很多第一次进决赛的朋友，想对现在你们的这套阵容、你们的这个团队说些什么吗？
我觉得就是继续加油努力吧。就现在也肯定是已经也获得了很多人认可嘛，但我觉得还不够，大家需要继续加油。
还要继续加油，也希望你们能够在决赛表现得更好，好吧？来，我们采访一下子墨。子墨今天应该情绪非常高涨，一开场那一句就点燃了，好吧？我们先聊一下，因为你是跟暖阳又一次打进决赛了，作为老队友，这一次是什么样的心态和准备呢？在你看来？
就是继续加油啊！还是那句话。
还是那句话啊，没有拿到最后的这个结果之前，你是绝对不会动摇的哈。我想了解一下，因为决赛的对手是轩然啊，著名的爽派对抗路啊，这次要跟他对线了，你会进行怎么样的调整？是否会有压力呢？
就正常打吧，也没啥。
也没什么，但是我们知道的是，再过半个月就将是子墨登场五个周年的纪念日了哈，有信心用夏决的冠军奖杯作为登场5周年的纪念吗？
什么？
有信心用夏决的奖杯作为你登场5周年的纪念吗？
那必须有啊！
那必须有。那这样吧，老莫今天很有精神，能不能带着全场的观众给你们加油？你喊北京微博，让大家喊加油好吗？来吧，
北京微博。
好的，让我们把掌声再次送给闯入到决赛的北京微博，也期待选手们在下决的舞台上冲击属于他们的冠军。朋友们，让我们再次喊出他们的口号：北京微博！好了，亲爱的观众朋友们，我们杭州见！
Beautiful moment for the side of Weibo Gaming. Just over the entire interview, they were talking about the mindset bringing into this lower bracket grand finals game. They were actually looking to just perform their best, and of course, as they head into the grand finals against AG, the mindset going in is for progress. They're gonna try and be stronger, be better, and of course, credits to Coach Lin, who, with his appearance coming into their team, this newly formed Weibo Gaming team, has really brought a lot more confidence, a lot more synergy, and they're looking to be performing their best because one of the goals that they have as a team, coaching staff and players as well, is to take that trophy for the first time ever. And one very highlight thing you might wanna know is the mid laner Tingyue. This is the first time he's ever made it into the grand finals of KPL, and he actually mentioned that instead of feeling anxious, he feels at peace. So let's see if this mindset, this attitude for the side of Weibo Gaming will be able to bring them success in the grand finals that's happening on the 7th of September.
Yeah, thank you so much for translating that. That was actually quite good in terms of, just an overall summary for this, because I think that there was a lot going into this, and Weibo Gaming just being able to step up. I think that there was a lot of naysayers. People were kind of, like, oh, they haven't really played much in terms of the finals. The placing hasn't been great and all of that. But man, they showed up when they needed to have, right? Yesterday, now today, and they're looking to go on a serious tear. Are they able to kind of take down the Titans that is All Gamers? We're going to have to see next week. But a big shout out to them, and of course, Talent Gaming, a great opponent on this one. We wanted to see a contested hot series, and that was a great one going into a 6th game there.
They did. I think they really, truly tried their best. And of course, it's going to be a bit difficult, but let's take a look at the story of Talent Gaming as we look at our screens right now.
我年轻嘛，年少轻狂，是不太能接受失败的。一旦出现问题的时候，自己压力也会比较大，给选手压力也会比较大。说实话，我自己过得挺痛苦的。
但现在也慢慢好起来了吧。其实我黑暗的时候，很多事情都忘记了。
2025年春季赛前的转会期，最重磅的消息，无疑是9哲教练加入广州 TTG。当时的 TTG 正处于暗无天日的低谷期。
来的时候就是当时大家都要转会嘛，都要走嘛。就了解下来，我发现这边其实整个薪资待遇这一块啊，其实都是还挺不错的。当时他们是觉得这边是走下坡路嘛，就觉得在这边打得很难受。
广州 TTG 遗憾无缘2024年王者荣耀 KPL 年度总决赛淘汰赛。
他们遗憾止步在了挑杯的淘汰赛1/8决赛。我感觉今年对于 TTG 这支队伍，包括对于支持他们的粉丝来说，真的是非常挣扎的一年啊！就是大家会发现说，
他们一直都在陷入一个自证的怪圈，
感觉就是跟在沼泽里一样，越想爬起来就越陷下去那种感觉。
就是其实我一开始没有感觉会这么严重，但是我发现长期以来根深蒂固的一些东西很难改变。
于是他们在春天进行了一场自救式的打碎重建，通过不断排列组合，试图找到最优解。
到那个时候，每一把感觉都很关键，只敢小范围调整，有点畏首畏尾了。年纪大了是会保守一点。
不信，速
众快手。对于 TTG 来说，也将无缘2025年 KPL 春季赛季后赛。
当时我虽然是一直没有调整得特别好，但是我就觉得自己是非常有信心能够带好这支队伍的，只是需要一点时间。
在今天呢，也是 A 组常规赛的收官之战。对于广州 TTG 来讲，这个赛季他们进行了非常多这种阵容的调试，今天应该是他们的第8套。
我们5个那机会来了得把握住啊。
TTG 其实今天打的是不是想象中好？第8套首发能打成这样不错。
在我看来，这套首发就是虽然第1把输了，但是我能看到希望。
TTG 一传6获得2025一休亚冠 ACL 王者荣耀项目冠军。
至此，广州 TTG 夏季赛的阵容尘埃落定，队长青青加4个 KPL 的新面孔，打野和射手是年初选秀大会盲拍的嘉欣和小雪。
我拿了第9届全国大赛冠军嘛，然后我们就直接了这个25年这个选秀池子嘛，然后这边就盲拍了嘛，就比较突然。
当时想到了有可能会流拍吧，
当时可能想能不能偷偷的捡个漏啥的。比较熟悉的朋友都跟我说什么没人关注，没人关注，这个人没人要，肯定是你的。不知道他是不是忽悠我的，还是故意搞我一下。
中单是青训时期就小有名气，却一直没机会在 KPL 首发的贺词。
21年开始的打的青训，中间有2次去过 K 甲，那我打个 K 甲都能当替补，那这辈子有了。
在这一小局当中呢，我们看到九江 TKL 是有人员轮换的情况的，中路位置各自换上，
感觉就是不被人赏识吧。之前
辅助是在职业圈最底层摸爬滚打，连打4届全国大赛都没能拿到成绩的9星。
我20年10月开打的，应该好像没到5年吧。
孤注一掷的大换血，带着破而后立的决绝，大家不禁感慨，他还是那个熟悉的九哲，可队员却在生活的细枝末节里发现了他的改变。
没有春季赛这么严了，可能经历了失败，打击了他的自信心。
以前会每天都收手机，因为那时候成绩不好嘛，哲哲也在想办法。
然后私下的时候就要关照我们啊，我觉得哲教绝对是可以把这个队伍凝聚起来。
来，逮他，不用别说不中，我是在公主的这玩意儿。1打3。
我们出去打比赛是有力量的，我们是一个很有力量的团队，我能感觉到。
春天的阴霾终于被一扫而空，夏天的广州 TTG 呈现出一种破碎后重建的力量。队伍里的每个人都散发着明媚的自信，但其实他们每个人都在此之前挨过漫漫长夜。
你下台的时候旁边在喊换人，你有听到吗？
我听到了，发挥不好嘛，然后他说就说了，我就当做听不见就行了，不会给我带给我什么就情绪之类的啥。
当时其实是刚好队伍的状态很差，刚好小雪成年，那只能看看上去会不会有更好的化学反应。
也不网暴啊，就正常喷我，没啥呀。
贺词的自我重建发生在正式登上 KPL 之前。刚成年的他恰逢联盟改革，错过了选秀就只能去 K 甲历练。
之前他都是说 K 甲的选手，他只要打了一届，不就是可以上那个 KPL 自由交易吗？对，我打的时候直接不行了。之前说是夺冠，好像是也是可以直接走自由交易上 KPL， 然后踢着夺冠，我问了一下又不行了。然后到20的话，可能就真的有点急了，已经过2年了，别人可能会想，哎，没打出来是有原因的，感觉有点黑暗，说实话，因为我都不知道我每天醒来，我在这里待着的意义是啥。他们都训练，我感觉我有点游手好闲。
青青在自己职业生涯的第6年被迎头痛击，让他产生了一个无奈又冒险的想法。
我听说过一个传闻，说你之前想要转辅助。
那个时候，当时可能比较迷茫吧。不管是调配机会还是试训，就是试训之后也没有转出去的这种情况吧。休赛期那段时间，其实就是觉得自己很失败吧。
因为我刚来的时候，其实我是挺惊讶的，因为当时反馈给我的是说青青要转辅助。我现在也不能完全下判断，你说我一来你这转辅助，肯定是说别转辅助。
可能那段时间太迷茫了，太黑暗了，我也在寻找办法吧。
想转辅助是在队伍混沌期的挣扎之举，却也体现了他一定要留在赛场上的决心。所谓的职业生涯第二春，其实是放下一切，轻装上阵。
20秒直播间，我们是绝对优势的。
如果你想从替补上来，你就放下自己过往的一切荣誉啊什么的呀，把自己的心真的沉下来，把自己想象成青训的那种感觉一样。
小马是在我让他替补了之后，我们还是互相信任的。他是一个非常阳光、非常有力量的小孩，他能够给到身边的人力量和激励。
他责任稍微多一点嘛，然后我们是4个新人。
他的比赛经验更多吧，局内的决策基本都很准，突发情况他能反应过来。
感觉他就是队内大腿吧，然后经常带我飞。
只推3个人，这2个背甲逼4个人，再往前挤，看泰森能不能跟上控制。凯跟上来了，贴到了脸上，再给一波控，小麦是走不了了，被家进刀砍死。
又是轻轻的关羽啊，连续2波绕后，这波反杀了
，1打2，轻轻单杀小麦，轻轻一个人再切2次单杀，在2分钟左右的时间里，连续2次单杀了北京卫魔的最大后排。
加下路那一波一共3次。
老将的重建是将过往全部打碎，找回最初的自己。新人的重建，则是学会在嘈杂的环境下，如何不迷失自己。
我就从 ACL 的时候找到打比赛感觉。自信找回来了，然后就好多了。
他就是一个比较平淡的人，你看他走路的样子都感觉没力气，他其实是蕴含着一股非常强大的力量。他的力量的来源可能也是源自于那些内心的不服输。
他比游戏的时候吧，很有爆发力，相信他就好了，确实强。
你作为9折的中单有压力吗？
有点荣幸的，算是救赎了我，因为不然的话，我估计还要再就是继续摸爬滚打。5年的长途跋涉终于有结果了。
让我们恭喜广州 TDG 晋级2025 KPL 夏季赛胜者组决赛。
其他人在不同的节点完成了职业生涯的重建。5年前的一次主动选择，让九星完成了人生的重建。
打职业其实挺改变我人生的。其实我从小就很想，小时候我就觉得我都触碰不到这个坎儿啊。我从小都在听一些那些技术什么的，都很排斥我玩游戏啊。之前买了一个几百块钱的手机，然后也只能蹭用别人 WiFi。当时我第一次出门还很怕，那次好像是我出的最远的门。先坐大巴到高铁站，然后再去武汉，然后应该要坐地铁到那个天河机场，然后到机场，然后就一直问啊，说我这个该怎么做，然后就这么过去。
那一天，背起行囊踏出家门的九星，对前路的憧憬战胜了对脚下的恐惧，走上职业生涯的那一条波折的路。似乎映射了他未来几年的职业路，但能够成为电竞选手这件事本身就足够梦幻，足够和童年一切不美好的记忆和解。
你应该算比较幸运的，有现在这个打职业的机会啊。就我觉得现在过得肯定比小时候要好很多，让我见识更大的世界，让我的人生有了更大的可能性。
回望赛季初9折带领的这支新军，并不被大多数人看好，但他们用短短3个月的时间成长为一支让任何人都无法小觑的队伍。如今的独树一帜，野蛮生长， 正是因为漫漫长夜里的向下扎根，暗夜于他们而言，并非苦痛，而是沃土。相信终有一天，他们会在这片竞技场生长出属于广州 TTG 的一片新领地。
风浪追风，夜上天空。
进这个行业最重要的要享受，能够享受这种电竞的魅力，永远的激情澎湃的感觉，永远的热泪盈眶的感动。我太享受了，我享受了好多年。
他们4个手法都很强吧，很有冲劲，觉得我遇到大家很幸运，
不辜负教练跟队友的对我的信任。这个赛季是我们5个人的第一个正式赛季嘛，别留遗憾就行，尽力拿到最好的成绩。
我觉得我们在未来一定是要统治这个赛场的。
你会羡慕小雪的职业经历吗？
不用羡慕呀，可能我现在今天也有人在羡慕我吧，随时等到我。
Beautiful documentary. I think, let me summarize this in a way that I think is most responsible in this way. Look, this is a team for Talent Gaming that has been a team filled with a roster that has a lot of unrealized potential. And there was a lot of difficulties they faced, right? Even their own fans were calling for substitutions, and there was a lot of difficulty in their journey as a full team. 4 new members, 1 veteran, not a lot of experience in KPL. So to be able to reach this stage has been a phenomenal experience for them. It's a journey of growth. And the one main takeaway is the fact that all members held the belief and faith that they will be better, they can get better. And this is inclusive of the coach as well, Zhu Zhe. So if you're ever feeling like, hey, as a professional team, a semi-professional team, it might be too far, no way. These guys have made the work. They have treaded this entire journey with every hope that they've had from day one, right? They were not considered. People were saying they were out of it. They were not the best. You should not consider them. And still they made it all the way here. So I think this is the belief that Talent Gaming has brought to us, and I hope that you guys enjoy this experience. And hopefully this will serve as your purpose to be the next professional team in HOK.
Yeah, huge honor. I mean, for just being able to kind of step up when you need to. I mean, a lot of the teams are going to have a lot of naysayers, right? If you're not getting those results and all that. And to see a team like Talent Gaming kind of open up, who, in my opinion, are definitely quality level, right? Like top 3, I would say, going into a lot of these tournaments. They have that potential, right? And yes, they might be young, and yes, they might be kind of just finding their groove and gelling together, but the opportunity is definitely there for them to take. And all of these lessons, it's gonna sting a bit losing into this one, getting 3rd place here, but I think they're only gonna come back stronger.
For sure. I think there's a lot of potential for the side of Talent Gaming, and we're dealing with very young hopefuls, and I think this is going to be a great journey for TTG.
Yeah, huge honor for them. I think that going into that one, but I mean, that's Talent Gaming. They did what they could, but it just seemed like Weibo Gaming just too strong today. I mean, even yesterday over Wolves, like this is a team that's really on the rise. If there's ever going to be a story about these guys, and then to be able to take on the Titans, that is all gamers going into next week's grand finals on the 7th of September, that one is going to be a fun one to watch. That's going to be a best of 7 as well.
Yeah, so best of 7, I think this is a KPL standard already, and I'm very excited to see what kind of strategies they're going to bring over. It's also about the learning journey, right? They have about 1 week. Is it enough time to go up against the best of the best in KPL in the form of AG?
Yeah, well, maybe it was to their advantage to not have any days off and to just play games back to back to back, because that's kind of how they were very successful today against Talent Gaming going in. I would have expected that, hey, if you were able to have like 24, 48 hours or whatever, you can kind of like formulate a plan, but they're like, no, let's stick with our tried and true. We've already done our research. We know we could just play our draft and we can just stick it to them. And that's kind of what they did today. And Talent Gaming really didn't have any answers.
That's true. But of course, this is the end of their journey. We are curious to find out what is the journey going to be like for the side of Weibo Gaming as well as AG. AG we know as the strongest kings in the side of KPL. But Weibo Gaming, they bring a new hope. And there was one line they said during the interview, right? They said 迎接王者 or something like that, which means to welcome the new kings.
That would be interesting to see. I mean, they've already got able to talk the talk, but are they able to walk the walk? We're going to have to find out. That one's going to be the big one, right? And going into this one where you're seeing just, again, this AG lineup has just been an absolute terror on the KPL side. It's been, you know, for anyone to take down the king, you better be able to kind of really just like take it to them, because they're going to be ready. They're going to have the research. They're going to be watching these games. They've learned a lot, I'm sure, from the past 2 days. And they're going to have that plan in mind.
Actually, that's what's so scary, right? The fact that the learning rate of all these teams, to be able to learn on the fly and come back with the next game, taking a win, and just punishing very small mistakes coming in from all these professional players. I think that has been the hallmark of KPL games so far. That's also the reason why we have like best of sevens, because one mistake really just ends the game for you.
Yeah. Actually, throughout this entire series, right? It was like that one time you get that edge, you have that early game lead, and you're able to just close things out. There was not too many opportunities to come back, but that's just because the level of play is so high. They don't really make mistakes.
Yeah, and look, the drafts, we did have 6 games today, so we did not get the full extent of hero pools just yet. So I'm curious to see, in game number 7, Ultimate Battle, will we even head to an Ultimate Battle at the end of the Grand Finals? That remains to be seen, and of course I'm very excited to see what's the result, because we know it's going to be a very exciting game, nonetheless.
Yeah. I'm actually disappointed we didn't get to see the Ultimate Battle. I thought for sure they were going to go in, but again, just, Weibo Gaming just really bouncing back from that earlier loss against Talent Game. They learned so much already, and then they made this lower bracket run. Now they're in the Grand Finals. They had the one opportunity, and that's all you need going up against, all gamers. Are they able to kind of pull off that upset? But having that week off, or the week to prepare, this is going to be it. You have a lot of data on AG as well. I expect to see Weibo Gaming really take it to them. Will they go to an Ultimate Battle? Again, we're going to have to find out next week.
That's right. And of course, we will be heading into the stats page as well as I think it should be a loser interview as we head on. But let's talk a little bit more about the game. What were the few moments that really caught your attention in this particular last match of the game?
Look, the Nakaruru pick. Right, I would be lying otherwise. This draft, they have this well-versed, well-practiced, understood what everyone needed to have done, and to able to pull this out in a must-win. It's like having that trump card at that last minute. You're like, okay, we're gonna go to game 6. Got it. I've got this one. You have you've like zero expectations. You didn't really know how to plan against it. You were expecting more traditional, and they brought it in. This is a great one to just kind of spring up on them. And again, Talent Gaming kind of got caught flat-footed.
Okay, so let's run through the stats here, right? In theory, the tankiness coming out from the Kaiser was going to be huge, as well as that complement of the butterfly effect coming out from Joy. And they were kind of tanky, but that early game lead we talked about for Linghen was really the difference maker here.
Yeah, Linghen, he was almost double the net worth of Sunrise. Yeah. Sunrise really couldn't get going. I mean, the fact that he only died one time, but it was how Weibo Gaming were working around the Nakaruru pick. And, some of the people were saying, it was like, is this even playable? All that thing. But when you have a draft and have that mobility and just being able to use this hero to the maximum, you're seeing exactly how it was played. And Weibo Gaming, the goal graph completely shifted at that point, like the 7-minute mark, once he got going. And it was pretty much all she wrote at that point.
It was also the way they worked around Joy, right, on this Zhuangzi pick. That one to me was really insane. Well, I understood, what they were going for, but it's not as easy to execute, right? The theory is always straightforward, but actually doing the practical portions of it is so hard to do.
Yeah, that was actually what I was most impressed about. Even today, right? Knowing what the enemy teams were picking, and you're like, okay, there are certain spikes or there are certain spells that we need to work around. They do such a good job of playing around those skills, right? Baiting things out, as you were talking about with the Zhuangzi, in terms of that butterfly effect. There were so many other times, even throughout this series, it was like a textbook game of how to play against another team and to work around those skills.
That's right, and they completely turned around the win condition, right? Instead of winning in team fights, it's all about taking the turrets, all about map control, and once again, this guy responsible for that monstrous growth on that Nakoruru. I'm talking about Lin Heng as the jungler on the side of Weibo Gaming, bringing them major success and also major miracles. That's the translation for the unending miracles here on the side of Weibo Gaming. And this next miracle could be the one that brings them the trophy.
Yeah, this could, I mean, like, are they able to pull off a second one? I mean, like, going out even yesterday against Wolves, a bit of an upset to some people's eyes, and then going into this one, definitely more of an upset in that regard, but are they able to do it a third time going in? But they're going to need Lin Heng to really step up. He had an MVP performance in this Game 6, had a great series as well, but man, AG are going to be watching this, and they're going to see his movements, and they're going to try to lock him down as much as possible and try to restrict what he's bringing to the table.
That's true. Either that or they will allow him to pick whatever he wants and they will work a counter for it, right? That's how KPL teams work. It's all about the research, all about the homework, and of course all about the execution as well. And this last pronged attack, three-pronged attack, 3 different lanes playing the map, they don't even want to really take a fight. It's all about taking the crystal, and what a performance by Weibo Gaming to end the day for us right here.
Yeah, just really able to play it. There's a very clean understanding, like when to go in at the like when we're strong, putting pressure in with all 3 lanes. That's not easy to do. Sometimes, like, to go in with, like, you know, a lane push that takes down all, T3s at the same time. It takes good coordination and understanding when the team is kind of like on that same page.
Yes, and I like the fact that they always consistently burn Joy's ultimate out, right? No more butterfly effect. Okay, you know what? Hey, Tingyu, can you throw a couple of skills down as a Lady Chen, get a bit of damage in, and then we're gonna back off, stop playing the map, and then we go for the actual fights.
Yeah, just really smart with how their play, their execution, like the communication. I want to see the mic check more than anything else. I think that would be super fun because these guys are like one hive mind, understanding when they need to move together. They're literally the opposite of my ranked teammates.
I would want to say that it's similar for me as well, but you know what? I've been winning my ranked games recently, so I think it's all good. They are watching KPL.
Okay, all right. Maybe you're helping them out, or you're doing some Marco Polo executes just to kind of carry games, or whatever it is that you're doing. Your mojo is working. I'm happy for you. I am unfortunately on the pity party, not doing so well with some of my ranked teammates.
All right, so with that being said, this has been the best of 7 between Weibo Gaming as well as Talent Gaming. It's been a fun time here. It's also been your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. As we end the day, Holler, any final thoughts from you?
No, it's been exciting. Thank you so much for having me. This is, of course, the lower bracket finals in the KPL. I was super happy to be here, honored as well to be on the desk with you, Kindofu. This is a great series.
Yeah, so with that, we will be leading on towards the grand finals. That's not going to be happening tomorrow. Tomorrow's Monday. We will be having it on the 7th of September. Same time, same place, are going to be on all 4 social media platforms. Make sure you catch them out because this one is going to be a banger of a series. It's AG, all gamers, going up against Weibo Gaming. It's another best of 7. Will we get the full 7 series or will we have an absolute smash 4-0?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to be super excited about that one. But that one's going to be going on next week. It's going to be September the 7th. We will be signing out. We will catch you guys next week.
This time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far. Burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is in our sight. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is in our sight. It's our time to shine. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears.